What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is in your time zone. It is the 28th. I'm so confused, chat. Somebody put up a sign the other day that was like for when the for when the exterminator is coming, and it was the wrong day but the right date. And I'm confused. It's Tuesday, the 28th of April, not the exterminator from the Cronenberg movie, chat. Don't get too excited. It's not William Lee coming to see if you've got any bugs up in there. Anyway, chat, what am I talking about? The Criterion Collection. We're supposed to be talking about Destiny. This is definitely a stream about Destiny. But I don't know. Maybe Destiny's just a stand-in for a larger principle. But he's also vile. No poll today? Oh my god, thank you for reminding me, Mambo. Sorry, I just had to say Mambo because the end of every line in the song is Mambo, so it's become like a participle. Is that the right word, chat? Linguists out there. Linguists out there, let me know. Let me know if I know what I'm talking about. I don't know. Maybe I'm not gonna make the anyway, chat. Anyway, Mambo. I'm in a good mood. But we've got way too much content. I've got content coming out of my eyes. I've got content coming out of my ears. I've got content coming out of parts of my body you don't even want to know about. There's content. It's flowing, chat. It's unbelievable. It's wonderful. It's a miracle. But it's also bad. It's also bad. It's a weird, strange world that we live in, and the only thing that we can try to do is enjoy the irony a little bit. Maybe? I don't know. I mean, that sounds very hopeless. I do not mean to shit in your oatmeal this morning, chat. That is one place you don't want the content going, unless the content is bananas and blueberries, in which case it's probably fine. If I had a banana blueberry dispenser that I could just, on tap, right? Oh my god. Of course, that would be... Yeah, that's the one. Okay, never mind. Bad idea. I'm used to thinking of oatmeal as cheap. It's not cheap here. Oatmeal is not a cheap eat for breakfast. It is not like a marginal purchase. Yeah. But anyway, there's lots of other good things to eat. I'm not complaining. And I will be eating some of those things on stream today, chat. It's a Namfet Tolk. It's a tea leaf salad. So I think it's kind of like the ways that some Indian salads will have like dried beans and nuts in them instead of croutons. I think this is similar, but this is actually a Shan dish. So not too far from Thailand. But yeah, oatmeal, unfortunately, is far from... We've talked about this before and hypothesized about how the oats might be imported from Australia. And I don't know, chat. Is Australian produce good? I don't even know. Is it good? I've heard Australians that don't like their produce. I've heard of Australians that do not rate Australian produce. Whoa. So yeah, I did a live thumbnail today. I hope you enjoyed it, as opposed to just... Oh my god. As opposed to just sitting here with a non-live thumbnail, right? The thumbnail was live. We'll do it live. And we did it live. But I'm wondering if like this music is like... This feels like good... like chatting over music. This music does everything that I need background music to do. That's mainly to background. It's like that's the most difficult thing sometimes, both in terms of visuals and in terms of music. Sound, when you need something to background, you really do need it to background. I mean, background is not just like, this looks cool as fuck, I would love to put it in the background. Backgrounding is that like, this looks cool, but it's not going to take away from whatever we're focusing on. So yeah, today we're going to be focusing on more than just Destiny, chat. But yeah, he is in the thumbnail. Hasan, did mention him. And when it comes to his tweets, and Blue Sky posts, which were archived, I guess, before Blue Sky and Twitter banned the accounts. I know nothing of Aussie fruit. Wait, what does Rave say? Depends on the seasonality and where you buy it from. What about grains? Do we don't harvest wombats? Okay. That's the drop bears that you do that would harvest the isn't that the unethical form of wombat consumption, Rave? Where they use the wombats to, yeah, people are trying to get the wombat use the drop bears. The drop bear free wombat, you know, it's pricier. It's pricier, but some people just don't want to support the exploitation of drop bears, chat. I mean, I know that drop bears have a bad reputation, okay? But they should not, their labor should not be harnessed in this way. I don't think. But anyway, chat, God, we got so much to talk about and so little time. Oh, I need to do the poll. Yeah, I do, right? Let's make because the poll that's going to be a big deal. What goes into the poll today, right? I have decided another thing, right? The poll is not going to decide the first issue that I talk about, because the first issue I talk about is going to usually be what's on the thumbnail. The poll is going to decide the next and the next and the next and the next. And this is fairly short. It's a fairly short little discussion, you know. As you may or may not know, for the last month or so, there has been a price on the head of one Hasan D. Piker. We export oats to Thailand, but they also import grapes that are affected of the, yeah, so I really got to forget about the oatmeal. You can boil rice. It's not that big of, you got a grain, right? We got a grain. I'll deal. I will deal. I just I got used to certain things, you know, and one of those things was like oatmeal, right? That I would make every morning oatmeal with kale in it to get started on my consumption of vegetables, because I found out that kale is actually kind of, I don't know, it just works with the oatmeal, right? But I'm not eating a savory oatmeal. That might sound like I'm talking about some, because you can do that if you know, there's ways to make oatmeal savory, I think, just like you can make corn savory, you can make oat savory, you can make anything savory if you're enough bravery, and you can make anything savory. And that includes oats, but that's not what I was doing. I was combining that with like banana and blueberries, and or some kind of berry. I'd switch it up, right? But I'd eat like some kind of berry and some kind of frozen fruit. Oh yeah, this was the perfect system too, because you cook your oats in a rice cooker and they'll automatically be done. They won't get burned with the kale. It's all steamed up and cooked for you. And then you put in the frozen fruit. Like I would just freeze everything. Like every time I had a banana, I would, you know, cut it and freeze it. And then you put it in the oats, and what it does is like it takes the hot oatmeal, because like it's the I believe the thought experiment known as the 3 bears problem, if you've heard of it. Yeah, not the 3 bodies not to be confused with the 3 bodies. Am I saying it right? The 3 bodies problem? Anyway, this is the 3 bears one, which is you make oatmeal, which is delicious, but in order to cook it fast, you get it hot. And when it's hot, you can't eat it, right? It's easy to, you know, make it too hot, but it's hard to get it just right. So you got to go out on a walk and like kind of a little walk around the woods along with your family in order to wait for the grains to cool down. And of course, by the time that happens, you might have succeeded, right, in getting the oats to the right temperature, but you've got about a 1 in 3 chance of doing that, right? 1 in 3 chance those oats are too cold. Not good. All right. 1 in 2 chance those oats are too hot, but only a 1 in 3 chance that the oats are just right. And if somebody were to break into your house during that time, which oats would you take, right? Thought experiment, right? You break into a house, you're in the middle of the woods, you're hungry, you're lost, all right? You're gonna eat the cold oats? You definitely not gonna eat the hot oats. You can't, they're too hot. It's physically impossible. You're gonna eat the just right oats. every single time. And that is the famous thought experiment. Chat, we might get into some famous thought experiments today. I've got that on the menu. Speaking of what, yeah, speaking of food, speaking of menus, speaking of bears, and I eat cold oats like a freak. They're actually not bad. I don't know what the bears were talking about. Yeah, you're right, Rave. That's a little hole in the theory, right? That's something that maybe the original philosopher who proposed that whole thing was not thinking of. What do we got? Alex Jones, Fever Dream. Oh my God, chat, I'm all over the place. What am I doing right now? Let's like be here and present in the here and now. I think you might appreciate that as well. Especially those of you that are in the process of turning into dream characters, because it does tend to happen at this time of night. So I want to make it real simple, real clear. We're no highfalutin metaphors, no thought experiments, but we are going to see maybe somebody that has a thought experiment for us tonight. Nonetheless, have you ever noticed how thought experiments, it's kind of like playing Dungeons and Dragons? Anyone ever make that connection? Like the way that a dungeon master will be like, okay, now you're in a room. There's doors to the left. The door to the right is blocked by a large boulder, and in front of you is a goblin, and he seems upset. What do you do, right? And they're you know, it's kind of like, well, what do you do? You know, in a thought experiment, you know, got a trolley. If you switch it this way, it's gonna hit that person. If you switch it this way, it's gonna hit these people. What do you do? How do you weigh the moral, you know, the moral value of the trolley taking either side, in this case, right? Isn't it kind of like Dungeons and Dragons? And look, you got all kinds of people doing thought experiments, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, are there I guess there's thought experiments in philosophy. It's not like there aren't. It's not like nobody's ever thought of that. Yeah, I mean, of course there's thought experiments in philosophy, but debate bros tend to take them, they tend to bastardize them, and they tend to run with them, right? I saw, oh my God, chat. Yeah, I'm just remembering NotSoErudite was doing just that. Well, I had learned about some, oh my God, I can't even remember what it was, but a given, like, philosophical principle that she thought was really neat. Unfortunately, could not get the Tim Pool audience. What am I talking about, chat? I'm talking about Tim Pool D&D. That's something we're gonna have to put on the board. Let's do this now, all right? We might as well. All right, there we go. Okay. Is improv a thought experiment? I mean, well, I just mean the whole thing of where the person that posits the thought experiment usually is, you know, when they're debating someone, they'll say, so what would you do? Like, what's, you know, what would you like, give you a thought experiment? Like, what would you do? And you're trying to get the person to be like, I would make the choice that implies that the argument that you have made is correct, right? Because then that's a big own. If you have to say, like, I would, you know, do the thing that you're basically leading me to saying, then so that's what it is, right? In terms of debate, in terms of how it's, and I don't know how it's used in philosophy. I did not take a lot of philosophy. I took some philosophy, never got into ethical theory or anything super serious like that in philosophy. But you know, I know a little bit about some stuff, I guess. Have learned along the way. But I don't think they use it in the same way that debate bros will use it, because it's basically that, you know, to try to say, well, if you were in this situation, obviously you would do this. So therefore, the thing that I said was right, without having to really make the argument. You're hoping the audience is just going to automatically draw the connection and say, yeah. Anybody who would take that set of actions obviously agrees with, you know, that debater. But so the bastardization of what it's supposed to be. Kale is like frog's breath. It overpowers everything. Maybe I just have gotten kale blind. Also, it's different in Asia. I'm not saying it's like less pungent. And I do know what you're talking about. Like, certainly if you like make kale juice or you chop like a kale salad, you got to really work that kale salad to get it to taste good, right? Because from the get-go, it kind of like raw kale as a salad can have a tendency to taste very bitter. But maybe I've just gotten over the bitter or something like that. Yeah, when I cook it, I don't notice the bitter as much. And it's like if I put, wait a minute, I'm trying to think of like I wouldn't put chard in oatmeal because chard does have like a taste that, in fact, it's like the oxalic acid in chard that causes your mouth to feel like it's got sand in it, even when your mouth has not gotten sand in it. Chat, look at this. This is what I got for you tonight. All right. Shoe on head, hit piece on Hasan. Let me put this in. Let me type this in. All right, open up the poll. So the question tonight is, what do you want to watch next? All right. I can't promise you I'm going to switch immediately, especially like with this. Well, okay, I will with other subjects, right? But we are going to get through this fairly quick Hasan video going over, because his community was the one that was able to archive what we think are the I think we're pretty sure about the Twitter, maybe not as sure about the Blue Sky, but we have strong reason to believe this is the Blue Sky of one Cole Allen, an individual who was has been charged with the actions of the disrupted the White House correspondent dinner the other night. And I realized I have not been on since that night, since the night of the White House correspondents dinner. I don't know. I mean, I kind of felt like, okay, this is not, nobody feels bad for Trump. Nobody feels sorry for Trump. Nobody's got sympathy for Trump. The only people that do are the people that were already in his pocket. So they're going to feel really bad about this. They're going to think the Democrats are super meanie butts for saying hateful things about Donald Trump, and that Jimmy Kimmel needs to be taken off the air because he made a joke about Melania being an expectant widow, because Trump's old. But no, it's like it's weird. They're being, I don't know how to say this. Sensitive snowflakes, I guess, would be one way to look at it. They are very sensitive when it comes to their feelings. Facts don't care about your feelings. That doesn't mean that the facts don't care about the feeling, the big feeling of the of the strongman of the dictatorship is more important, I guess, than our feelings, right? His feelings matter a lot, right? That Fox News knows this. God, Norah O'Donnell, you would have thought knew this, but she had the gall. She had the gall to ask him the question, or to pose the writings of the shooter to him, in terms of that he felt like he could not wash his hands of the pedophilia or something like that. And Trump took that right to heart. She's like, wait, whoa, did you interpret that as being about you, sir? Because it could obviously be that he feels the government is protecting wealthy pedophiles, right? I mean, it's not really, that's all you have is like, these kind of half cooked ideas. People are calling it they're using the word manifesto, which I realize ties into Destiny, the master of manifestos. Why did they choose manifesto as their thing for? Anyway, in my mind, yeah, they're tied to two things: shooters and Karl Marx, and neither of those things you would think that Destiny would want to be attached to. But yet, maybe he is, chat, because when we start to look into these archives that we're going to get into today as our first segment, we're going to see that his viewpoints are very much in line with somebody like Destiny. His his follows and stuff. I'm trying to remember if we have like there's something attaching him to Destiny, and I'm not trying to make this statement like too hard, like this was like Destiny's top mod or something like that, or someone deep in the community, but it is somebody who believes more like the people that have been saying that Hasan Piker is a danger to the world for the words that he says, and either needs to be deplatformed, or at the very least needs to be cut ties with, like, right, no Democratic candidate, no mainstream media person. Everybody should just like pretend Hasan Piker is Nick Fuentes and not have anything to do with him. But yeah, we're gonna need to get into this baking. It's almost midnight here. There are people from the future in chat. Wait, baking? What is baking? We do have Rudyard. We do have Rudyard. Let me put this in here. All right, so what do you want to watch next is the question. The first answer is shoe on head. So like I'm setting up the topic we're gonna go through first, and then everything after that is gravy. Oh my god, and will only exist if this ticker, which I'm gonna start as soon as I start the stream. Remember, I'm not on the clock yet, chat. And when I am on the clock, the thing that extends the clock are super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch through what is it called? A Twitch Prime chat. It's this magical thing you can do when you hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account. If you have Prime, you get a free sub. You can use it on anybody's stream, and if you use it on mine, well, we're basically besties, aren't we? Because you only have one to give. So no, I appreciate when people you'll park their subs here. It will give you all the benefits of the regular subs, which are $6. And I realize that's like twice as much as a YouTube membership, but that's how Twitch is running it. And you do get animated emotes. Speaking of which, chat, did you notice the emote on your way in, right? That I got the look, it almost feels like it belongs with like a Queeman or a J-Stalk avatar, right? I'm talking about Irene. Yeah. I'm talking about Irene. I brought her back. Okay. Somebody gifted me this emote when I was very early in my streaming career, and I still have it and I still like it. The only thing that's different is I used to legit wear purple lipstick sometimes. I don't remember having a matching top, but the artist, added that, I guess. And yeah, I think I did have a dye job, much like now, growing out. So yeah, it kind of fits again, sort of. It sort of fits again a little bit. But anyway, that is Irene. You might see more of her if I can figure out how to animate. I don't know if I can animate Irene, chat. I'll have to ask J-Star. Speaking of which, chat, I just happened to watch a little bit of J-Stalk today. And, I'm always trying to kind of figure out like where he's at politically, because, he does, he does some good job. He does a good job pushing back on a lot of the Destiny nonsense, even better job, making the lives of those people on that side of things kind of miserable. But I always wonder about his politics, because I know where he came from, and it's not like it's the Destiny community, but actually like some of the more seedy areas, like within the Destiny community, if you will. And I'm always kind of wondering, like, what is this guy's actual, politics? He did speak up on something, because he's not like going on and just agreeing with Hasan on everything. He like, just like me, he does not agree with Hasan on everything, right? I saw the first thing where he disagreed, which was the Whole Foods take. We haven't got into that. We'll have to come across it at some point, chat. But yeah, there's oh my god, turning back time. Yo, Buffy, I'm gonna have to add that into the, oh my god, 50 months. That's crazy. Resubscribed for 6 months after being subscribed for 50 months. And Jellyfish, yeah, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. You subscribed me. You did subscribe me, but you also surprised me. So that's going to be the nature of things today, chat. I'm like full of the puns. I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I'm thirsty and I need a little bit of caffeine. I think the puns would become better jokes. Because that's what we're going to have to do if I'm going to go up against J-Stalk in a debate about shoplifting. Yeah, I would like to, what is it called again? Oh my god, I can't remember. I haven't thought of this debate shit in so long, chat. I can't remember what. A Takemeister. A Takemeister. Here's my Takemeister. J-Stalk, you're wrong about shoplifting, okay? You're wrong about shoplifting. And that's all I'll say right now, because that sounds like that's the Bailey. Is that the mod? I don't know. It's something. You'll find out, J-Stalk, if you take me up on. I feel bad for J-Stalk, right? J-Stalk wants to debate. Who was it? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I can't remember. But he didn't get the person wouldn't debate him. So I'm just like, okay, well, you know, you're wrong about shoplifting. There you go. That's all we'll say for now, chat, because that's some drama that's gonna have to cook for a while, or not at all. We're trying out the this is the Dave Smith school of debate challenges. This is what we're doing here, okay? We're doing it like Dave Smith. You make the challenge, and if the person does not respond, that means they lose and they suck, and you won, and you're awesome. It's a default victory. Yeah, it's a default W. We're gonna start doing the debate bro thing again, but we're gonna do it the smart way. The dumb way is to actually debate people. The smart way is to challenge people to debating, and then they don't hear about it, and then you take the W anyway, right? That's the hack. There it is right now, chat. We're debate maxing. Yes, debate maxing. I fucking love it. And then we just talk shit about, no, we don't need to. I don't know. What shit would I talk about, J-Stalk? One bad take? Who knows? Who knows? But I do know that Buffy Geek seems to have started what's called a hype train on Twitch. This is your chance. If you got a, you know, resubscribe burning that you need to make, or you got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket or something like that, if you get on board right now, you're gonna get something for your trouble. I think it's some kind of engineer. What is it, chat? You got an engineer badge. I think you also get exclusive emotes. I'm trying to give you the what's in it for you. It's just a good time to subscribe. It's a good time to support the channel. You get extra stuff if you do it when a hype train is happening, and you also get to try to push the hype train to like some kind of crazy level, which is what's happening right now. I gotta keep tabs of what's going on. I think we're at 9 that I gotta add so far. But before, oh my god, frames. Sorry, the frames are. I thought I saw the frames being not sufficient for the stream. But yeah, I'm trying to tell you what is going in the poll as I type out the poll. Okay, so first is shoe on head. Hasan hit piece. Okay. Then we got the Trumpspiracy train. Can I change it to Trumpspiracy train? I mean, I don't need to, but I just like that idea of that. Okay, Trumpspiracy train. Because, right, this is the Trump, you live and die by the conspiracies, right? And Trump has really, he owes a lot to conspiracy theories, right? It's how he got his start. It's the only reason that anybody thinks of him as a political person at all is because of his crazy conspiracy theory about Barack Obama. Obama, as we call him. All right, there we go. I think I got it, chat. Did it work? Did it take? Yeah, shoe on head. Hit piece on Hasan. What is this about? I think I mentioned it, but there's a game called Pragmata. One in chat, if you know what I'm talking about. Pragmata. Do you know, anybody know about the Pragmata discourse? What's going on? Why are people talking about this game? Pragmata. It's become controversial, and I'm trying to think, what is it? Supposedly leftists hate it because they are against children. And there's a child in this game. A child helps you. Your child. It's your character's child. It's it's like God of War somehow, but with the daughter on your back that's really good at hacking things, I think. Something like that. Anyway, Hasan is actually playing through this game and likes this game, but he made a comment about like the people that are turning this game, that are talking about this game is going to restore birth rates of the white birth rates are going to come back thanks to like, look, a white, you know, daughter, you could have one too. And that's all they needed. They needed to see, you know, they needed to see a daughter represented in a video game. Not like that's ever happened before. And then they would want to, you know, have children. And I guess, you know, for the crowd that's talking about this shit, white children is really kind of what they're getting at. So as you can imagine, these are the worst people in the world, and not just in the sense of this being about like birth rates and like racial anxiety and all this shit, but it's also, you know, all of the incels, all of the, you know, like and the irony there being like, these are people that if they want to have a daughter, they're going to have to change the way they live. They're going to have to listen to the jukebox of Maya, and they're going to have to, yeah, they're going to have to change the way that they live. They're going to have to try to become somebody that doesn't like, let alone like that somebody wants to be with, somebody that does not scare people away. Cause that is, you know, what you're talking about with incels, is that people with like a kind of fucked up, you know, way of being socially that scares people, that they double down on. It's a robot AI child. That's crazy, Mercer. It's a robot AI child, so it's not even a human child. But supposedly, if you listen to right-wing video game, the sphere, you know, you would think that this was like this was a watershed moment, right? Everybody has figured out that having kids is cool as fuck. Let's be a dad. Come on, all you gamers, rise up and be dads. You're gonna be dad just like Daddy Trump. You can be daddy. You can, you know, run your house like a dictatorship and terrorize your family just like Daddy Trump. I don't know, Chad. It's some weird shit. But anyway, Shuan has made a video saying that Hasan is doing like projection? Saying that he's saying that anybody that plays the game is well, the other thing too, right, is that, you know, and this is a real issue, right? Somebody who kind of, you know, like my, you know, what do you call it? The coming of age, you know, sort of media that I watched was anime, so I'm well aware of the issues with even including, you know, characters like that are that age, because then you're necessarily going to have some of the audience that you're just like, oh, I don't know why you're into this for all the wrong reasons, right? And you know, I'm not saying that everybody, Hasan's not saying, nobody's saying that everybody that plays Pragmatic, like, remember, Hasan's playing through this, right? Hasan is playing this game, he enjoys the game. He's not anti the game. He doesn't think that the game is evil, or that everybody that plays it is a weirdo, incel, or pedo. But if you are a weirdo, incel, or pedo, you're probably playing that game. And you're probably watching this hit piece that we might watch today, if you so choose, chat. Because, yeah, the vote is up. And I want to see what you want to see after we get done watching Destiny. Watching, we're not going to watch Destiny. It's a Hasan clip. He's talking about the people that have been talking about him, saying that he's inspiring violence. It turns out that if this person, Cole Allen, was inspired by anyone, which is in the first place kind of a stupid thing to do, to like go through and be like, oh yeah, you know, anything that this guy retweeted, that's like, you know, it's your fault. It's your fault. Because it's hard to look at people like Will Stancil and Midas Touch and be like, it's your fault. You caused violence. You radicalized this guy. But yeah, we do have, you know, our first centrist liberal, maybe even omni-liberal shooter. And, you know, it turns out it's not about keeping within the Overton window or whatever these fucks like think it's about. It turns out that it's you know, maybe the situation of the country, right? And here's what's scary about this guy is he's kind of normie coded, right? He's not like he's not a radical you know, in terms of politics, he's the very opposite of, you know, unless you consider fishhook theory. I can't talk. Unless you consider fishhook theory, he's not much of a radical at all. But yeah, it turns out that, yeah, no, you know, horseshoe theory. I can't talk, chat. I need more water and I need more caffeine. But I also need to explain to you all the things that we could watch. So we got Shoe on Head talking about Hasan. What is this thing? Let me just pull it up. Let me just pull this the fuck up. Oh my god, Pepsi Man, what? Okay. So here we go. Kawaii Irene here with a shoe on the head thumbnail. Look at that. What is going on here? The male protector fantasy. Is it an incel? Is it incel to want to be a father? So yeah, this has got Hasan making a face that he never makes. Like, if you gotta do AI on somebody to get a thumbnail, then I'm pretty sure you're misconstruing. You are, you know, misrepresenting them, but you know, she doesn't care about that. She's playing the game, chat. She's pulling the ripcord. Hasan bad, which is kind of, you know, what preceded this whole arc in the first place of finding out about the shooter's like liberal media habits. I wonder if the shooter likes Shoe on Head. I don't know, chat. Maybe too. But you know, the politics aren't far off. I'm not saying, chat. I'm not saying Shoe on Head is radicalizing people with her centrism, but I will say she's definitely playing the game, the algorithm game here, in coming out with a Hasan video and coming out with a Pragmata video. These are two hot topics. She's got like 1 million views after one day. Doing good for yourself, Shoe on Head. You are still more relevant than your emo haircut. Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about. So yeah, I'm going down the list of things here. Trump conspiracy theories with Kyle Kulinski. Kyle is now the dark woke conspiracy master. Kyle Kulinski, I'm talking about, right? You all know him, Secular Talk. He's going off and he is just with wild abandon. It's hard to tell, you know, what he's like laughing about and kidding about. It's hard to tell what he really believes, but there's a lot of conspiracy theories. We haven't talked about them. We probably should. Chat, here's my conspiracy theory, okay? Just like the conspiracy of 9/11, which wasn't that Dick Cheney and George Bush planned 9/11 or anything like that, but rather was that the Bush administration was conspicuously unconcerned with the intelligence that they were getting, saying that just something like this could happen, right? They didn't mind. They didn't do the stitch in time, and the reason they didn't do it because it kind of works out for them. I'm not saying that they wanted it to happen. I'm not saying they were planning it to happen, but I'm saying that they didn't try hard enough to stop it from happening, right? That's the real conspiracy behind 9/11, is that George Bush could have prevented 9/11 if he had given a fuck, okay? So just like that, you know, my theory about the Trump shooter is that I feel like Trump is somehow getting sloppy, right? And that's some weird shit. I don't know how to interpret that. But the president, just like he did not have a lot of concern for his life when he stood up in Butler above the heads of the security guards, right? They're trying to keep him down. They're trying to walk him out. They're trying to make sure that if any bullet comes by, it's going to hit them. It's not going to hit him. And he insisted. He was more concerned with his, let me get my shoes on. Let me look tall. Let me maintain the illusion that I am a tall guy, right? For my vanity. And then let me go fight. and get that shot. And yeah, you know, we do have somebody, you know, bringing the you know, that great conspiracy theory, or that video that shows the Trump, or was it a Secret Service official, or was it a Trump official? I can't remember, but somebody's moving the photographers into place to see. So the thing about the flag being lowered, that's an optical illusion, right? So I am debunking, like I'm not just conspiracy dick riding here. If there's any dick that I'm gonna ride, it's gonna be caffeine, chat. Okay. So yeah, we got Trumpspiracies, and Kyle, he's like the king. He's the new Alex Jones. That's my take, chat. Kyle Kulinski, Alex Jones, they've switched places. Kyle is the conspiracy king. Alex Jones, I don't know, is the, what do you want to call him? Well, yeah, you know, I could call Jay Stalk a law cuck, right? But what is Alex Jones, a truth cuck, maybe? I don't know. But anyway, he's some kind of cuck, because that's apparently a thing that they don't like being called. His sex life is none of my business, though. What he and Blair White do behind closed doors is none of my business, chat, and I'm not a rumor monger here. Okay, we're not playing Persona 2, even though the music is of Persona 2, and I'm not, what was her name? Chikaline, the rumor monger? She's my favorite so far, the blue-haired girl with braids. She's, yeah, anyway, chat, we're playing Persona 2 this Friday. So, what is it today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, yeah. Not tomorrow, but the day after that. I will be playing through more of Persona 2. The last time I played, chat, I ran into, I think, what I just figured out is one of the differences between the, okay, so if you're familiar with the series or familiar with the game, it first came out on the PS1 in Japan, right? And what I got a hold of, thanks to some of you in chat, was the original Japanese game subbed to English, right? So I'm playing the original thing as it was, like in the beginning. I think they maybe did some stuff to it when they brought it to the US, and they also did a lot to it when they brought it to the PSP, right? So I played a different version of this game. Now, in the version that I played, there was a guy that his whole deal was he was a wimp, but he was trying to replace Aikichi as the boss of the rival high school. And you gotta go and like beat him, but I remembered him either like he wasn't a boss or he like he just, it's just, you know, story, you're like, all right, dude, you're not the gang leader anymore. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not, you're right, it's like that kind of thing. But in this one, he's an actual hard boss, and I didn't do much leveling up at all. And yeah, I got my ass kicked. I got wiped by a boss, by a low-level boss, in a series I am quite familiar with, in a game I have actually played before, but because they changed the freaking thing, this is what I'm saying, chat. You're gonna catch all little things like that, you know, even though it's not a blind playthrough, technically speaking, it kind of is. I'm getting ROM hacked is what I'm doing, right? On a JRPG. Like the way that a ROM hack is, like, you'll play Mario, but the things will be in different places, and like there'll be, you know, invisible shit that kills you, or just it's like one of those games, but as a JRPG, and it's crazy. But yeah, you'll have to hold off till Friday night for that. I'm getting through this list of topics for today. Other topic: Tim Pool plays D&D with What If Alt Hist. Chat, I wish I was kidding, but remember how I talked about the thought experiment thing? How a thought experiment, it's kind of like D&D. Like, oh, okay, imagine that you're in a situation and you've got a trolley on, you've got the switcher, and you got the trolley, and if you switch it this way, it does this. You switch it this way, it does that. What do you do? Right? Saw, you know? You want to play a game? Like, right? It's like a, you know, these thought experiments, they're kind of like, okay, imagine if we're in here and we're doing that. So Tim Pool, like in his conversation with this chat, this is a crazy blunt rotation, a crazy D&D sesh, if you will. We got What If Alt Hist, right? So What If Alt Hist, don't miss that, because I know there's a lot of you out there that really like to watch whatever Rudyard is saying, and he's saying a lot in this one, right? NotSoErudite on the left. I'll ride the dick of caffeine with, yeah, we'll all ride the dick of caffeine together. All who want to. Right, I think this is actually Oliang, right? There's a this traditional Thai coffee is called Oliang, and it's a little bit cheaper, but it's not Arabica, I don't think. I think it's like, but I don't know. I think it's really good. Anyway, maybe it's just because I got a what is this, like a I don't know coffee language, chat. But I do know that, yeah, we got Tim Pool talking to NotSoErudite, What If Alt Hist, Moonlord is there. There's some other right-wingers that I don't really know. They're goofy too, but this is some funny shit, right? Because it's a whole thing of Tim Pool just playing DM to these guys and being like, well, what if you're in a situation like this? And you literally got NotSoErudite being like, oh, well, if, you know, that person, I would bring my sword, but I would not, you know, attack them immediately. I would wait and watch what they do. Do you have to do a perception roll, NotSoErudite? Apparently she does, chat, because she's become the co-host for Tim Pool. Does anybody know about this? This used to be like Destiny's, I don't know. Riding shotgun for Destiny is how I would describe NotSoErudite, right? And all of the baggage that entails, all the defense and gun guarding that entails, right? That was NotSoErudite. Oh my god. You voted for Tim Pool and Roger, nice. I think that's good content. I think it's really neat. Oh wait, I even made a, oh no. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. I even made, oh my god, Pepsi Man. We do not need Pepsi Man right now. I made a thumbnail of this. Let me show you in Canva. It's not done yet. All right, but I gotta sell this as much as I can, chat. All right. So I'm gonna turn into Irene again, and this is what we're dealing with, chat. This is what we got, right? This is how cool I thought this this would be to react to. I started to make a thumbnail for it. That's Rudyard of What If Alt Hist as the rogue, Ian Moonlord as a ranger, Tim Pool, of course, is the dungeon master on this wild ride, and we got not so, wait, let me pull her back a little bit more. Let me pull back NotSoErudite. Okay. We got NotSoErudite, Kayla from NotSoErudite as the paladin, right? Is that a paladin's helmet? Did I do okay, chat? I'm not a huge Dungeons and Dragons person myself, okay? But this is what I did, and I'm pretty freaking proud of it, but not as proud as I am of whoever just Omega Star with the 10 gifted memberships. We just got a whole bunch of people becoming weasels right in front of our faces. Let's get back to, is it this one? No, it is not that one. Wow. That's the one I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so that's the Tim Pool Dungeons and Dragons session, right? You know, just so I'm going over all the content that you can vote for now, just so you know what you might want to vote for. We also have Alex Jones. Now, chat, I haven't really done due diligence to this guy. The Onion's been sold to Tim Heidecker. He's been doing content, reacting. He's reacting, chat. I don't know how he gets away with this, but he's reacting to old Tim and Eric sketches, right? And being like, wow, these guys really are satanic pedophiles. It looks like the guy from The Onion, Tim Onion, he's a big backer of Satanism and pedophilia. You can tell from the Tim and Eric show, apparently. So that's been going on, but we also have a new development in terms of Alex Jones being the conspiracy king. Like I said, he's relinquished his crown. No crown, no king, or rather the crown passes to Kyle Kulinski, the new conspiracy king. That's king, you know, conspiracy with a K, king, just for branding, you know, Kyle King of oh no, chat, I didn't think what that would stand for. Oh, I didn't think what the acronym would be. Never mind. It could be like conspiracy with a C. Okay, well, we could go with the normal. Yeah, anyway, we're just trying to avoid spelling out KKK here, chat, if you don't get the subtext. Anyway, so Tim Pool playing Dungeons and Dragons with What If Alt Hist. Alex Jones losing his religion. What's his religion? Conspiracies. He doesn't like them anymore. He doesn't like the conspiracies about the president. He doesn't like the conspiracies about the shooting. Now that conspiracies are negative towards the right wing, Alex Jones no longer likes them, which is funny because Trump no longer likes him. He's defending Trump after Trump has taken a dump all over his everything. Chat, they did a diarrhea ceremony on Trump did a you remember how Alex Jones was talking about Tim and Eric with the diarrhea ceremony? I think it's some stupid Tim and Eric video. If you've seen Tim and Eric, you know there's a lot of diarrhea. There's Diarrhea Jones, the salesman for the D-pants. There's a lot of diarrhea, but this particular one, I don't know. There's like they're in a bathtub. Chat, I'm just like, I'm realizing I'm not the target audience for Tim and Eric. Some of this stuff is really fucking funny, but some of the stuff I'm just like, I don't know. It makes me I get that that's the kind of humor. Like it's supposed to make you uncomfortable. It's supposed to make you cringe. Right? It's literally cringe humor from a certain era. So yeah, but that's what's going on with Alex Jones. We need to Tim Heidecker, I think, has responded. So there's that. And then there is, of course, you know, the Alex. We gotta watch that clip where he says, "I don't like the conspiracies anymore," because it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see Alex Jones. He's come full circle, chat, and so have we, because I've explained everything that we gotta do there. I've explained here, like, so just because we're about to get started, let's get started correctly. How do we do that? By opening the control panel. Oh my god. People wonder why I come to stream with so many drinks. There is a reason. Okay, there is a reason that I come to stream with many, many drinks, okay? And that reason is that once I sit down, I gotta talk for a whole long time before we start the stream. And I don't get a break until I start reacting to things to actually hydrate myself. So if I am at all dehydrated, it will make my job more difficult. That being said, chat, that's nothing for you to worry about. What we got to worry about right now is what we're doing for the timer. So 3 hours sounds good, right? That's our base time. Start. I may regret this, chat, because it's really easy to increase the length of the stream. In fact, somebody just did. Steven Sayers, increasing the length of the stream. I love you and love you, Irene. You've helped me to understand. Wait, it cut you off. I don't know why it cut you off. Oh yeah, chat, and we also got to do some kind of there's too many things to worry about. But yeah, we got to do some kind of a super chat goal, because that way we can get some stickers. Oh my god. Sorry, I am way behind on all of this. Here we go. I'm finally getting there. Okay. Where's it? There it is. Let's see if this works now. Now, we have had some trouble in the past. In the recent past, in fact, I think it was last time, the super chat thing where it puts it on stream, it got broke. I don't know how it got broke. I don't know why it got broke, but it understands me. To understand a whole host of new people, oh, understand a whole new host of people. Well, you're welcome. Glad I could be of service. Yo, Narwhal by nature. Oh my gosh. There we go. Yes, that is a lot of gift subs. That is a lot of gift subs. And that is 10 gift subs, in fact. And what do? When gift subs happen, I let people know that they got weaseled. So Joshan, you just got weaseled. Imaginaire Music, you just got weaseled. Jones Jeffrey, you just got weaseled. A Surly Barber, you just got weaseled. Arturo Chavez, you just got weaseled. Barbara Thomas, you just got weaseled. Blue Trees, you just got weaseled. And Holly Shanae, you just got weaseled. Chat, there is something that recently that was added to the members. I know I don't make enough stuff exclusive. But oh my gosh, no. Okay. That's 30 plus for Rudyard and Friends. Gotcha. And thanks for helping me illustrate another weird. Oh no, come on. What is going on? Why? Okay. I gotta. Oh my God. Apparently I've got too much loaded. Wait, for Rudyard and Friends. Got it. Okay, so look at this. Narwhal by Nature just said 30 plus for Rudyard and Friends. Anytime you donate, whether it's a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon, which I'm going to shout out the Patreons in just a second here, or on Throne, which right now I've got the Vietnam trip I'm trying to crowdfund. That is how I get my visa to stay in Thailand. I've got to go to Vietnam to renew the oh my god, chat, am I super choppy? Anybody see the choppiness? I feel like I'm dealing with low system resources here, but anyway, so in addition to, voting for the topic of your choice, which you should do, the poll's on YouTube right now, and make sure to like it while you do, because that helps me out a lot. And if you're gonna go and click one thing, you might as well go and click another. So click that like button while you're there, if you will. But in addition to voting for it, when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see. And I will be happy to do just like I did for Narwhal and put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi, please. In which case you're saying I will have what they're having, they being the room, like the voters, right? Vox Populi is you're like, I support the vote, right? I support what people are voting for, and you kind of cut away from people that are donating for one thing or another, right? You make the donos count for less, you make the I never thought about the perverse incentives that I'm creating here, but yeah, you make the donos count for less, and you make the voting count for more. So there you go. You can also tell me video game stream, in which case you are encouraging me to play more video games, which we're down to. I'm finally, did I actually, yeah, 4 video game streams, and it's dropped from 400 to 52. But yeah, if it goes up to 100, I will be obliged to offer up another video game stream. So that's where we're at right now, chat. And like I said, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of every stream. I feel like I'm gonna have to shut down so many windows here. Anyway, shouts out to Neo Pergosh, shouts out to JMB, Emily French, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Foul, shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia, Yavat, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noe, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Crystal Saphira, shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. Oh yeah, chat, the other thing, oh my god, I started this already. Okay, so first of all, let's get it back to, so we're gonna start, yeah, I think I've done everything I need to do, like sub, add time. I want to give you the full 7 minutes. I want to give you the full 3 hours. So there it is with that. And every time that somebody donates you're gonna hear the sound, right? Every time that or follows on Twitch, right? You're gonna hear a sound just like this. And that's the sound of time turning back. You have the power to turn back time. Again, you do it with super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership on YouTube, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, right? The Twitch will do it automatically. The other things I have to put in, you know, I have to add them in manually. So let me know if I missed something and I'm not doing that, because I do want to give you your money's worth today, more than your money's worth, actually, Chad. It's crazy what we're doing here. I feel like one of those, you know, one of those shops that's like the Crazy Larry's or something. Crazy Larry's, they've got incredibly low prices here, because Larry is crazy and he demands that the prices be below the cost of the item. So get down here real quick, and before Larry loses his fucking, before Larry declares bankruptcy, I don't know, Chad. Whatever happened to Crazy Larry? Probably nothing good. Probably nothing good. Anyway, Chad, I'm not Crazy Larry, I'm Crazy Irene, is what we're, a Kawaii Irene, if you will. And we are officially getting into this content. Now, I've also got to, whoa, hi there. Yeah, what am I was trying to do one of these. Oh my gosh. Nightmare D&D sesh. All right, Kawaii Irene. Where, oh. There we go. Oh my gosh, chat, I'm like overexposed. I need to change the camera stuff. I didn't realize there's so much natural light right now. It was supposed to be raining. What is it, Crazy Eddie? I don't know. It's crazy somebody. There was every city had a crazy somebody, but I gotta add this up. Okay, so first of all, Buffy Geek. Sub add time 6. There we go. Adding 6 minutes back. And then who else? Okay, everything else is on YouTube, I think. Let me just get to that really quick. Oh, yo, Crotchy. I didn't even see this earlier, but Crotchy, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. So for Crotchy, we got sub out time 3. 3M. There we go. Boom. And then for Narwhal, sub ad time 30. Wait, let me put this on screen as I do it. There you go. Narwhal by nature with the 10 gifted memberships. And Steven Sayers with the member chat. We're gonna sub add time 3 for that. Okay, I think I got everything. There we go. Oh god, it's so ugly with this like just white background of Canva. There's shoe on head. It's a new Ethan Klein video. Oh yeah.
Not literally, but maybe.
Might as well be.
Yeah, he might as well be. Right?
Okay, the only reason I'm clicking on this chat is because this is the playlist I'm using. Sorry about that. We got a lot of weird stuff happening. Did you know that that weird guy, Michael Tracy, he is challenging, what is it, Jake? Who is it? Jim Acosta. He challenged Jim Acosta to a fight. He showed up to like a Epstein victim event, and he just started being hostile to people. He got thrown out, and then also Juliana, what's her name, the American Girls influencer from Instagram, the chorus member, right? Juliana, I can't remember her last name, but she was also challenged to a fight by Michael Tracy. So I don't know if we'll have time to look at that.
Just joined. Are they actually blaming you for this one? I can't believe these people. Yeah, I'm officially Trantifa, okay? Transgender Antifa. Because in the aftermath of any like attempted shooting.
Wait, is it Jim Acosta? Who is it, chat? Who am I trying to say? Bob Acosta? I don't even know.
School shootings and the like, they would always say
Jake
it's the
Acosta?
transgender Antifa that's responsible for this violence without any actual evidence whatsoever. And I'll take it for you guys on the chin. Okay, I am officially the new transgender Antifa, trans-tifa. The entire right wing is inside of my ass right now. Okay, they are inside of my ass digging it out. Let's be real. They have been using this to blame me. And it's not just the right-wingers as well. It's also people like this, like Clintonites, like right-wing Democrats as well. Shabbos Kestenbaum, if you're a Democrat, continue to campaign with Hasan. Yeah, killed those motherfuckers, murder motherfuckers in the streets. Then please shut the f up being pretending Trump is not Hitler, ICE is not Gestapo, Republicans are not Nazis. Yeah, it's really funny. I have noticed that virtually every single person that's doing this, Hasan is responsible for the shooting, happens to be a propagandist for the state of Israel. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. I've yet to see a single motherfucker that has been actively saying Hasan is responsible for this, not be a propagandist for Israel. Very strange stuff. Remember when Democrats spokesperson Hasan Piker, who campaigned with Abdullah, called him murder? Rick Scott, Democrats are shamelessly encouraging their base to use violence against conservatives. It's funny because like
Bob Costa? Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Who is Bob Costa? Was he the spay and neuter your pet guy that bought the ships for Paul Watson? Not Paul Joseph Watson, but Paul Watson, the Whale Wars guy? Am I remembering? Is that Bob Costa?
Like, then there are also fans of the Republican Party that are just like, what are you doing about it? Like, you're not even doing anything about it. They're just like tuning up their audience to try to take care of me, I guess. The journal.
Yeah, the guy that got in a fight with Adam Sandler.
At the White House Correspondents' Dinner yesterday, do it refers to killing Trump. Yeah, they're also saying Taylor Lorenz is responsible. Yeah, apparently Scott Jennings blames Hakeem Jeffries for this rhetoric. When another guest mentions the death of Melissa Hortman, Jennings accuses her of downplaying violence. Candidates are campaigning with Hasan Piker. Buddy, what the are you talking about? It's a no you, okay? It's a no you.
Bob Costas was a sports guy? Yeah, the price is wrong, bitch.
Moment. It's a no you moment, and these guys are very clearly hitting the no you. Look at Hasan Piker. I'm a Twitch streamer. If you think that words are violence, okay, first of all, if you're a Republican, you can't say words are violence, okay? You just can't. You're not allowed, because Republican rhetoric is unbelievably violent. But if you say words are violence, then what the f does that do to the president? What are you talking about? You can't be like defending the president and defending the Republican Party and then turn around and go, words are violence. Look at this Twitch streamer. It's like, yeah, dude, you found a clip of me LARPing in 2018, 8 years ago, to like 30 people that are watching, and you're plastering it all over the timeline to be like, this is the guy, as though this is.
Wait, I think Bob Costa is the sports guy though, right? He is the there's Jim Acosta is the guy that got in a fight with or didn't get in a fight. He was willing to fight Michael Tracy. Yeah. But it was much like the Dave Smith, situation with Hasan. He just like, okay, well, I'm however many miles away, you come over here. No, you come over here. I sent one, it was a gift membership. It was to somebody else who got weaseled. God damn it. Oh my God. We got to figure out who got weaseled, Crotchy. This is the new mystery to figure out.
Like my advocacy, as though I'm running around demanding that landlords get shot and killed or something on a regular basis in 2026 or in any other time outside of that one clip from 2018. It's ridiculous. It's like already.
I would like my dono to go towards Temple D&D if it hasn't been counted. Good choice.
Discussed endlessly as well. It's something that has been discussed already. You're just desperate. You're desperate.
They're all good choices.
Anything that you possibly
for the record,
can.
They're all good choices.
You're supporting the idea of verified. No, they're not. It's fake. It's fake news. You can't be like, oh, the left is incredibly violent and dangerous when, one, most of the liberal elected representatives, even left representatives, are pretty chill with their rhetoric. Like, they are even too restrained from my estimations. I think they are unbelievably restrained for the most part. Also, while there is this like obvious political football taking place between the Republicans trying to blame the entire left and like saying, oh, Hasan is the most violent person that's ever existed, there are also people who are using this as an opportunity to entertain their favorite content creators.
I'm sorry,
like Ethan Klein, IDF's strongest.
I always forget there's all kinds of little goodies in the final edit of the Hasan channel. That's crazy. Look at this racist bitch. Shooter is a brown, light-skinned black Democrat from California who is also a teacher. How much do you want to bet he's a Hasan Piker fan?
There are also people who are using this as an opportunity to entertain their favorite content creators' personal grievances, like Ethan Klein.
Oh my God. Talk about turning back time. A mega star with the with the 5 big ones. Zeneca. Wow, that's a cool username. Wait a minute. Are you a watcher of that what's that show on it's like Paramount about the guy that finds mushrooms? Like his turtle poops and the mushrooms grow out of him, and then the mushrooms end up like they will like cure any illness. What is that called, chat? Common side effects or something? Is that seriously a reference to that show? I'm sorry, chat, I'm being way too niche, but maybe I guessed right. I'm a binge-watcher. You just got jellyfished. Fattest Yakuza, you just got jellyfished. Ass Toad Zeneca, you just got jellyfished. And oh no, because it's a turtle. God damn it! I'm sorry. For some reason it made me think of that show. Anyway, Sarah McPoopy, you just got jellyfished. Kiki Freaky, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. I'm the one chatter who. Oh my gosh. Oh, did I say something about that? Okay, I must have said something earlier. But either way, yeah, I just like that's projection, chat. You know, she was gonna accuse Hasan of projection today. For the record, that's projection. I really like a show, and I just because a chatter had combined a name with an amphibian and a pharmaceutical company, it made my mind think of that when it really there's no frog in the show. It's a turtle. Anyway, somebody help me remember what it's called. Is it common side effects?
You know, IDF's strongest soldier, Ethan Klein, and his community on Reddit, the Sex Pest, Sexpestiny as well, in his community, they're all using this as an opportunity while, you know, presenting themselves as liberals and centrists. They're also pushing this right-wing line, this right-wing narrative, not realizing that is going to snap back on them as well. This administration is a fascist administration. They make no distinction between your statements that are anti-Trump as well and my statements. You're a idiot for leaning in to this admin. You're an absolute moron, and you are going to get your comeuppance just like I will, okay? If I'm going to the camps...
Okay, I just checked it. It is common side effects.
You're going to be there by my side. I hope you understand that. You're a moron, okay? Lock in. If you are a liberal right now and leaning into...
Wait, the turtle's name is Franklin? That's awesome. Yeah, it's a good show. I don't know. Wait, who's like a funny Ann Coulter? Like to my donor to go to temple. Okay, got that. Wait, Ann Tracy? Wait, Michael Tracy? Wait. What did I miss? Oh, any Michael Tracy memes. Speaking of memes, we do need to blast off, chat. I'll get that ready. If anybody's got a meme in the chat, let me know.
This ridiculous narrative, the idea that the left is so violent, the left is so...
Oh my God, no, come on.
We got to get him out of here. We got to get him out of here. You're a short-sighted, self-defeating, fascist collaborator who does not understand that they are presenting this as a false frame, a false narrative, okay? They do not care. They are not going to ever make a distinction. It's funny because, like, you know, this is the type of shit that Destiny and his community engaged in, except, of course, all of the Republicans are going to turn around.
The turtle's name is Socrates. Okay, yeah. Thank you, God. I don't know. Why are shows like in one ear, out one ear? Like I can really be into shows or like movies or whatever, and then like just a few days later, I've forgotten everyone's name. I'm like, oh wait, does this guy know the other guy? Yeah. Oh my God, I gotta kill more tabs.
around and now also attack Destiny in the same way. Never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed/hurt and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. They're so stupid. They're unbelievably stupid. Right wingers have been using the Destiny subreddit like a breeding ground to create a narrative that the left is unbelievably violent. These stupid liberals, these self-described stupid liberals who consistently collaborate with the right, by the way, so I don't even think they're actual liberals, they end up giving an opportunity to the right to make a coherent argument, to make a consistent, coherent narrative that's ultimately inconsistent because they're still right-wingers, obviously. It won't stop with me. It won't start with me. It won't stop with me. These people don't understand it. They think, oh, in the short term, we'll be able to eliminate my sex cult leader's least favorite content creator. I'll fight this war. I'll fight this battle. You think you'll be able to, quote unquote, take care?
Chat, I just realized we don't talk nearly enough about the Chinese Revolution on stream, okay? Yeah, the Chinese Revolution was a very interesting time, right? Because it literally got interrupted, right? The Civil War. Sorry, I'm talking about the Chinese Civil War, right? It gets interrupted by Japan, and you know, as much as the KMT and the CCP hated each other, they both regarded Japan as being the bigger and more important enemy. They never liked each other, and they did get back to fighting. It did not go well for the KMT, but you know, if the fucking KMT and the CCP can agree to, like, I don't know, hold their fire on each other while they're being invaded by Japan, then maybe you would think that Destiny might not, like, try to feed Hasan Piker to the Trump administration's, like, fascist, you know, mechanisms of state. Like, the not just, you know what I mean? Not try to get Hasan, like, black bagged. Maybe Trump's a bigger enemy. I mean, I guess that's what the whole thing has been about, right? This whole discourse for this last month.
Of me by leaning into the Republicans. It's not going to end with me. It never ends with just the leftmost person. Okay, this is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany as well. First they came for the communists, remember? This is total mental illness. Okay, big props to Mallory McMorrow, third way tweet, and Sarah Longmo for allying herself with MAGA fascists like Laura Loomer, gifting her cover to try and criminalize free speech on the left. How come Hasan Piker isn't in jail? Are you just simply a Twitch streamer or a public figure? I think there's a big difference between those two definitions. How do you square that? No, there isn't. A Twitch streamer is a public figure. I've never said I'm not a public figure, but there's a distinction between a public figure and the mother president. Okay, there's a distinction between a public figure and the entire right-wing media machine. I am a political commentator. I'm one person. I'm a political commentator with a perspective that's not commonly shared by the overwhelming majority of mainstream anchors. I'm a political commentator who is a public figure that is on the left, that is not within the neat confines of acceptable speech in mainstream news. Now, of course, that's changing a little bit, and that's precisely the reason why there's a little bit of growing pains here, with even the center-right forces in the Democratic Party actively pearl clutching, actively trying to lean into this disciplining operation to be like, no, this kind of speech, we're going to hyper-focus on, like, anything we can, clip out of context and go crazy over, and we're going to do these, like, smear campaigns with the hopes that we can stop this, like, left flank movement from growing in popularity. We see that as a real threat to our institutional persuasive capabilities, and we're not shy about actively collaborating with the right and even the far right to do so. That's what's going on, and that's what's been going on for the past 3 months at this point.
You got to understand, right? Destiny didn't just do, like, one stream with Nick Fuentes, right? He did a series of streams. He had Nick Fuentes over to his house, right? And his wife cooked them both chicken and waffles. There was a partnership going on there, and before that, it was with Lauren Southern. And are we surprised that a guy that is, you know, based in some ways clout chased? Like, I don't think that, let me not misrepresent this. This wasn't like, you know, this wasn't exactly Destiny like agreeing with Nick on all of his racism. But there were a few moments where, like, there was something where, like, Nick Fuentes said, like, I can't remember, but some white nationalist slogan gets Destiny to fist bump him on that. You know, they were playing this sort of give and take thing, and obviously he got burned by Nick Fuentes, but that collaboration represented them as much as he did with Hasan, or he did with Vosh, right? Or as much as this was true with Hasan or Vosh, right? Their audience was mixed for a little while, and that mix up, that like sort of like it's like you got water over here, you know, you got I don't know, what is it, like a blue Kool-Aid over here, and you got yellow Kool-Aid over here. The blue is Destiny, the yellow is Nick, and you kind of like, you know, start to kind of, you know, mix them a little bit, right? And the yellow starts to turn a little bit greenish, like, you know, yellowish green, and the blue is turning like bluish green. You know what I'm saying? It was like that kind of happened with Destiny and Nick Fuentes' community. So I'm actually not surprised when he collaborates with far right people. He has been ally. I've seen him fucking do it on Twitch poll, right? Ally up with far right people. The frog guy that hates his guts now, that like that Discord entrepreneur, whatever that weird frog guy, frog VTuber guy. He used to be like, you know, one of Destiny's. I mean, I don't know. It feels like I've seen him on the same side more than I've seen them fighting each other. But that's a whole nother can of worms, or frogs, as the case may be.
Point, right? Saying you're a Twitch streamer discounts what you really are. Close the chat. Oof. Yes, dude. I closed the chat because this is not a productive conversation to have right now. It doesn't matter. I have some level of influence. What do you want me to say? It's not like I deny that. I do have some level of influence. I am a public figure. I'm a political commentator. My point was, Hasan leans on I'm just a Twitch streamer as a crutch. What is the point that you're making? Like, what's the argument here? Take some accountability. Is that what you're going to say? Is that your argument? You have the entire right-wing media ecosystem actively trying to foment death against someone like myself, and you're over here being like, take some accountability, take your medicine, please. We need to stop with this like unbelievably autistic framework that we operate off of.
You know what that is, though? Like this kind of push, because I've seen it before, right? And it happened to me, right? You know, when people disagreed with me on issues, like like you'd think it'd be enough to be like, all right, we disagree, let's have a debate, okay? You know, like I feel like I won, you feel like you won, whatever, you know. But no, they gotta kind of push on each other. They really do try to. I mean, you saw with the soy pill how much pressure he was getting from Destiny to kind of conform and stay within the you know, I don't know, you know, stay within the fort or whatever, right? And like the same thing, like, so what that chat is trying to do, like, I just want to show this because like this really annoys me. I'm talking. Why am I talking like XQC chat? All of a sudden, I think I listened to a little bit of XQC, and I've got his voice in my head now, and now everything that I'm saying is coming out screwed up. I feel like I sound like XQC chat. I hope I'm not that incomprehensible, but I am saying a lot of words weird today, and I would like to blame XQC. I would like to think it's the fault of XQC.
You have some level of influence. I am a public figure. Conversation to have right now. It doesn't, right? Saying you're a
okay, so right here, yeah. I mean, I don't know who this is. I don't know if it's a Destiny fan or a Hasan fan or whatever, right? But this whole thing of like, you know, the way that they try to, they misinterpret a clip, okay? You know, like Hasan is you know, getting at, right, pointing towards, right, you know, fuck what he's saying. What's the meaning of what he's saying, right? And you know, to anybody that watches it, it's obvious what the meaning is. Like the stealing, you know, the Whole Foods thing was not a call to action to go and fucking like steal as praxis, right? Not anything like that. It was more like he was faced with like, is this kind of stealing wrong? Is that kind of stealing wrong? And there were some kinds of stealing that he was like, yeah, dine and dash on a mom and pop diner, or even like a franchise restaurant, you know, like a chain restaurant, but it's owned by like, you know, one person that's not super rich. No, of course not, right? But then they said like, how about, you know, putting extra, you know, food in your basket from Whole Foods. Chat, I swear to God, I don't shop at Whole Foods, but you could maybe ask people who do. I would be surprised if there were not a few like organic vegetables leaving the premises as conventional vegetables. I would be surprised if there was not a little bit of a difference in what got taken out of that store. And this is by like rich people, or not necessarily, right? But people who just shop at Whole Foods tend to be more wealthy, right? So it's a richer demographic. It's a richer cohort of people altogether, averaged, right? And even like sometimes and what Hasan was saying was that Whole Foods and grocery chains, right? They have stolen so much more from their employees than shoplifters could potentially do to them. The whole thing about like instituting these automated, you know, checkout stands, right? When they did it, they knew that people were going to steal, right? They baked that into the equation. They considered that in their profit equation, right? And you know why it's okay? Because they're eliminating so many jobs with the automated checkout stand. So that's another way that they're stealing from us. That's another way that they're, you know, impoverishing us is yeah, replacing you with a fucking, you know, with an automated checkout stand, and then getting mad when you fucking don't pay for organic and you got organic, those are organic blueberries. You should be paying $3 more for those, right? Or whatever item that people are doing that with. I mean, it's like they're taking it way too seriously. But either way, chat, here's the deal, right? Hasan knows how he meant it. I think his community knows how he meant it, or most people watching him, watching the whole, stream or the whole segment know how he meant it, right? You got these people that are purposefully misunderstanding it, and that's not enough. They got to come over and browbeat you and moralize on you until you accept their deranged reality that actually what you said was this and you're bad, and you need to say, at the very least, say I misspoke, but probably say I was full of shit. I was an idiot. This person in chat, they're very smart, unlike me. Are you happy now, chatter? Yeah, your misinterpretation of what I said is reality. Congratulations, right? They feel like they can, and half of the time, you know, when you're talking about like smaller communities, they do. I've seen it happen. I've had it happen to me where, you know, they debate you if they disagree with you, but it's more of an attempt to kind of, I don't know, straw man in a ridiculous version of what you're saying as what you're saying, have you admit to it. Yes, this is what I said, even though I was arguing this whole time that I haven't. No, you're correct. You know, that is actually what I have said, and I was wrong to say it, and I apologize, right? Because that's the only way that your weirdos will stop harassing me. Anyway.
Twitch streamer discounts what you really are. Close the chat. Oof. Yes, dude. I closed the chat because this is not a productive conversation to have right now. It doesn't matter. I have some level of influence. What do you want me to say? It's not like I deny that. I do have some level of influence. I am a public figure. I'm a political commentator. My point was Hasan leans on I'm just a Twitch streamer as a crutch.
Woody Red with the 5 stream streak. That means you were here for the Persona stream. Damn.
What is the point that you're
I can't believe people still have streaks. I did a stream at the wrong time, at a time that I don't usually stream. I was streaming gaming instead of politics, and somehow people still have streaks. I thought all of the streaks would be broken, but I was wrong.
You're making, like, what's the argument here? Take some accountability. Is that what you're gonna say? Is that your argument? You have the entire right-wing media ecosystem actively trying to foment death against someone like myself, and you're over here being like, take some accountability, take your medicine, please. We need to stop with this like unbelievably autistic framework that we operate off of on the left. This is the argument that I'm presenting to you, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. I'm comparing myself to the president. Do you think I'm more influential than the American president? Are you stupid? Learn how words work, please. Jesus Christ. I don't have a fraction of the power that the president has. I don't have the fraction of the power that the actual politicians have. I love you, but you agreed to take some from the media in order to shed light on important issues and cause so we can cover some news that's not about you. I love you. Hello, Hasan. Unfortunately, this also ties back into what the news is covering. What do you want me? Like, I don't know what to say, man. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
It's actually a good question, right? Because somehow the way that like news works, when you're part of it, you're not a reliable narrator of it somehow, or you're seen as having a conflict of interest. I don't know. But then the question is, do you ignore, like, I don't know. It's a weird problem to have, right? It's a weird enough problem to have bigger streamers talking about you. I've had to deal with that before, but to have Fox News, right? Like on a continuing campaign to try to, make you look like, some kind of terrorist or however they're portraying him. All right, chat, I'm going to give you a chance to put Waluigi sticker on the screen. You got 1 hour. We're looking for 5 super chats of the teal variety or higher. And if you can get to that, then I'll put a Waluigi on screen, okay?
The former deputy director of the FBI is on Fox News literally saying like Hasan is the reason why this attempt happened.
Yeah, we'll start with Waluigi. Then we'll do a Kaya super chat goal. And then I was thinking about doing one where, look, I missed Thai class last night. I don't usually miss them. I did miss it last night. I'm going back over it. It's actually directions. We're learning like, turn left, turn right, go forward, that kind of stuff. The bank is across the street from the, Watt or whatever, like directions kind of thing. I might put that on as the third super chat goal if you wanna share in my Thai lesson. Although it'd probably be easier if I just taught you basic stuff like how to say your name and how you're doing, which, if you're doing really good, chat, that's sabai sabai. Sabadi mai, how are you doing? Sabai, I'm doing okay. Sabai sabai, I'm doing really good, actually.
And
there's your first.
Like, don't cover the news. This is the news. What do you want me to do? Yeah, my argument isn't I'm just a Twitch streamer, so I'm as irrelevant as any regular person. My argument is I'm just a Twitch streamer compared to actually powerful people like the president, or even Dan Bongino, former deputy director of the FBI. Dan Bongino, do you understand? The words or violence narratives only go in one direction, it seems, because it's being cynically weaponized against the left, and not just the left, but liberals in general. Anyone that has ever criticized the president. That's ultimately what this is. This is an exercise in censorship. And if you can't comprehend that this is an exercise in censorship, you're a idiot and you're not gonna make it. Okay, see you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy, we're all going there. If you don't lock the in, they want to make it so that it is illegal to say the president is a pedophile or the president is a Nazi or even the president is bad. Okay, that's precisely the reason why this is happening. They have done this before. They did this in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Emily French says, I predicted Hasan would be blamed for the White House Correspondents' Dinner debacle. I mean, he always is, and they've been going after him for the longest time. But the whole thing about it is, when you actually look at who this person is, this person, we're going to go through it in a second, chat. This person did not like Hasan. I am trying to remember what their actual stance, or if there was like something. I feel like, they definitely would fit in the Destiny community as far as their takes on things, right? Or really better, maybe even like a community like Dylan Burns, if you want to like really understand the politics of the shooter. Now, I don't think that means that Dylan Burns, is like that everybody should shun him. Although maybe he's not your best political consultant. But no, in all seriousness, chat, in all seriousness, right? you know, it doesn't mean that he's somehow responsible for this guy's views, or even if somebody like Sarah Longwell, I think the person did like seem to interact with the Bulwark, right? You know, like, no, the Bulwark doesn't deserve to have the plug pulled either, or right? It just shows how silly this witch hunt of Hasan has been, and that if you're going to apply that standard to this shooter, you know, there'd be a lot of people that you would go after for that, right? Sarah Longwell being one of them, maybe Destiny being one of them. We'll see what's in those archives, right? But you know, Hasan is not. This is a person that agrees with them that Hasan is bad and he needs to be purged. He needs to be excised. You cannot have this guy around. You cannot interact with this guy. This guy must be disallowed from participation in polite society. All right, that's something that the shooter would sign on to.
They did this in the aftermath of every single instance of political violence. How is this news for many of you at this point? You're in here every single day. You're in here day in and day out. This is not a conversation about me. I am a placeholder right now for transgender. I'm a placeholder right now for Antifa.
Okay, so if that's not clear, because I think there's I think I've heard him talk about this recently, right? You know how whenever there's a shooting, the first thing the right wing does is show you a bunch of pictures of trans people, half of them couples, and says this was the shooter, right? The first thing they do, the shooter was trans. The shooter was trans. He retweeted Dylan Burns. Wow. Yeah, we'll get into. I'm curious what all is in that archive. Props to whoever in the, I think it was like Hastwid, the Hasan Twitter community that was able to archive that stuff before it got taken down. Yeah, half of them are. I mean, maybe not anymore. I don't think Kevels. I'm giving Kevels way too much relevancy. Although I did see her in a thumbnail. Can somebody explain Chibi reviews to me? What's the drama with Chibi reviews? Right, because I saw a thumbnail where half of it was Chibi reviews and half of it was Kevels, and I don't know anything about Chibi reviews or why they're being compared to Kevels.
Transgender. I'm a placeholder right now for every liberal that's fomenting violence, that's inciting violence, for saying that the president's a Nazi. Okay, how is that hard to comprehend?
So in other words, the deranged right-wing accounts, instead of saying it's a trans person, it's Keffels, it's, you know, whatever, right? They're saying it's Hasan. So yeah, he is. I mean, I you know, and is it better that they're doing that? I guess. But obviously, chat, just like this puts the heat on, you know, when they say it's a trans person, the reason they're doing that is to try to make people think of trans people in a certain way. So it kind of puts the heat on trans people. In the same way, they're putting the heat on Hasan. President Sunday and Bad and Banana made videos calling FG signifier ignorant. Oh my God. I heard there was some goings on in the Sunday community. And yeah, Bad Empanada, I was just doing his thing. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to like doing the Bad Empanada thing where he's like looking for people to attack, I guess.
Coming from the most cynical, that traffic in the most violent sentiment with regular frequency, violence baked in to their rhetoric, violence baked into their policy prescriptions, and violence outside of that as well, like direct incitement of violence. The goddamn president wanted to do a genocide on the Iranian population only 2 weeks ago. That's violence. That's like the maximum violence. The president came out and basically delivered Hitlerian thought on the timeline. You can sit here and try to be like, oh, dude, here we go again. Hasan is talking about himself again. Way to make this about you. But what the do you want me to do? They're on Fox News using this major news story where there's maximum attention to do two things. One very funny and one somewhat worrisome. The funny one is to promote the ballroom, okay? To promote the ballroom, which I think is awesome. The right wing, in unison, moments after the White House Correspondents' Dinner ended, went on the timeline as though there was a messaging campaign that was released, as though they were doing like SpawnCon, and started talking about how this is why we need the ballroom. It was unbelievable. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. I noticed it early, and I said the president will probably also deliver a speech talking about the necessity of the ballroom. It's very clear. That was the funny part, okay? And that is also part of the reason why liberals now think that this is an active conspiracy theory. Here are some of the MAGA accounts tweeting in unison about the need for a White House ballroom following the White House.
There's Midas Touch chat. Now don't look at this, right? This might radicalize you. The shooter apparently came from this community, so we gotta watch out for what Midas Touch says. Don't get radicalized.
Correspondence dinner incident. Can you stop fueling conspiracy theories? Was New York Times in on it too because they wrote about the ballroom earlier in the same day Jesus Christ used your brains? No, I think it's important, by the way. I disagree with Talia here for two reasons. One, it is a conspiracy theory for sure. I will tell you what my actual position is. I don't think that this was an attempt like a psyop to promote the ballroom. I think they're using it to promote the concept of building this ballroom because they're saying this necessitates a ballroom that's like super secret, all this stuff. But it's very obvious that these guys are coordinating. They are coordinating. It's true. I mean, look at this. We didn't even know if someone was shot or killed, and these guys were immediately going, this is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. Come on now. But of course, this stuff isn't just out in the ether. This stuff isn't just out in the ether. They don't just like.
Okay, I'm looking at because I gotta say what's coming up next, right? I'm looking at the poll so far. Shoe on Head is out to an early lead. Trump's conspiracy train with Kyle Kulinski, the new king of conspiracies with a C, it's important, is in second place. Tim Pool plays D&D with What If Alt Hist, is in third place, and Alex Jones is in fourth place. But look at this, chat. Because of the effects of the donos today, 33 points going to Tim Pool. Playing D&D with What If Alt Hist. It looks like that. It looks like a D&D session. Temple D&D. Is that what we say? But the whole thing is, I feel like, are people more interested in the What If Alt Hist or the Temple of it? I mean, that's what's ahead right now. Yeah, I can change this so I have both. I think What If Alt Hist is the key figure here. That's the person that's putting the butts in the seat, not Tim Pool.
Deploy this messaging campaign, and then everyone goes, all right, yeah, this is why we need a ballroom. What ends up happening, as a matter of fact, is liberals see this stuff and they go, well, that's strange. That's interesting.
But yeah, chat, remember, this can change. There's only 30 votes so far. Make sure to go over to YouTube, youtube.com/nocommentchick. Place your votes if you have not already. Make sure to like the stream while you're over there. And the other thing that you can do is, if you do a super chat, a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Patreon or on Throne or on Twitch, right? Not only will you turn back time and make the stream last longer, but you can also let me know, or if you have already donated, you can let me know, hey, I got my money on Shoe on Head. I got my money on Alex Jones, right? Whatever you want to boost, you can boost, or you can say Vox Populi if you're like, forget all this money in politics. I want to see what the people choose, right? Whatever that happens to be, you can say that. Or you can say video games. If you're a gaming frog and you want to see more JRPGs from the late 90s, where you defeat Hitler with the power of friendship and a delusional outlook on the world. But chat, let's positive thinking, okay?
moves in lockstep. Yeah,
Let's
I wish
positive
left moves in
thinking.
lockstep. I wish we could be. I wish left and even liberals could be as organized as the right is. My dream is for the left to offer a fraction of the fight to the right that they offer to themselves. Liberals are constantly fighting.
Oh my
leftists,
God.
Leftists are fighting liberals. Leftists are fighting each other.
I kind of like my hair today. I mean, it's like, it hasn't been perfect, right? I had the perfect conditioner in the US. I don't know if I could get it sent to Thailand. I suspect I'd be paying like a huge, like, VAT on it. And I don't know, maybe, other, like it would cost, shipping would be expensive. But yeah, it's this weird product that's like a shikakai is the active ingredient. It's like a shell of a plant or something that makes your hair really, really smooth. So that's why if you see old videos where my hair is really, really smooth and you're wondering, why don't you do your hair like that anymore? I haven't found the product for it over here, right? Unfortunately, I just have to get whatever, I don't know what's good. But I do think it ended up, slightly better today. I don't know. It's usually very very dry, like right after I shower, and it's a little bit that way because I think they hit me with too much bleach when I got my hair dyed. Anyway, I'm just complaining about my hair.
Okay, we are unbelievably disorganized. We are unbelievably decentralized, unbelievably disorganized. We're constantly fighting against ourselves rather than fighting the fascists. That's my argument. My argument is unite against the fascists for one day, please. Is
anybody else not like Kaya rotisserie chicken? I don't know. There's something about it that like rubs me the wrong way. I just, because it always looks like the light. She's trying to get away from the light. She's trying to tuck her head somewhere where the light's like, not, I don't know. Maybe it's not better. And like, it looks like somehow like Kaya, like it's like he's doing the news, like and the Kaya's the like first story of the day. My dog is lazy as fuck. Look at her. She is still sleeping. She is sitting there. I am not making her do it. I do not have a shock collar remote control in my hand. She just is naturally like this. This is the craziest news story ever.
Is it possible to do this? I do it all the time. People say, Hasan, you criticize Democrats nonstop. You piece of shit. Guess what? When the Democrats do something appropriate, like, for example, the Virginia redistricting initiative, what did I do? I celebrated it. I cherished those moments, okay? Because I want the Democrats to do the right thing. I want the Democrats to actually fight back against the growth of fascism in this country. All I'm demanding in return from the Democrats is to do the same instead of leaning in to these unbelievably disingenuous campaigns to make it seem as though there is like any sort of real violent rhetoric coming from the left. If you are a liberal right now and you think this is a great opportunity for you to purge your left flank,
she doesn't like the light,
by collaborating with the Republican fascists.
Do you think that we could have like a Kaya canopy or something? She's a princess, right? So she needs a canopy bed. She should have a canopy. And maybe instead the Kaya cam could be like a GoPro on Kaya. So it's actually like you're looking at Hasan's butt or something. I don't know, chat. I mean, some people in chat would like that.
You're a idiot, okay? Not only do you not understand what is happening in front of your eyes, what's unfolding in front of your eyes, but you are designing the same mechanisms of censorship that will inevitably put you in prison too. Honestly, should we even give a of conspiracy theory about Trump faking assassinations going viral because I do not care? Real leopards ate my face moment for them. Yeah, I'm just telling you what my actual analysis is. I'm going to always be honest with you. Yeah, I think the likelihood that a Kamala supporting blue sky centrist liberal was actually tapped by the president so that he could do a psyop, a fake false flag attack, so he could try to boost his approval ratings and then simultaneously justify building the ballroom and maybe even potentially justify crackdowns on leftist thought, leftist speech is a little silly in comparison to the likelihood that this dude just snapped in one of the most violent countries on the planet with access to an arsenal of weapons and wanted to take matters into his own hands. I think that it's a little bit of a stretch. Having said that, will I get in the way of the unbelievable amount of conspiracy? Well, sucks to suck, Republicans. You built your bed, now sleep in it, okay? Turns out two can play that game. Turns out it's actually unbelievably effective to undermine the coordinated messaging that Republicans engage in when the liberals also arrive at similar conspiratorial conclusions. It's the first time where it ostensibly is not even a MAGA person that has tried to do an attempt, for the record. Pod Save defending you today. Oh, Pod Save.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Save
audience.
also had Sarah Longwell on
Oh,
today.
fuck. I forgot about this chat. Yeah, Sarah Longwell went back. So just so we know the lay of the land, right? Lovett is a friend of Hasan's, maybe the person who has like, well, actually, I don't know. I you know, it's a competition, right? Of the Podjons, right? They're not trying to ostracize Hasan. They're not on that side of things. But you know, they are, you know, platforming someone who is. I'm trying to remember what was the first thing we watched. Chat was like Favreau, you know, talking to Sarah Longwell or something. But yeah, now she's on with Tommy Vitor, who you know, is a friend of Emma, or you know, seems to be, I think, right? Emma and Tommy are kind of friends, but is you know, like, I don't know, I feel like he's more on the Longwell camp, but he just maybe doesn't want to, you know what I mean? Like, they're all of the Podjons are like kind of allergic to a lot of the shit that Hasan says, and yet they've seen it efficacious to give him a platform. And every time, chat, every time he comes by on Pod Save America, the audience fucking loves him. Every time somebody talks shit on Hasan on Pod Save America, the audience hates them, right? So the audience for the Podjons is like, you know, at least leftist curious, if not, you know, outright leftist. Certainly not, you know, really represented by the centrist takes of the Podjons.
And their audience does not with her. Of course they don't. He obviously had TDS and an incurable disease transmitted through the Hasan broadcast. Yeah, it's really funny that he's
Wait. I'm sorry, Crotchy. Are you thinking Hasan's saying that there's a conspiracy theory that that this is that? So for the record, chat, Hasan's massively entertained by the conspiracy theories. He's not a believer. He is not even close to a believer, right? You know, the times that he, settled down enough to be like real talk here. Yeah, he doesn't think, you know, that there's anything more than, yeah, just some you know, centrist dude that kind of popped off, or like just kind of went off one day, woke up on the wrong side of the Amtrak train bed or whatever, and you know, decided to take matters into his own hands, right? That Hasan is not endorsing the conspiracy theories. Now, the person who is Kyle Kulinski, right? I'm pretty sure that Kyle is all in, and I'm dipping my toes in the water, right? Like I said before, chat, my belief is that, you know, it's Schrodinger's assassination attempt, really. That is something I don't think that could be faked, but look, just in the same way that the Bush administration found it efficacious to not pay too much attention to the memo that they got, bin Laden determined to attack World Trade Center, right? Just like, you know, that was not their top priority, right? I don't think, it doesn't seem like security is exactly Trump's highest priority. Does this mean he's trying to invite another attack? I don't know. I wouldn't put it past him. But again, it's Schrodinger's, you know, Schrodinger's pedophile until we open that box, and you know, unless you were able to know what's really going on in Trump's mind, you know, is he making it more difficult for the Secret Service to, you know, protect? Is he trying to present himself like the correspondence dinner? You could say it is presenting himself in a way that may look like, you know, he's more vulnerable. Obviously he wasn't. Obviously there's like a whole long space in between the security stand that the shooter jumped and the actual event. Like, he was not even able to get close to the event. From what we understand, there was no shots fired. But is intending an event like this. Maybe Trump kind of hopes that something will happen, because again, he's learned all the wrong lessons, right? He has taken that Butler moment and turned it into God smiled down upon me and saved my fucking life, because I need to make this country great again. And now, after everybody's found out what he really means by make this country great again, nobody's on board for it. Everybody that voted for him thought that Trump was, that he was serious about their priority. If their priority is mass deportations, he's serious about that, but he's not serious about the other stuff, right? He's just talking shit. He's not like, and then when they find out, no, he means everything. And actually that mass deportation thing, it's going to affect a lot more people than you realize. People are not okay with paying, $4 right now, going up to like $5-7. I don't know how much, chat, for gasoline for Trump's fucking vanity project here, for him to try to put his name in the history book. People are not okay with that, like by and large. And so now you've gotten to a point where Trump derangement, I won't call it a disorder, because again, you should be upset by the Trump administration, but it is not, confined to any political alignment at all, right? The first guy that tried to shoot Trump was a Republican. The second guy was a former Republican. There's a ton of, former MAGA people, even triple Trumpers, who hate Trump's guts now. So that's the whole struggle now. Maybe it's just hard for the Secret Service to be able to, or for to be able to protect him from all these different angles, because literally the bullet could come from anywhere, chat, including inside the house. It has come from inside the house, right? In fact, I'd say it's most likely to come from inside the house, but this time it came from the inside of, I don't know, the bulwark. I mean, politically speaking, and from a seemingly well-adjusted, productive member of society, not somebody that was like, all right, like not somebody with nothing to lose, right? And that does, mean something. Now, chat, do I think that, Trump leaving office in this way would be, would be a net positive? No, I don't. I don't want to see what happens when JD Vance takes over. He probably will take over anyway. It'll probably be from Trump dying of natural causes or congestive heart failure, whatever's like making his hands bruised and stuff, right? So we're gonna get to find out. But you shouldn't want that, right? You should not want that. I don't. But yeah. But yeah, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory to think that Trump has noticed that the only thing that that you can do powerful propaganda in the midst of an assassination, right? And again, Trump is not long for this world, so the idea that Trump is willing to risk such an attempt being successful for the I don't know 9 out of 10 times that it's not, and the Secret Service is able to stop it, I wouldn't put it past him. But again, we don't know what we don't know. And just like, it's a silly parlor game to speculate on how much Cheney and Bush left our back door open on 9/11. It's not really something I want to spend time on, or too much time anyway.
A suspect is...
I'm not that into conspiracies. I just think he had info ahead of time from the mentalist. That's right.
Not a fan of mine, as a matter of fact.
Can somebody tell me, what is a mentalist? I compared it to a psychic earlier. I guess that's not exactly right. Do the mentalists just try to figure out things to amaze you or something? Or is it like cold reading? What does a mentalist do?
He was a blue sky liberal, was the type of...
It's the new mental health star. There we go.
Blue sky liberal who hates me because they think I'm like pro Adolf Putler. So remember, all of those...
Okay, so again, Dylan Burns, right? Not that this person was necessarily... Well, they did retweet Dylan Burns. God, I'm trying to cut... I don't want people to think that I'm just like constantly throwing this guy under the bus, because I had a personal, well, it started off as political. I guess it got personal, but just because I had a conflict with the dude. but yeah, no, he's definitely in that. Those are his politics, very, very similar to what you would hear from Dylan Burns.
Same people that have been leaning into the Republicans smearing operation, saying Hasan is responsible for this shooting. The shooter came from their communities. If you're a Dylan Burns fan, for example, if you're a Destiny fan that is currently leaning into the right-wing dog pile because you think it's going to pack me up, you're an absolute moron. As you guys know, I'm not a fan of adventurism. Yeah, if you scroll down, this dude is not a fan of you, lol. Yeah, this is his account. He's pro-NATO. I'm anti-NATO. Not that it matters. Look.
Oh no, what did I... Okay, I'm so sorry. This is Blue Sky, right? For a half second, chat, I thought I saw one of my tweets. Or one of my...
No, I'm not a...
It looks more like my...
fan of adventurism. Yeah, if you scroll down, this dude is not a fan of you, lol. Yeah, this is his account. He's pro-NATO. I'm anti-NATO. Okay. Not that it matters. Look, this is his account. I spend a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you it is truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low-trust society. He was in the liberal, right-wing liberal contingency of Hasan is a malignant force on American politics. Bro is literally in the Sarah Longwell group. Yeah, it's ironic that those very same right-wing forces in the Democratic Party that are currently leaning into the Hasan is a dangerous force in American politics because he does violent rhetoric, don't realize.
Anybody know what Haas chat means when they say the Sarah Longwell group? Are we talking about a group chat? Are we talking about like a Twitter group like Haas Twit?
That this guy was a fan of theirs and not a fan of mine, as a matter of fact. Yeah, one of the last things he quote retweeted was an anti-Hasan post. Interesting. This is one of those guys who unironically thinks I'm like pro-Vladimir Putin because I'm anti-NATO, and he is like a pro-NATO liberal. One of those NATO liberals, NATO Atlantis liberals. Not that it matters, but just remember, closer to a Ryan Ruth archetype than someone from my community. Yeah, a Will Stancil head. Is Will Stancil responsible for this? No. Is Sarah Longwell responsible for this? No. Are pro-NATO liberals responsible for this attempt? No, of course not. You want to know why I'm saying this? Because I'm not a idiot. So remember that. If you're one of those liberals right now that's leaning into the Republican mania, one of those liberals right now.
And yes, chat, in case it needs to be said, because I don't think he went over this one, Dylan Burns is not responsible for this.
It's leaning into the
He's just a guy with bad takes. That's all. That he's a boring mid dude with bad takes.
Republican mania and saying like, yeah, we got to do away with these violent radicals in our ranks. This one was your guy. Okay, yeah, PSA, if you're equating Hasan Piker with Nick Fuentes, what you're really saying is you don't actually listen to either. I do not listen to any streamers because streamers are dumb. He spent his last couple of days writing his manifesto about how he was going to kill people in the administration, retweeting Hasan takes. So remember that, you stupid liberals that think this is a good opportunity to not defend on principle the concept of criticizing the presidency. And if you're a stupid liberal right now, a right-wing liberal right now who thinks, oh, this is a great opportunity to lean in to the fascist Republican administration's attempts at cracking down on speech, remember, that's your guy. He agrees with you. That's your guy. The irony was
in chat. There we have the thumb. Oh wait, I didn't put the thumbnail on. Oh, I did a live thumbnail for you today. That's right. Oh, okay. What did the thumbnail say again? One of your guys. There we go. Okay, just had to do the callback.
QRTing about.
I mean, back in the day, we used to say, come get your dude, right? come get your dude. Some weirdo, you know, from another community crashes out of my comments. Come get your dude.
Not committing violence and he goes and tries to kill someone. Yeah, I know. That's also hilarious too. See, anti-Mehdi Hasan as well. Iranian drones are blowing up in Ukrainian cities every night. They've been for years. I don't understand what happened. I don't understand what took place with like a lot of the radical centrists. For some reason, they just like lost their dang minds, I guess. It's like another Ryan Ruth type. Anyway, there's obviously points of agreement here as well. Another instance of a radical centrist liberal snapping, it seems. It took one second of me listening.
Chat, we're gonna get ContraPoint saying something. You remember how ContraPoint is on about all these leftists said it's probably better if Donald Trump gets elected again because then we'll have a revolution, revolution. Remember chat, revolution. Right? Where are you? Where's your revolution now, Tabby? Aren't you gonna take down the fascist government? Where I don't see you out in the streets taking down the fascist government. You complained about Kamala. You protested Kamala. Why are you not protesting Trump? Right? I could see Contra being like, actually, this shows that centrists are better revolutionaries than the so-called left. The revolutionary left. Not so revolutionary anymore. I could see Contra. I mean, is she going to do that, though? Is she going to stand the shooter like that? That's kind of... That's dangerous, even from a, you know, not being black-backed by the Trump administration. I haven't seen anybody with that take, with like the standing the shooter. She is useless and boring, but just wait until she comes out with a take you can't. I agree with you, Girl Friday on Tuesday. She's hard to watch.
Listening to him speak, and an older news hit that he appeared in where he was like helping the elderly, for me to know this one was not the work of someone from this community, but this one was most likely one of those like centrist, anti-communist, anti-socialist liberals, a radical centrist, if you will. You know, I'm not holding the radical centrists responsible for this act, but it's just another reminder to the radical centrists to not.
So Hasan said radical centrist. I thought Norwell, I hope you don't mind me sharing your take, but I thought the funniest thing was that this person is a literal Radlib, right? We talk about Radlibs. Vosh gets called a Radlib. Hasan, you know, gets called a Radlib by people like Bad and Bonata. The idea is that you're, you know, it's usually used disparaging amongst leftists to say you're not actually a leftist. You're a liberal with, you know, kind of progressive points of view that are meant to sound radical, but that are actually just very skin deep, right? And in this case, we actually have a liberal who has been radicalized, who has committed a you know, a propaganda, attempted a propaganda of the deed, as it were, right? And so like it's like, I mean, he's the Radlib, I guess, right? He's a literal fucking Radlib. Yet alleged assassination attempt, true. I have been trying to call him the suspect so far. I was tempted, chat. God, the thumbnails that I made for this one, I think I started off with like the picture of Epstein, Melania, Trump, and just Ghislaine. And then I ended up changing it at the last minute because I kind of like I was thinking about putting a Luigi hat on him. But honestly, chat, like even putting him next to Donald Trump in the picture, it seemed like I was like, yeah, this is probably more trouble than it's worth.
Lean into the Republican game here, okay? Many radical centrists who have been leaning in to the Republican game of claiming that it's always the left that is responsible, thinking that Republicans will stop at people like myself, okay? You're a idiot. That's why in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, they didn't come after me. They came after Jimmy Kimmel. They think you are bad, if not worse than someone like myself, okay? Because guess what? All of us are criticizing the president. All of us are criticizing the right. That's their anger. Their anger is not about like, let's do away with the radical leftists, the communists, the socialists, the anti-fascists. They consider all of us to be a part of this movement. Look, there it is. Retweeting ContraPoints. And another Destiny community member, one of Destiny's moderators, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or JD Vance for president, Hasan says he'd vote third party. Counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness rises from a fiery portal and the Iowa caucus declares opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle with the host of hell. I would simply not vote for a literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. Okay, never mind. This is actually not pro-ContraPoints. This is anti-ContraPoints. Never mind. He didn't go that far. He was not pro-ContraPoints. He didn't go that far.
Wait, that's weird. Wait. Oh my God. He looks like he's scrolling Blue Sky, like, now this was a few days ago, right? But that doesn't look like an archive. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like a long image file or something like that, right? But I don't know how he got a hold of the actual account. Like, this is what I want to look at, right? So like he didn't like ContraPoints because the whole thing, I'd heard people say that he seemed to maybe be like a pro-Israel, you know, kind of like a liberal, sorry, I mean, I don't know how pro-Israel, but that, I mean, there's definitely not like pro-Palestine stuff on the account as far as I know. I thought maybe there was some,
do away with the radical leftists, the communists, the socialists, the anti-fascists. They consider all of us to be a part of this movement. Look, there it is. Retweeting ContraPoints. And another Destiny community member, one of Destiny's moderators, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or JD Vance for president, Hasan says he'd vote third party.
What does this say? I would simply not vote for the literal biblical devil from hell. So her thought experiment is if you got to vote between Hasan and
let's do away with the
Satan,
leftists, the communists, the socialists, the
Satan.
They consider all of us to be a part of this movement. Look, there it is.
God, I caught it right.
Like, let's do away with the radical leftists, the communists, the socialists, the anti-fascists. They consider all of us to be a part of this movement. Look.
Okay, reposted. All right, so reposting, I would simply not vote for literal. Reposting somebody disagreeing with ContraPoints on voting for the devil instead of Hasan, or instead of Donald Trump.
There it is. Retweeting ContraPoints and another.
Wait, what? When asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom for president, Hasan said he'd vote their party. Counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness rises from the fire portal at the Iowa caucuses and declares his opposition to Donald Trump, I will ride to battle for the host of hell. Okay, so she's just saying blue no matter who. That's what that means, right? And this person is like, no.
Destiny community member, one of Destiny's moderators, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or JD Vance for president, Hasan says he'd vote third party.
Hasan is blasphemous? What is he blaspheming?
Counterpoint, if the Prince of Darkness rises from a fiery portal and the Iowa caucus declares opposition to Donald Trump, I will Satanism? Ride to battle with the host of hell. I would simply not vote for a literal biblical devil from hell, but I guess I'm built different. Okay, never mind. This is actually not pro-ContraPoints. This is anti-ContraPoints. Never mind. He didn't go that far. He was not pro-Contra.
Why am I saying it like that? Because I'm not talking about Satan, the character from Christianity. I'm talking about the Satan, the part of the heavenly. Wait, what's the heavenly host, chat? It's like somebody up in heaven that God makes a bet with in the book of Job to say like, hey, this guy's really good and he loves God. He loves me. And then the Satan's like, oh yeah, I bet he doesn't really love you, God. I bet he just loves all the nice things you give him. Try taking those away. And God is like, okay, I will. Like, see, he still loves me. He still loves me, even though he has not blasphemed yet. She has the Google. I have to Google the. I've never heard the word before. It's because I'm so. What's the word? demonic. Yeah. They're non Jesus affiliated, right? That kind of thing. Left-handed path. Yes, there you go. You're the second person that's said that week. She said, yeah, the chatter comes in here and says, death to the demoness Irene Geller. Chat, what's next? I got shot with a gun made out of, made out of somebody's teeth. I don't know, chat. I mean, that's the next
points. He didn't go that far. Even he was like, a little bit too much for me to vote for the biblical devil from hell over.
That's the next scene from Existence. If you're wondering why I am pronouncing things strange, right?
over Donald Trump. This man had his own framework.
Existence.
Okay. He wasn't this libbed up. Okay. He was not this libbed up. Your ops don't understand the self-cannibalizing nature of right-wingers. These liberals think they're not going to be eaten first before said cannibalization kicks in. Eat the cow.
Wait, am I right about that? That's the
libs. Yeah. Just remember that. Don't be a sucker. Don't be a rube. Don't think that aligning with Republicans in any way, shape, or form is going to be beneficial for you. If you are anti-right, if you are anti-right-wing in any capacity, the Republicans will come after you as well. It's not going to stop at people like myself. Don't be a idiot. Yeah, this is Kash Patel's girlfriend who was caught holding hands with another man during the incident, tweeting about me as well. We can all disagree peacefully. We can argue all day, but the lies are now so unfounded and so fabricated that they serve the same purpose of inciting violence. The unhinged portion of the media's contribution to this narrative and clear departure from verifying truth.
Look, if a cheddar comes in here and goes off about me blaspheming, I'm just going to make the assumption that, that they're accusing me of being dark-sided at the very least, right? Being a literal demoness from hell.
Damaging and threatening is the violent leftist rhetoric that typically refuses to be reasoned with. Grateful for law enforcement and their work to keep us safe last night. Missed connection. I was the gentleman who held your hand in the restroom last night. Sorry, the media is making a mess of chivalrous gesture. If you want to hang out again or see a movie sometimes, please direct message me. Jawbry, is the FBI director a cuck? Please answer yes or no. Truanon, Brace, says, you need to cheat on your disrespected boyfriend. I will betray Hasan in a major way if you do this. DM now. I don't know why you perceive me as such a major threat, but, I'll take it.
Wait, no, wait. This one's 3 days ago. Fox News is... Okay, I don't think this is about the shooter. I think the Fox News is yelling at him about the Whole Foods things. Let's just catch like a little bit of this, right? Because I don't think I've covered it yet, but yeah, this is the do I have that somewhere here? Oh, yeah, it's the very next one. Here, let me open it.
I forgot 4 lemons. And on several occasions, I was like, I'm just going to go back, grab those 4 lemons and get the hell out. And
you should go to prison.
I know. You think they're going to ban me?
They should throw you in jail.
But I didn't feel bad about it at all.
So, I mean, like, that's the context of the Whole Foods conversation, right? Like, you can accidentally steal stuff if you like forget to ring something up or ring it up wrong or something like that from Whole Foods, right? That was the whole point, because the automated checkout stands, right? It's frictionless theft. Whereas, in the past, you would have had to like try to put something in your pocket or I don't know, hide it put it under the shopping cart and hope that they don't look over, which they're trained to look over because they don't want you hiding something. You've got like a 24 pack of a Bud Light in the bottom of the shopping cart, right? That's the past. Right now it's automated checkout stands, and you can just kind of have that beer down there and forget to check it, and as long as nobody, that the person's that's up there, to usually helping people like make the checkout stand work. Because usually that's what it is. It's like somebody's like, oh, excuse me, I can't get my coupon to work. And they're like, boop, 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 let me punch it in for you. Or like, I can't find this item on the, I scanned it, but it didn't come up, and they're like, and they look in a book, and they, you know what I mean? Like that most of what the employees that are monitoring the the checkout, the automated checkout area, they're not looking for that person scan that. I don't know how you would keep track of that, because if you're doing that job, it's like constantly, excuse me, and you walk over to the automated checker and you see, gonna help them with what's wrong. How are you going to keep track if the person that had the Bud Light in the bottom of the shopping cart is actually going to scan that, or if they're actually going to not? And then if they don't do it and they start to move it out of the store, right? What's the worst that could happen to them? Somebody comes by and says, excuse me, sir, are you going to pay for that beer? And the sir says, oh, I forgot I had it down there. Thank you so much, right? They're not going to go to jail for that, right? So yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's like speeding now, chat. Like, it's not even about shoplifting, and that, don't tell J-Stalk, right? But that's there's the Takemeister. Anyway, chat, if I debate J-Stalk, I'll have to make my Kawaii Irene, she'll have to get animated, right? I'll have to animate this. You think we could animate that son? I don't know. She's got her eyes closed. That kind of makes it hard, right? And her mouth is wide. I don't know how you're gonna just have the mouth go completely closed, and I don't know how it works. Big teeth, of course, because Irene I have huge weasel teeth. Actually, I was gonna say beaver teeth, but they're really more like weasel teeth. But yeah, this is how we'll debate. That's the rules. That's the rules. Anyway. Music.
Yes, and I have, under very specific circumstances. I think that
I feel so bad for Gia, bro, because like she just got caught in the fucking crossfire. No one, and I mean no one, experiences this level of scrutiny, this level of heightened scrutiny. When I say that, I mean it sincerely. Like, I know in this community, we catch this stuff all the time, so you're like you are aware of how insane people get. But the average person, even if they have a profile, even if they have like because Gia is a writer, right? So she has like somewhat of a profile in mainstream media. She's gotten mainstream attention before. She has never received this level of hatred. She has never received this level of hatred before.
They're very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action. From a big box store, I'll just state my platform. It's neither very significant as a moral wrong.
On a New York Times podcast, I feel so fucking bad.
From a big box store, I'll just state my platform. It's neither very significant as a moral wrong, nor is it significant in any way as protest or direct action. But I did steal from Whole Foods on several occasions.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations.
So we don't even get the continuity of that conversation, right? We just gotta cut it there, and she's like, I don't think it's bad, and I don't think it's any great form of protest, or so something that's gonna help address problems in a systemic way either, which is the right answer. I think what Hasan gives instead is the meme answer.
Because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
But what about the argument?
Whoa, sorry.
Foods on several occasions.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
But what?
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird thing. Like, I don't think that Hasan would ever give advice saying you should shoplift, right? I mean, first of all, that would be illegal. That's not what he's saying here. I don't know. It's I'm not going to say it's totally a meme. I think what he's trying to say is, like, I can't, like, be mad at it, right? If how a person gets by in this fucked up Trump economy is by, making mistakes at the checkout stand and not successfully checking everything out, I don't have a problem with it.
What about the argument that if everyone just starts stealing wantonly from these self-checkout machines, Whole Foods will eventually?
It's the principle, and the principle really is, we're going to talk about stealing from big corporations. How about let's talk about big corporations stealing from you? How about we compare the stealing that all Americans do from big corporations to the stealing that happens to our paycheck? And I'm not talking to chat about the fact that our real wages haven't risen since the 70s. I am talking directly about wage theft. Money that's owed to an employee that is not paid to employees. Employees that are forced to clock out while they're still working, right? Unpaid overtime, all this shit, right? There's if you look at the amount of money that big corporations are stealing from you, you could never possibly chat. What's that show where people ran down the aisles and they would it was like some kind of shopping spree thing, chat? It's like from the 80s. What's that show called? They run down the aisles and they're like trying to put everything in their shopping cart, because everything they get in the shopping cart they get to keep. What's that show called? It's not that shit, right? It's not if you did that shit, you could not possibly steal back the money that's been stolen. If everybody did that, they wouldn't steal back the money that's been stolen through wage theft. It's too much of an inconvenience to steal stuff as I can actually afford food. Yeah, I mean, and it's definitely not something that I'd recommend you do. Why? Because you'll probably get, you could get, you could run into legal trouble for that. All right, but I'm not going to judge somebody who does it. If that's how you make ends meet, and you can keep yourself safe and feed your family that way, then a supermarket sweep is what it's called. Yeah. Like even a supermarket sweep, even if that was the kind of shoplifting that went on, it would pale in comparison to the amount of money that they are literally stealing from your paycheck. So no, I'm not going to cry a single tear for lemons stolen, even by this woman who looks, like she's got plenty of money, right? I mean, that's the other thing. That's the other bad optics here. They're on a set for the New York Times podcast that is like all white. These are, two, obviously, very, wealthy women that he's talking to, and he himself is very wealthy as well. So yeah, bad optics. It looks like a bunch of rich people being like, let's go steal from Whole Foods, ha 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 ha. Let's go steal from Erewhon. Like they're saying that it's like, oh, all right, what the fuck is this? And especially the idea that that a rich person robbing Whole Foods would be some kind of praxis. I mean, that's funny. So. If that's what people thought they were looking at here, I can see why they would ridicule it. Obviously, that's not what's going on.
Actually raise the prices.
Yeah, chaos, full chaos. Let's go.
She's like, but what if they raise the prices? What if she doesn't realize that they've planned for you to steal. They made the plan to replace the workers. They knew what's the downside? People are going to steal. They looked at what's the upside. We are paying way less workers, right? We are saving lots of money. Is the upside higher than the downside? Yes, then let's do it. All right. We're going to make more money this way, even though we know we're going to get robbed, even though we know this is like a recipe for anybody that wants to get something through their fucking, automated checkout thing that, they haven't paid for. They're going to probably be able to do it. They're going to be able to figure out some way to do it. Right. They did that. What is the word, chat? They accounted for this, right? They worked this into their profit margin, and yes, they're still making plenty of profits, right? And they're gonna make more profits. They're gonna kill more jobs. They're gonna automate more shit. They're gonna continue to steal from you more and more and more. And so the idea that anybody would ever feel bad, that's the point of this, is not for for Hasan to say it's a really good idea for you to steal from, big corporations, even if you're wealthy like me. The point is for him to say, hey, if you do this to get by, don't fucking feel bad about it. Don't ever feel bad about it. You could not put a dent in the wholesale theft that they're doing to you and everybody in the working class. Andy Kowalski says, someone I know is really good at stealing at the self-checkout, to the point where every shopping trip they would steal at least $60 worth of food. But after a scare, they kind of quit. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole, if they start to notice patterns, that's, oh, the other thing I should probably say too, since I'm not, and just make this real clear, I'm not telling you to steal from places. I'm telling you that it's dangerous to steal from places. I'm telling you that you can get caught, and the consequences can make it so that whatever you're getting from there is not worth it. That being said, you know, you do you, and if you know, whatever you have to do to survive, do not ever feel bad about, okay? Don't feel morally bad about it, but just protect yourself. Don't get caught. Okay. And the other thing that I'll say is like, yeah, so a lot of times how this works is that the charges for a small amount of shoplifting are minimal, right? And it's not worth it for the company to pursue those charges, or for the police really to pursue those charges. But there are times at which they do document people on camera stealing, and you know, they make a note of who the person is, and they just wait until they've got enough evidence to, you know, charge you with something that actually will hurt you. So even if you think you're getting away with it, be careful, because you might not be. That's happened to a lot of people, right? So for the record, you know, I didn't say steal. I said probably don't steal. And I just said, you know, don't fucking judge yourself if you do, right? I don't think that there's wait, what's a myth? The thing about them keeping tabs of you? I don't know. Just whatever you do, stay safe out there, right? Because American prisons do not respect human rights, and the system is a for-profit system that profits off of your fucking incarceration. So please don't get rolled up in that. It's a bad place to be. I don't know what the I don't know, like, you know, what you would likely be faced with for a shoplifting charge if it did come across, if they did, you know, document you stealing a large amount over time. But I'm saying maybe don't find out if you don't have to. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a great answer. Great answer. Corporations don't have locks on their doors. I bet those people do. And I would like to check on that and see if they do dig in. What do you make?
Now, if I was a complete piece of shit, I'd say this man's a stalker and he needs to be stopped. He's coming to their house. That's if I was going to just take him at his word. That's what I'd say. Now, obviously, I don't think he's going to their house to check their locks, all right? But if we're going to play this game, Buttfeld, then you're going to play it too, okay? Is he on Ozempic? He's on Ozempic, chat. Sorry, I should stop noticing.
This micro looting from these.
Why do I hate it when bad people are on Ozempic? What's wrong with me, chat? It doesn't matter.
Flippant, like, trust fund babies. I think all of them there are well off.
I want to talk about the twit.
I shut down everything. Hold on, chat. Hold on. We got a problem with encoding. Micro looting is what they're calling it. Yeah. All right. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Let me pause it. Are we back? Let me know when we're back. We got on a problem with encoding. The encoding is overloading. It's not good. We're trying to just like hold on until it stops, because it will. Okay, so this is not a problem with the internet. This is a problem with my computer. My computer is old and slow. I do want to replace it. When I can figure out how buying a computer works in Thailand, if I can get a cheaper, you know, Chinese kind of deal. Are we back? Are we totally back? Okay, so here's what I got to do. I'm going to open up the task manager, and I'm going to shut off literally everything that I can find that is. It was only a blip? Okay, good. I'm surprised, actually. I'm surprised that it was only a blip. Task manager. All right. Open that. And the funny thing is that the task manager, yeah, it's still stuttering. You're probably right, Magenta. It seems like it's stuttering for me. Or what do you call it? The frames. It's like low frame. Very low frame. The problem with whoever designed the task manager maybe wasn't thinking that when are people going to open the task manager? I don't know. Maybe when they are over using system resources. What the fuck, Chad? It doesn't look like anything is particularly, like, I am using 95% of the memory, but it's not, nothing is particularly high. Everything is shockingly low. There is like a Google Chrome thing that's hogging the memory, 6,000. I don't know what to do, Chad. I'm going to try to end this. There's one Google Chrome tab. It's probably the one I'm on. It's using 10% of the CPU and, like, I don't know, like 5,000 megabytes of memory. Can I even do this? Can I close like an individual? I mean, that's definitely the problem. Cruise down here and see if anything else is taken up. There's this WMI provider host thing that always like pops up. It's like taking CPU, but the memory is all right. Oh my god. No, I've closed Discord, Rave, unfortunately. I had to close Discord. Let's try again. End task, please. Can we end this? Yeah, there we go. All right, maybe that's going to be way better. Task Manager should auto-evict processes that aren't vital to the OS so that it opens right away. Oh yeah, in a perfect world. I mean, not even just opening, but just like the whole thing is like not adding a bunch of memory, not utilize, like, right, not hogging the system resources that you're having trouble having enough of. But we should be okay, chat. We should be okay.
I love laughter. I love comedy.
Showing up at her Brooklyn townhouse with my Sawzall, and I'm cutting a portal right in her front door.
I'm sorry. What Sawzall? My Sawzall? My saw? What are we trying? Some kind of like a saw? Some kind of a saw? They're gonna cut a hole in their door to be like, all right, well, if it's okay to steal from Whole Foods, I guess it's okay to steal from you too. I'm gonna take your cereal and your milk, and I'm gonna grab a bowl and I'm gonna eat cereal on the way out of your door that I sawed open. Oh my god, you crazy lady. Crazy lady. Crazy lady does not get the fucking point. Does not get the point.
True that I challenged Hasan to a debate years ago. I did it publicly on my podcast. This is verifiable.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
That's the Dave Smith thing. Do we need a little bit of this just for people to get background?
Dave? The fuck? I don't remember this at all. It is also true that Hasan much more recently sent me a message giving me props and I didn't respond. There's zero contradiction here. Now stop stealing. I'm so confused. This motherfucker's like doing drama with me and I don't even have any beef with him. It's so strange. Dave Smith lying on Hasan.
Okay, chat. We did a Waluigi super chat goal and it completely flopped, right? We're going to try a Kaya super sticker super chat. It's not, I shouldn't confuse people. It's for super chats only. Kaya sticker on screen. You got 1 hour to make it happen. And I'll even let people participate down to the light blue level. So there we go. Twitch had a 10-second delay. Oh, the other thing that might be, I always wondered about this, chat. So, you know, maybe this wasn't the right night to do it because everybody's turning into dream characters and I started so late. But YouTube is on a minimum delay, right? I've minimized the delay for YouTube. Usually YouTube has like a long delay, but there's a little switch that if you just hit it every time, it won't, right? And I've got it switched to that now. So, you know, you can, like, which means that you don't have to, after, like, I see, if you chat something, I see it immediately, and what is it? Oh, anyway, there's not a delay, right? That is all.
Comic Dave Smith says he challenged Hasan the Hun to a debate a few times and Hasan just ended up running. Hasan claims that not to be true, citing a DM he sent Dave Smith giving him props and Dave never responded to it. He's like, it's weird because, like, I guess he's shadowboxing me, but also it's not even a fight. Like, I want to have a tickle party, and this motherfucker shadowboxing me instead, and I didn't even know he was shadowboxing me. So why is he coming out like this? It's very strange. Very strange behavior. Bro has been talking to someone completely random.
So if you know who Dave Smith is, right? He is a, I don't know, was he a Rogan guest at some point? He's like a Rogan aligned, right-wing aligned comic that during the descent into hell itself that has been the Trump presidency, Dave has gotten more and more concerned and more has opposed the Trump administration more and more. Right? So for a right-winger, especially a right-winger who was in the Rogan sphere, Dave has got surprisingly good takes, right? So that's what Hasan means when he's like, I would do a tickle party, right? What he means is that, like, you and I, we don't disagree on that much. However, Hasan has got, like, he's got to keep up this illusion that he is not on Hasan's side, because his audience, well, no, wait, actually, I'm wrong about this, aren't I? I forgot, chat. His audience was defending Hasan. I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know what connections in Trump land he needs to keep open, but yeah, he's trying to kind of keep it so, oh my God, Girl Friday Tuesday with the super sticker. Look, I hope I didn't confuse people with that. It is a super chat, like, goal. So, like, when I said super sticker, it was because we'll put a sticker, a Kaya sticker, as a matter of fact, on the, where is it? Right here, right? We'll put it, yeah, so this is what we're doing for super chat goals. Oh yeah, the whole reason though was because I like wearing butterfly. And I don't want to only wear butterfly when, you know, we hit the super chat goal. So yeah, there we go. But I'm gonna give that like, we'll just do four more chat, and I'll give you the Kaya. Just in case I confused anybody, because I said something about super sticker. I was like, it's like a super chat goal, but you get a sticker, so it's like a super sticker. And then I realized, nope, that's its own thing. But yeah, that's a pretty cool super sticker. This is how I was when my dad would take me to work on Sunday, right? I would play racing I would race the office chair with my sister, and win about half of the time. Blue butterfly is the best butterfly. I mean, it's like the canon persona butterfly, isn't it?
At Ravy Bab, super chatted $6.87. 2 hearts.
2 hearts. All right, let's make that 3 hearts. There you go. We're up to 2 out of 5 on the Kaya goal. I'll try to do a tie. I don't know. I don't want to, like. I'll probably, if I start teaching you all language, probably everyone will leave.
And pretending to be you, yeah. Maybe he's talking to one of those like bots who was like, Dave Smith, do you want to see my titties? Dave Smith, I'm Hasan Piker. Please click on crypto wallet.
Conversion is so upsetting. I know the feeling, Rave. Every time I go to the ATM, I know I should probably check. I should probably only go to the ATM after Trump makes some ridiculous threat to do World War III. For some reason, chat, that's the only time that the dollar is strong against the bot. It's horrible. If the more the world is going to hell, the better the conversion. It's pretty perverse.
And I will do debate with you. I'm Hasan Piker. Do you want to see my titties? Please click on crypto wallet link. Ooh, I'm horny for debate, Dave Smith. He saw your actual DM though, so he had a chance to challenge you by responding to your DM, and he did it.
Yeah, Girl Friday Tuesday, it didn't count your super sticker, but I'm just going to pretend that thing says 2 now instead of 1. I mean, that's funny because you can do an emote and that counts as a super chat. Anyway, YouTube, you need to fix your shit. There's a lot that YouTube could do to make itself a better streaming platform. They don't do it, though, because they're not trying to compete with Twitch anymore. And it's kind of a sad thing because Twitch does need some, just like the United States needed some competition in the Cold War, and things have gotten worse since that competition has went bye-bye. Same thing with Twitch, you know, being pushed to get better when YouTube improved its streaming.
Yeah, I'm so confused by all of this.
Oh wait, let me add these two. Okay, so we're gonna add time.
Respond to me via DM, right? I don't know what this one-sided shadow boxing thing you're
for Girl Friday Tuesday. Should it go up? Yep. And then
we can talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. Good faith question. I'm not in the podcast sphere, but I'm a fan of yours. Is it fair to say you challenged him to debate publicly on your podcast, but he wasn't interested? Is it possible he wasn't aware of the challenge? Great shows this week. See you in Louisville soon. Yes, that's all possible, and thank you. So you said on your podcast to debate you, he responds and you run him.
And for Rave.
You sure are. No, I didn't know that he was challenging me to a debate. What the fuck is going on here? Why are his fans like twisting themselves into a goddamn pretzel to be like, Dave, we really like you, but this sounds kind of strange. Why are you openly admitting that he DM'd you and you never respond? If you wanted to debate him, why don't you fucking debate him then? Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching the latest fucking Dave Smith podcast, you know?
Prachi says I'm turning into a dream character. Good night, Irene. Good night, chat. Good night, Mods. Okay, I'll give you something to dream about then. Did you know, Prachi, that in the original design of Levi's jeans, I think is it the 501 jeans that were the original? Anyway, you know how they got all these little buttons here, like all over your pockets and stuff? There was a button on the crotch. On the crotch of the jeans, right? Because the buttons are put on wherever the jeans used to rip back in the day. And yes, people like the pockets would rip, right? You know, there was like, you know, and the crotch would rip a lot. So they put a button right on the crotch. Well, the problem with this is that if you were like a cowboy, say you're sitting around a fire at night and your crotch is a little too close to the fire, you're going to get burned in a very, very uncomfortable place. So yeah, they took the crotch rivet out of the Levi's jeans when they realized they were giving people a little extra, like a little bit of a.
I don't watch
a little bit of a brand right there.
Dave Smith podcast. I have seen Dave Smith appearances.
Okay, so I just kind of wanted you to know what was going on with Dave Smith,
Israel, which I gave him
because this might come up.
Ironically enough,
why couldn't they just use extra stitching? I mean, I guess. But has anybody had that where the rivet on your jeans gets hot? Like, I think I've had that with the pockets, right? I mean, obviously it's not on the crotch, so although I guess that would not be a problem for me. But yeah, I wouldn't even notice like it getting hot, right? Because nothing's. Anyway, chat. Too much information, more than enough information. But now you know about why the crotch of Levi's do not have a rivet anymore.
He's trying to get up off a crumb of your clout in the current media scrum. I know, but it's so dumb to do that. In this way,
Crotchy,
I know he has to like
crotch history. That would be the best YouTube history notch ever. Like a history of crotch channel could really do numbers. I think there'd be somebody interested in that.
Position himself as this like independent thinker on the right, and obviously, if you're anywhere ostensibly on the right, you have to say Hasan sucks.
So you see what I'm saying?
But you could just as easily be like, I'm a free thinker. Okay. I'm a free thinker.
Dave is a free thinker on so many issues, right? That's why he has alienated himself from the Rogan sphere. And why not just this one too, of like, hey, actually, I don't think the Hasan guy is so bad. I don't agree with them on this and this and this, but I don't think he's so bad, right? Why can you not do that? And I don't know. It just apparently does not work for the social reality of Dave Smith's life.
And as a free thinker, I will have a normal conversation with Hasan or something. I don't know. Bro, respond to why you haven't replied to the challenge. To you, I did outside my house in the rainstorm last night.
Oh, speaking of rainstorm chat, we're supposed to get one. I thought that I might have trouble with power today. Because like supposedly we're gonna get like a legit, they keep on threatening a legit thunderstorm. Okay, there's definitely radar activity in the area. What is going on? They lied, chat. They fucking lied about the weather. That's the worst thing you could lie about. Ugh. You know what? They probably didn't. They probably said it was like a 42% chance, and I was like, yeah, we're definitely gonna get it if it's 42% chance. Never mind that 42 is less than 50. Anyway, I think you got the gist on the Dave Smith thing and on the New York Times thing. This may come up later. Wait.
Oh shit! They found his archive tweets. Uh-oh. Turns out he was a Midas touch guy too. Breaking, I found Cole Allen's archive tweets. He predicted Kamala wins all swing states, compared Trump's win to Nazis getting elected. I mean, he was right about that. He was wrong about Kamala winning the swing states. And moved to blue sky. Scary part, he retweeted every mainstream Democrat on this platform. Thread below. What radicalized him were the same talking points repeated every day on the left. Yeah, his Reddit is boring. It's just like mostly engineering and AI related. The only thing humorous about America not having learned from Germany about what happens when Nazis get elected is that Russia may not have learned from the USSR about what happens when it makes agreements with the Nazis. Oh my God, he is one hundo P, big time anti-communist. Based on Iowa predicting Kamala wins all swing states and at least 3 red states. Retweeted by Midas Touch. Breaking, Taylor Swift endorses VP Kamala Harris. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. Trump's Project 2025 would eliminate the independence of the DOJ. Okay, he was right. Why are you showing him cooking? If your point is to somehow make this guy look bad, you shouldn't show his correct positions. Cole Allen shared mainstream Democrat politician posts like AOC, J.B. Pritzker, Senator Warren, Senator Whitehouse. Trump is breaking the law. It's true. Prepare for a tsunami of plunder and corruption. Also true. Cole Allen retweeted mainstream Democrats comparing Trump to Hitler. Also true.
Oh, wait, was I thinking of a different person? Or did I say his name? Dave Smith? Dave Smith is good on his views regarding Israel. Who was I thinking? Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Was it the Silk Road guy? Girl Friday Tuesday that you're thinking of? The guy that ran the Silk Road and Trump pardoned him? And he's like a libertarian folk hero, like legit. Libertarians love this guy.
After the 24 election, Cole Allen believed the mainstream Democrat narrative that the fascist convicted felon had become president. Again, true. He shared Bill Kristol's belief. Ooh, Bulwark boys. Kind of feels like he was leaning more into your side of the.
And this is the whole thing. Now, I guess not all of the Bulwark, because Tim Miller, for instance, who, I would say is one of the larger figures on the Bulwark, he is, not in agreement with Hasan, but definitely has come out against this attempt to just, alienate or, to shun Hasan. Sarah Longwell, on the other hand, who is a big part of the Bulwark as well, is, team fuck Hasan. So, yeah, there is an irony there. There is an irony, right? This guy was not, this guy was not a Hasan fan. This guy was a Sarah Longwell fan. It doesn't mean that Sarah Longwell is out there doing terrorism. I wouldn't say that. Be a ridiculous. I've got a lot of complaints about Sarah Longwell's takes, but supporting terrorism is not one of them. But yeah, it's just kind of ironic given the amount of smoke that she had for, him over much less meaningful shit. That now it turns out that the shooter is a fan of the Bulwark, is a fan, I believe somebody said was in a group with Sarah Longwell. I wasn't sure what group we were talking, like if we're talking about oh my God, what the fuck is it? A chat, group chat. Yeah. Is it a group chat? Are we talking about a Twitter group? What group is this guy in with Sarah Longwell? Maybe I should look really close at this. No dogs were zapped in the manufacturing of the stream. Let's hope so, right? Let's hope so.
Radical Democratic spectrum than my side. Just saying. Sarah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sarah.
Wait, what is this? Where cat? Let me turn. I gotta do this, chat. All right, what are we on here? What is the? Oh, it's already on 1080. It's already on 1080. That's the best. After the 2024 election, Cole Allen believed the mainstream Democrat narrative that the fascist convicted felon had become president. He shared Bill Kristol's. Oh my God, this guy is all kind. Look, so here's what we're dealing with, chat. These aren't even Democrats per se. I mean, they're probably voting Democrats. They might register Democrats. They probably have a lot to say about the, who the Democratic Party nominates, but they're not. These are Bill Kristol is a neocon, and the Bulwark is, just never Trumpers, basically, right? This is the kind of shit that the shooter was into, ironically, right? Remember, this is not me, laying the non-existent bodies at the Bulwark store. Thankfully, nobody was killed in the incident, right? But this is, me saying that maybe Sarah Longwell should stop throwing stones from a glass house. Just maybe.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Sarah. Listen. Sarah Longwell, very mean, very nasty about me, very nasty. Constantly saying nasty things, these radical centrists. Do I condemn Sarah Longwell? Brave take. But
was Hasan always this evil? No, he used to game, believe it or not, right? He used to game. I used to be evil too, Shadows, for the record, right? I promised people a gaming stream. I gave them, there was a gaming stream fund that I said, okay, as soon as you build this up to 100, I'll give you a gaming stream. And what happened, chat? It built all the way up to 400, and I did not give you a gaming stream until I just kept on getting embarrassed about how, every time I'd scroll down, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I owe you 4 gaming streams. And I finally, and now look at this, chat. Look at this, right? Some people, try to work really hard to pay off their college debt, right? I have paid off my debt to the gaming frogs. That's right. Video game stream only at 52%. This is the first time in months that it's been under 100. But yeah, I used to be evil too. So I'm just recovering. What the fuck? 52%? I know. Well, yeah, because I've done 4 gaming streams now. Yeah. If you're Alex Jones, you would actually say evil. What do we have next, chat? It looks like we're doing the What If Alt Hist D&D game with Tim Pool. So let me scroll up here just to show you what we've got going on. Yeah, video games 52%. 40 Shoe on Head has got the lead, but nobody has donated for it. Tim Pool, on the other hand, is in 3rd place or 4th place. I can't even tell. And but they, 33 points extra. Look at that, makes all the difference. So we're gonna watch that first. I thought about doing something where I have a time. No, we can't have multiple timers on the screen, can we? Like if it's 6, no, because that wouldn't work. Where there's a time, the amount, maybe the bonus from the donation runs down over time, and when it gets to back, I don't know. I'm making it too confusing. This guy was retweeting Dylan Burns. Yeah, I mean, this guy has very similar takes to Dylan Burns, right? This is who he is. He's a NATO Atlanticist and a centrist lib. I don't know what to say.
Some of her takes I do condemn, and some I do not. Sarah Long.
Hot Pine Pennies on Shoe. Look at that. Shoe get. Oh, wait a minute, Rave. What? Rave, are you that observant that you pop the exact amount of pennies that it takes to flip the content? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, chat. Okay, look, it's ahead by 1 point now. Right? So what this is the poll plus the donos. And the one that's ahead is the one that I'll do next. So now it looks like we're gonna maybe watch the shoe video first of all. Anyway, but we're very close, chat. It's on the wire. It could change. It could change at any moment.
Longwell incited his violence.
But I hope everybody noticed how easily, you know, somebody with that's donated can tilt the balance and know that you can do it too. Through a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Twitch or on Throne or even chat, here's a free way. If you use a Twitch Prime sub, no cost out of your pocket, and you do, you know, potentially you can put your thumb on the scale in the poll, or you could say Vox Populi, away with all this nonsense. I do not accept, you know, people money in politics, right? Vox Populi is the anti-money in politics vote. It's like literally money that blocks money from affecting the poll. That's a possibility too. So I'm just putting it out there, chat. If you know, like it looks like we are in a little bit of a bidding war between Shoe on Head and Hasan.
Come on, man.
At the moment.
I'm not gonna do that, dude. Shut up. Cole Allen shared Democrat conspiracy popular next, including claims that Trump staged the Butler assassination. Oh, he's an assassination truther. He also shared posts about Elon Musk Starlink stealing the 2024 election. The Starlink story is really taken out. A call for a recount. Oh my God, he was straight up bluing on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It literally feels like I invented this guy out of thin air. This is the guy I was joking about. Cole Allen.
I gotta disagree. This feels like a guy that, I don't know, Truanon, Chapo Trap House, or possibly Come Town invented, right? It doesn't seem like a guy, no offense, Hasan, but it seems like something that somebody with some actual comedy chops, again, no offense. Oh God, chat, now I'm agreeing with J Stalk. I'm sorry, we're not gonna call him J Stalk, chat, we're gonna call him Just As Cool. Now I'm agreeing with Just As Cool, that Hasan isn't funny except for when he does accents. Anybody want to disagree with that take? That's probably a bad take.
Shared post claiming
I should not be defending J Stalk's bad takes like this.
Tulsi Gabbard was a Russian asset.
Just as cool.
Appears pure Russian asset. Russia's nakedly lobbying in favor of Tulsi. Only way Tulsi gets confirmed is the U.S. Senate to wholly abdicate its responsibility to maintain the safety and security of U.S. Citizens. Cole Allen shared posts referring to Trump's cabinet as rapist, spy, zealot, anti-vaxxer. Tommy Vitor banning the vaccines. Project Lincoln, get your family vaccinated while you can.
I'm sorry. This is going by too quick. I can't tell what the fuck is going on. I'll try to.
Lobbying in favor of a guy out of tight claims that Trump staged the Butler.
Okay, so he claims that Trump staged the Butler assassination.
Oh, he's an assassination truther. He also shared posts about Elon Musk Starlink stealing the 2024 election.
To be fair, Elon, was it Elon that said, no, it was Trump that said it. He said something weird that sounded like he was saying Elon's really good with computers. He's going to work really well on those voting machines, right? So yeah, to be fair, Trump definitely fed that conspiracy theory, but yeah, there's no proof, unfortunately, if Starlink somehow, I don't even know what the mechanism of Starlink stealing the vote would be.
The Starlink story is really taken out. A call for a recount. Oh my God, he was straight up bluing on. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay,
oh my God.
Tulsi Gabbard was a Russian asset.
Out of thin air. This is the guy I was joking about. Cole Allen shared post claiming Tulsi Gabbard was a Russian asset. Tulsi Gabbard appears pure Russian asset. Russia's nakedly lobbying in favor of Tulsi. Only way Tulsi gets confirmed is the U.S. Senate to wholly abdicate its responsibility to maintain the safety and security of U.S. Citizens. Cole Allen shared posts referring to Trump's cabinet as rapist, spy, zealot, anti-vaxxer. Tommy Vitor banning the vaccines. Project Lincoln.
Wait, sorry, Tommy Vitor? Wait, what? I'm sorry, what does that mean? Tommy Vitor is a host on Chapo. Like I said, he's probably one of the more centrist hosts on there. Yeah, I would say Tommy, Lovett, and then Favreau. Who's the other guy, chat? I always forget the other guy. Oh, I feel so bad for the other guy. Oh my God, JVL is the Bulwark guy. Chat, who's the other guy on PodSave? I can't remember my Podjohns. This is sad. Tommy Vitor. Okay, what? Tommy Vitor banning the vaccines? At Tommy Vitor banning the vaccines? What does that mean? He added Tommy Vitor and he said Trump was banning the vaccines? He was worried he wouldn't be able to get the vaccines under Robert F. Kennedy. So I guess he tweeted at Tommy Vitor about that, then tweeted at Project Lincoln, get your family vaccinated while you still can. I'm either that or retweeted them. I can't tell. I can't, and it's too small.
Get your family vaccinated.
Again, this is archived, right? Somebody, I think maybe I could pull this up on Twitter if I searched for it, right? But
vaccinated while you can. Okay, this is exactly the type of guy who gets mad at the Podjons for having me on. I'm just saying, it is a little bit funny. It is a little bit funny that after these past 2 months of every right-wing Democratic consultant yelling at me, it turns out one of their guys was responsible for it. What do I say? First you joke about NATO Andes, Ryan Ruth appears, then you joke about Radlib bluing on K-Hovers, and this guy appears. I know. I don't know what the hell. Oh, okay. What are you sneaking in? You got bored?
All I gotta say is, Hasan, have you been playing any video games from the late 90s with rumors, with the urban legends that they can cause strange effects? Because that's the only thing I can relate to, right? What his takes are creating reality. It sounds like a video game cursed. Are you sure this guy hasn't been playing video games, chat? When's the last time he played a video game? Was it Your Rage? Did he play anything with Your Rage? I know he had Your Rage on. Your Rage Gaming. When's the only time I've ever seen something like this happen is from a video game curse. Yeah. You got to be careful, right? If they say don't play a video game on stream, maybe don't play it on stream. Or maybe play a different version of it on stream.
Hello.
Is there a Kaya?
Abundance are mad as fuck. This one. Bro. They're abounding. Trump is nominated the most corrupt, ethically compromised, incompetent cabinet. I mean, again, a lot of correct posts, a lot of Will Stancil posts, but.
And here's the thing, Will Stancil, if you dug up posts from him from like several years ago, you'd find a lot of just like liberal brain rot, honestly, a lot of just garbage. But something lit a fire under Will Stancil's ass after, basically after what happened in Minnesota. And he is actually out there fighting the fight. And I got to give him that. Somebody I don't agree on a lot of things with, somebody I think is kind of subject of derision and humor for me most of the time. Everything is computer. Everything is PS1. Japanese, the subtitle of the Japanese version of the game. But yeah, look, if there was more Will Stancil, that's what I could say, chat. Look, liberals, I don't hate you. I don't, I don't know. I just wish there was more of you that were Will Stancils and less of you that were ContraPoints. That's all, chat. Like ContraPoints, she's talking a lot about revolution. Maybe you should get involved in something, Natalie. Maybe it would make you feel like less unhinged.
Oh my God!
I'm not saying like actual revolution, but you're not exactly tabby, are you?
The scary part, Cole Allen looks like he came from a good family, Caltech graduate, master's of computer science. His beliefs mirrored mainstream Democratic talking points, yet he charged a Secret Service checkpoint with a shotgun, willing to die for a shot at the president. This is what the left constantly calls Trump Hitler ice, the Gestapo.
Everything is Duck NATO.
Cole Allen retweeting a post saying, voting for Jill Stein is such embarrassing shit. Another read, we'll either have the first woman president or the end of America. He showed a no opinion post on Trump canceling the CHIPS Act. Kaya, watch out. Oh, baby. What a fuck. Eyvallah, sağ ol babacığım. Wow. Cole Allen retweeted mainstream Democrats like David from Free Press. Wait, FP Wellman? No, Fred Wellman. I don't know who that is, but wait. I don't even know who that is. These are motherfuckers who called me literally in the last week a terrorist. David Frum. Oh my God. Dark woke blue MAGA. Your strongest warrior has arrived. Scott Jennings is blaming you on CNN right now. Buddy, this guy hated me. Okay? This guy hated my ass, it seems. Oh my Lord.
Sorry, it's hard to tell, but I think he's saying fucking hated, not filleted, right? Because I don't think you can fillet ass, right? Chat, this is above my pay grade. Okay, I'm not an expert on all things. Despite the fact that everybody thinks I'm some kind of like, you know, a dark woke fujoshi or something. I swear, I don't think that doesn't check out. Yeah, he said fucking hated my ass, not like anyway. Why a butterfly in my hair? Why not?
Scott Jennings can fuck up all day, every day. This guy is not one of mine at all.
I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
To be fair, he's all of our president, so that's number one. But
update on the Kaya goal. We got 27 minutes left. We're looking for 3 light blue or above super chats to unlock the Kaya sticker on stream. We're almost done with the Hasan content, which means we're going to be pivoting to something else. Right now, it is by a hair. Shoe on head, Hasan hit piece. But honestly, I got to even check the poll to see if that's still currently accurate, right? Ahead by 1 point. Remember, you can change, you can vote if you haven't already. The voting is going on over at youtube.com/nocommentchick. Click on the stream and click on the vote, and you'll be able to choose what content for us to watch next. Make sure to do that if you haven't already. Also, like the stream while you're over there, because it helps me out a lot. And believe it or not, I appreciate it a lot. I actually do. Everybody that likes the stream, I appreciate you. And you, I want to know what you think. So make sure to vote. And remember, when you donate, whether it's super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne or on Patreon or on Twitch, all of that, you know, makes the stream go longer, it turns back time, and it also gives you the ability to put your thumb on the scale of the poll. Put your money where your mouth is. Add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. It's a pretty good deal, I would say. So right now, yeah, shoe on head, hit piece is ahead by a... What did they say in... oh, no, wait. That went down to 38? Okay, wait. Tim Pool went up to 13, 52 votes so far. Wait, no, Tim Pool went up to 15. Okay, wait, no. We're changing, chat. It's looking different now. 15 makes this 48. And then this is 38 right now, which makes this 45. Okay, so now the D&D session from hell is ahead by $3. That's where we're at right now. It's a nose. Yeah, like ahead by a nose. I was gonna say ahead by a head, but that's too much. Yeah, like the nose of the horse. It's not the nose of the like jockey, right? The jockey can't like lean forward and cheat, can they? Are they allowed to? What's to stop a jockey from straight up standing up on the horse and like just being like that? You know, doing like the Titanic, right? You know, like that to win. I mean, it sounds dangerous, but you would win, right? Who doesn't love head? I mean, look, as long as it's not head from a horse, I'm sure then only Vosh would be interested. But anyway, chat, that's gross. Whoa, look at that. Also following the stream, wouldn't you know, also makes it go. It also turns back time as well by a hair. That's like the tiny amount. Yeah. Anyway, we're almost done with this. I will check back and see what's ahead at that point. But yeah, looks like right now maybe it's not going to be shoe on head.
Number two, the left is not the only people online and in the world creating this sort of commentary back and forth. And I'm not trying to take away from people who have been targeted and things that have happened to them, but it doesn't change the fact that every single one of us is responsible for the rhetoric that comes out of our mouth, and it is just as equally as horrible on the right as it is the left.
All right, we got to take a quick break here. Tomorrow, the president plans to host King Charles. The visit
is that CNN?
In spite of last night's violent attack.
Chat, that wasn't Fox News. That was CNN.
Could the incident shift?
Scott Jennings was on CNN Live talking shit about me. Turns out this guy is I mean, obviously he's not a Scott Jennings fan, but David Frum, people who fucking hate my ass, bro. This is crazy. If he turned out to be a Hasan Abihid, would you have looked?
At Brendartree, super chatted $5 for a coffee.
For a coffee, thank you so much. You have no idea how much coffee I could buy with $5 in Thailand, but thank you for the super chat either way.
Of the country? No, of course not, because that's not how things work. Like, these people will try their very best to be like, oh, Hasan is a violent radical, he's dangerous rhetoric, but like okay, at the end of the day, we still haven't reached a point where you know, the administration, it might get there, but we're not currently there where the administration would be like, oh, your clips out of context are actually invitations for violence. Like, in a court of law,
oh yeah, let me
totally protected. Tying that back to someone like myself, even if he was a fucking man, would be unbelievable. Like, I don't think this is Will Stance's fault either, by the way. I just want you to understand. Like, when I look at his
okay, so Brenda Triplet
to be like a
adding
to be like, oh, Will Stance's statements are violent. No, of course not.
The time went up, and
I'm not playing that game at all. Yeah. Neera Tanden, Cole Allen hating Hasan. Yeah. It's I mean, he called me a fucking grifter when he was literally on the train from California to Chicago on his way to try and assassinate the mother president, dude. It's pretty hilarious that all these guys are trying to be like, oh, Hasan did this. Yeah, the most political action that my followers engage in is when they go and like run for office, okay? Is when they go and door knock for a candidate.
I asked about flutterbys because I thought we were sisters in thyroid. You mean that you're referring to the cartridge or the gland?
Perhaps the reason,
or sorry, cartilage.
That is the case is because that's what I constantly tell them to do. One might even say that my redirection of all of the
gland, okay,
and all of the animosity that exists in the ether is what leads people into more productive avenues rather than taking matters into their own hands and doing something fucking insane like this. Yeah, this was a really funny take. Person who thinks Hasan Piker is too radical but then proceeds to try to assassinate the president is something that only Blue Sky could produce. Posted 4 days.
There it is. Oh my God. Wait, no. I'm sorry. That is such a killer. That's the line of the night, chat. Just remember this, okay? These are words to live by.
Funny take. Person who thinks Hasan Piker is too radical but then proceeds to try to assassinate the president is something that only Blue Sky could produce.
Who is that? Joe at... Oh, I can't read something. Elections Joe. I can't tell, but that is there it is right there. Person who thinks Hasan Piker is too radical, but proceeds to try and assassinate the president is indeed something only Blue Sky could produce. And I'm starting to understand Blue Sky. Look, chat, I made the assumption that Blue Sky was just going to be a place for the left, right? It was going to be, you know, like you got to be at least a socialist to be on Blue Sky. And look, it does, it is a very socially progressive place. It is not always universally progressive. Let's just put it that way. And so, yeah, it does kind of make for a strange, like there's a level of like ferocity, you know, there, but maybe not a level of, I don't know. And again, painting with broad strokes, you know, there's plenty of cool people on Blue Sky, probably more, obviously more, you know, than on Twitter, right, per capita. But again, the capitas, there's just not as many of them on Blue Sky, unfortunately, and it doesn't have that. Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't want to speak too much about a site that I don't use nearly enough. But yeah, Twitter's fucked, and well, Blue Sky's just kind of weird. I don't know, right? So some people that are very not leftist, right, have actually experienced like growth there like you wouldn't believe, and get you know, kind of it's just I don't think I understand it yet. I don't think I understand Blue Sky. But what I do understand, chat, is that I've got to look. Oh my god. Sorry if the tone seems prickly. Not exactly, Specs, but thank you for the super chat nonetheless. What, 3 out of 5? Okay, so it says 3 out of 5. We got 18 minutes left of this goal. I'm going to say it's 4 out of 5 because I'm counting that sticker as a... I'm counting that sticker as a, you know, as if it was a super chat, because why not? Why the fuck not? I'm going to get that as a tramp stamp. You watch, wait, what was the deal with the tramp? Oh, it's shaped like a butterfly. Good point. That's where the, yeah, butterfly reference was from. But anyway, we got, we're going to switch over now to, it looks like Tim Pool, What If Alt Hist, D&D Sesh from Hell. Look at that. Look at that. And that is the Kaya right there. Prickly pears are delicious. Says Rave. I don't know why the stream alerts are not working for either of you, but I think I gotta add add some time here for Rave and for Specs. That goes. Did it work? Did it work? No. What the? So I just put ad. Am I silly? Of course I'm silly. Ad time. What are we adding? Not just anything. Time. All right, right up there. And we got it, and we got for Specs and for Rave as well. Prickly pears are delicious. I've only had one in my life, and it was pretty good. It was pretty damn good. You know, the only thing I can tell you, Specs, about me not recognizing that you're referring to the butterfly in the thyroid thing is that, like, I once had a, I think it was like a soda brand, or you remember when people used to wear like weird, like ironic branded shirts? I can't remember. I think it was like Sunkist or something like that. And like, I remember some guy, like, you know, I was in a new class. Some guy comes up to me and he's like, you know, I really love Sunkist. It's fucking delicious. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty good. And I'm thinking to myself, that's a weird thing to say. Why would you come up to me and say, no one ever suspects the butterfly, but you did. Yeah, we got the goal completed. All right, Kaya. Let's make Kaya a reality. I think this is how we do it. Yep, there is Kaya. Kaya, place. Okay then. Okay. I think she could probably scooch down a little bit. But yeah, like, you know, and I didn't realize I was wearing, like, I don't remember if it was Sunkist or Fago or what the fuck. It probably wasn't Fago. But whatever it was, you know, he was obviously referring. I just forgot what shirt I was wearing, and I could not figure out until I think I got in the car and I looked down and I'm like, oh shit, that's what he was talking about. That's what I made him feel like a weirdo for no reason. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. All right, well, that is it for the Hasan segment. I think let me double check. All right, where is the poll at? 41% for Shoe on Head Hasan hit piece. Oh my God, chat, it's changing again. Make sure to vote. It's good that you're voting. Don't think that I am exasperated by keeping up with it. I'm not. This is my job. You just keep voting. And 15. Ooh, okay. So 40. Chat, do we have a tie? Rave, I think you said maybe you're ahead now, right? Because I think, have donated at least 13 now, so I'm going to change that 7. Anybody else want to update the... Wait, am I doing this right? $13 plus 41, yeah, it's 54. Okay, 54. Oh, put yours on Vox. Okay, wait, all of yours or just like the rest goes on Vox? Changing lanes, gotcha. All right, so Vox, what does that do? Oh, okay, wait, that changes everything. Or maybe nothing, or maybe everything is nothing. We're about to figure it out. Rave is about to mathematically show us that everything equals nothing, which I think was the advice my Tai Chi teacher was trying to give me when we talked last. I hadn't figured that one out, though. What is it? Brenda Triplet says Vox as well. All right, so we're going to take this off of here. All right. This goes down to 0. That is just 41. And then we're going to add, oh my God. Let me make sure I'm adding the right amount. 13 plus... $13 plus 7, so we're at 20 to Vox Populi. Okay, 20. And look at how this works, chat. So now when Vox Populi is in play, what does it do? Well, it takes the, money that's donated for a certain topic, and it subtracts itself from that. So now, wait, no, that is the dono. Okay, so yeah, 20 minus that, 13 plus 15 is now 28. We look at the poll again. Shoe on head is at 42% now. 42, 28, and 28. And then Alex Jones still down there at 16. 0% plus 16. So it looks like we're going to do the shoe on head hit piece, and that the real tie now is between Trumpspiracy and Tim Pool playing D&D. Those are legitimately tied now, but this one is at 42. That's ahead. That is how much. See what I said about, like, we're gonna prove that nothing equals everything, right? So I said it might change everything, right? It definitely took the wind out of Tim Pool's sails, took the wind out of it's like a hurdle for the donos to get over, and only the part of the dono that's bigger than the Vox Populi actually gets over the hurdle. But it only affects the dono, the bonus, right? The plus whatever %, right? That's all that it affects. It doesn't affect the polling numbers, if that makes sense. But the TLDR, chat, is that it changed nothing, and at the same time it changed everything, because we're still watching the shoe on head hit piece, but now I guess Tim Pool is tied with Kyle Kalinski's Trumpspiracy. So keep on voting, because it's still up in the air. What are we going to do for the next topic? But I know what we're going to do for this topic right now. We're going to switch ourselves over to, oh my God, shoe on head. Oh, what did I ask for by even putting this on here? Chat, this is going to be so bad, and I'm going to have to pee.
Eggs are drying up.
I'm going to have to pee. Shoe on head has not changed her filter or her hairstyle or her makeup since, I don't know, the early 2010s. The world has moved on since Midwest emo. Shoe on head has not. What has moved on? Her takes, right? She started off as a right-winger. She was like, no, I'm actually a left-winger. I just don't like the SJWs. And every time, you know, it's convenient, she switches, right? So now she's on the Hasan bad train. She's kind of irrelevant. And at this point, jumping on a major topic like Hasan Piker, somebody who is not irrelevant, is probably the only thing that she can do to just rekindle the nostalgia. This is nostalgia chick, chat, but not Lindsay Ellis. This is a whole nother. I never really hyper analyzed her makeup either, but maybe she doesn't spend as much time on her eyeliner as I thought, chat. Right? Maybe those are not false lashes after. I thought I remembered, you know, so no, there at least on top. There's some, yeah, there we go. I see it. What is going on? I'm sorry. Maybe I just have never looked at her makeup close up, but that's great. No, I love it if she doesn't spend too much, you know what I mean? I don't spend any time on makeup. So please, you know, like fog me less, right? Anyway, shoe on head. Male protector fantasy. Is it incel to want to be a father? I don't know, chat, but what I do know is that I need to pee really bad and that I am probably going to have to try to listen to this on my headphones while I pee because it's just like, you know, she's going to go off. She is going to go off. What is this? Okay, it's waiting music while I try to get this all set up. I'm just pulling up the stream on my phone so that I don't miss anything that Shu says, because I'm supposed to respond to it all, aren't I?
Nobody warns you about this part of homeownership.
Oh, great, a commercial. All right, chat, so here we go. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna be listening to this. It's just buckle in, right? Because Shuan had, she's not exactly MAGA. She's very hostile to anything beyond the most centrist, lukewarm, liberal takes, and maybe even those are too much, right? Maybe liberalism is a little too woke. She's definitely anti-SJW, whatever the fuck that means. Who knows what an SJW is anymore? She's anti-woke. She's a bit of a time capsule from, like, I don't know, 15 years ago, right? Welcome to 2012. Here's your emo e-girl.
If you're a woman online, you have probably heard that many times. Perhaps this image haunts you at night. It is a true fact that women's fertility begins to decline at age 30, and they suddenly wake up and get what we call baby fever. But what about the men? Do their sperms rot? Do their balls shrivel up into little raisins and die? Do they wake up one day and get baby fever? Do men have a biological clock in the same way women do? I've briefly joked about this in videos before. In fact, a clip of mine from a video I did a few months ago actually went viral recently thanks to the VTuber Smugalana.
Ah yes, the male biological clock. It's not physical, but spiritual.
Men will deny this, but they absolutely have a biological clock. It may not hit in your teens or your 20s, but one day you're going to have a dream. You have a little daughter making pancakes with your wife in the morning, and you're not going to be able to get it out of your head. And the comments were full of men discussing their dreams to start a family. There is not much discussion about men's desire to have children. Like many things, it's not really something they talk about publicly. That was until a certain video game came out.
Just, what are you?
I am DI-03367, a state-of-the-art pragmatic created here at the Cradle. I possess basic life-saving...
How about we call you Diana?
Diana?
Pragmata is a sci-fi action game where you play as astronaut Hugh Williams, who is sent to investigate an abandoned moon base. He meets a childlike android named Diana, and they team up to survive and escape the space station. Along the way, they uncover what went wrong and defeat the bad guys, all while forming a strong emotional bond.
I'm counting on you, kiddo.
But it seems to have awakened something deep within gamers, especially male gamers. The urge to get married and have kids. I'm not planning on getting married and having kids, but damn, this game is like fatherhood calling to me. Is this how women feel about their biological clocks? This game makes me want a daughter. What is this feeling inside me? It can't be. It's like, I want to protect. It's like, I want to be a dad. They won me over. The white baby makes me feel paternal. I will burn anyone and anything that tries to harm her. This game is dragging out the innate dad instinct. I want to like Pragmata, but I can't, knowing that men are also enjoying it. This is a game for incels. Babe, wake up! It's time for your yearly gamer culture war slap! It's 2014 forever, man. We are never going to escape Mr. Gamergate's wild ride. In this video, we are going to discuss the facts and theories behind the so-called male biological clock, after we discuss the drama surrounding the game Pragmata, and how a bunch of men expressing a simple, wholesome desire, the desire to start a family, has turned into yet another culture war. Yet another gender war. The gender war. Men versus women, women versus men, the male loneliness epidemic, the female loneliness epidemic, dealing with dating apps, hookup culture. Do men like curvy or thin women? Do women like dad bods or fit men? Do they like beards or clean shaven? Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before we get deeper into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, Henson Shaving. For the last few decades, razors haven't been designed to work better. They've been designed to be marketed better. More features, more gimmicks, more blades. Just add one more blade, bro. One more blade, I promise, bro. One more blade. While skin irritation is just treated like something you just have to deal with. And a major cause for irritation is blade flex, because most razors use springs to let the blades move as you shave. That helps them adapt to like different angles, but also causes extra tugging and razor burn. Most people just learn to cope with like aftershave and cold water, fixing the symptoms instead of the cause. The question nobody asks is, should the blade even move? And here's where Henson Shaving comes in. By fully supporting a two-sided blade all across its length, they hold the blade in place, preventing any bouncing or skipping, resulting in an irritation-free shave. No springs, no movement, no need to compensate with pressure. And there's something really satisfying about that. Not just getting a better shave, I need a new Mac. Best part is, like, to burn a skinnier blades to your car, right? You see it everywhere. In video games, they call it a dad simulator. The Walking Dead, The Last of Us, God of War, Detroit Become Human, BioShock, Life is Strange. Also movies like Logan, True Grit, in a way, Monsters Inc. Shows like The Mandalorian. Literature has done it forever with The Road, Les Miserables, and many, many others. It shows up time and time again because it taps into something deeply human. The instinct to protect, to guide, to teach, to nurture something more vulnerable than yourself. It is a beautiful and powerful story that has been told for centuries. And you're like really weird and an incel for enjoying it, actually. Incel game. If you buy this game, I'm gonna assume you are a pedophile. I feel like it's a breach of ethics at this point to design child characters for an audience of majority male gamers. Like, let's stop with the defenseless girl the big strong man has to protect. This reeks of sexism and control. I hate these father simulator games. They always give me the creeps. This is low Kirkenuanly fascist propaganda and gives me pedo vibes. Wouldn't it be cool if I sneezed right now? Fascist propaganda. If this is fascist propaganda, slap me and call me Adolf. Zoomer women really look at a wholesome game involving a child and wait, what the f is low Kirkenuanly? After hearing about toxic masculinity for the past like 15 years now, finally a topic comes up where it's overwhelmingly positive masculinity. And what is the response? I think the funniest thing about the Pragmata controversy is that those incels genuinely think they could ever get near enough to a woman to impregnate one. It's not nuanced. Pragmata is blatant pedophilia catered to male gooner gamers. Why are people thinking this is sexual or makes you a pedophile? Because men are notorious for being peds and disgusting humans? They sexualize everything? You are not very smart. A lot of loser males who often turn to gaming are pedos. It is an unconscious strategy to avoid competing with chat, as well as complementing their own pure attorneyness. Stalled development. What? Y'all are full of shit talking about dad instincts and whatever. We know why the f you want to play the game. You want to crack the little blonde bimbo slut. What? This character design creeps me out. Why does she look like a doll? Why is this blonde child with a blowout running around barefoot? I've not yet played the game. Is this expanded on in the plot? Or is this just eye candy for creeps? I feel like I'm going insane. She just looks like a cute kid to me. Like, that is just literally a cute little kid. I do not see the sexualization, and I am a huge pervert, mind you. I do not see what the f these people are talking about. Are there creepy people on the internet who are sexualizing Diana? Yes, absolutely yes. It is a small minority, but it is still disgusting. In fact, a subreddit had to be shut down because people were making not safe for work art of this child, which honestly is not shocking. It's Reddit. But that's not the game's fault. The game has nothing creepy in it. These creepy people will always exist, unfortunately. I have made several videos about these people existing. People getting mad here are not getting mad at the people sexualizing Diana. That would be completely understandable. It would make sense if they were going to the accounts that were doing that and calling them creeps, but no. They're for some reason just getting mad at people liking and enjoying the game. They're just spurging out and randomly calling everyone and anyone incels. Why did they make her look like a porn star though? Why is the child sexy? Are you okay? These Twitter freaks see a child, immediately sexualize them, and think everyone else is as creepy as they are. Like, no bitch, that's you! And Reddit! You and Reddit! There is nothing in this video game that caters to the freaks except for the fat.
Oh my god, chat. I got so much to say about this. Look, this actually does tie into something that... What? Okay, oh, it's the whole soundtrack. Okay. Anyway, that's kind of cool. I'm guessing it's not like a real piece of equipment. It's like a virtual drum machine. Male protector fantasy. Is it incel to want to be a father? Oh my god. Where do I start? So she did acknowledge that whenever you present a certain type of character to a certain type of audience, a subset of that audience, and I mean like a young character, right? Yeah, that there will be an audience there that is looking to sexualize that person. Now, this has been a problem. This is something that we constantly talk about with anime. That if you notice that there are a lot of panty shots in animes, even if some of the characters are like incredibly young and should not be, should not be shot from that angle. If you're wondering why that's there, it's because there is money to be made from pedos. And it becomes another capitalism perverse incentive. Sure, you could leave that money on the table. You should leave that money on the table. But because it is a business, like, they don't. A lot of people, a lot of studios don't, right? I'm not talking about ones that are making like obvious like bait for that kind of demographic, but I'm talking about ones that just kind of like leave something in there knowing that they are going to get more, sales or whatever. By virtue of this and understanding that pedo money, like, oh my god, chat, I'm behind Irene. It was like the whole rant was as Irene. You're still a sticker? Wait. I am still a sticker, that's true. Yeah, money made from our discomfort. That's the whole thing, is if you want to enjoy like anime, you end up, or even fucking video games, you end up putting up with, kind of the knowledge, right? Like, you get a spidey sense where you can tell there are some people watching this shit that are not right. Like Persona 4, right? There's a really cute character that is your, like, the main character's little sister in Persona 4. I don't think that there was any like ill intent from like the game designers or anything. like that. But when I see how many Persona 4 fan accounts are like a little too obsessed with Nanako, I wonder. This is about Pragmata. Exactly, Davy Cliff. That's correct. You have diagnosed it. We are talking about Pragmata. We are talking about, I guess, the pedo gaze at this point. What do you call that other than the pedo gaze, chat? The knowledge that, even if you create a character that's super wholesome, just the inclusion of a younger person is going to, potentially, draw a certain audience. Now, chat, I didn't say it's every audience. I don't think that you got to worry about, like, I'm making a Barbie game, Barbie dress up. Do I need to blur everything in order to make sure that I guess Barbie wouldn't be a good example, but like a game with dressing up dolls that look young or something, a game for kids, right? Do you got to worry about it with that? Well, no, I mean, like, hopefully not. But when you're doing gamers, you think about who's playing, think about who's looking. Think about the freaking streamers who cover gaming and how many of them were a little too friendly with the Shad Man. Think about that, chat. I'm not kidding you. Think about how many big YouTubers, big gaming YouTubers, were like, somehow like best friends with this weird pedo artist guy from Sweden. Never occurred to me all the animes I've seen have that weird shot. Yeah, Miyazaki even. I'm thinking of it. I don't know what's exactly going on there. Like, theoretically, chat, all of what's portrayed in a movie like like a Miyazaki movie, or even a movie like or even an anime like Fully Cully, like, right? It's supposed to be a coming of age sort of comedy version of Evangelion. There's the rewatch makes me uncomfortable. Let me just say that, right? And I don't know what to do about it, because I want for coming of age stuff like that to be made, right? I think I really do. But yeah, it's like, once you're on the internet and you become aware that, like, these, I mean, Shu even acknowledged it, right? There are places. She's not saying this isn't happening. She's saying that my incels are not the same as these guys on Reddit that are openly gooning about a fucking, I mean, she's supposed to be a robot, so that's probably their justification, right? That's a 3,000-year-old dragon, but no, in this case, she is a artificial intelligent cyborg, or sorry, not cyborg, but a robot, I think, is the story. But yeah, it is a really uncomfortable thing, and I don't think you could thrust it away as much as she is here. Oh, she's a droid? Wait, what does that actually mean? Oh, Foid. There we go. There we go. I mean, I remember back in the day when we used to say femoid. I like hitting that, like, accent on the E too. But that's just me, chat. That's just me. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of an uncomfortable conversation here. I don't think the game is bad. Anybody want to change my mind? Maybe I don't know. I will not pretend that I pay the most attention to, like, video games. Maybe there's something about the actual game that is, like, legit. Like, I don't know. I would say, if anything, there's maybe, like, with the virality of the game, it does seem to be connected to the people that are worried about white birth rates, right? And in that case, it's no coincidence that this is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed sort of character, right? But it doesn't mean, and I'm not trying to say that the devs are bad or that the people that like the games are bad, but the people that think that this game is like an awakening of the natalist consciousness or some shit like that, which is red-white natalist consciousness. If we're being real. If we're talking about the people that are actually that are actually trying to make this game, like, it's not leftists trying to turn this political by saying, like, you can't play this game. If you play this game, you're a pedo and an incel. It is some leftists noticing that there are pedos and incels playing the game, and it is the right trying to turn this into into like a cultural watershed moment where everybody's like, oh gosh, you know how I was all self-focused and, you know, thought that it was too expensive to bring a child into this world? Or I don't know, you know, why do they think that people have stopped having children? That they just forgot that kids are cute? And you could be a team. You and your child, you know, ideally should be like, you know, working together. And that feels good, right? Do people just forget that? Is that not portrayed in movies? What do you think? What do you think it's missing? What is the theory there? That, like the evil media has like taken all positive portrayal of parenthood out of media? Game is fine, but pretending the game isn't a hotbed of gross outside dialogues is really ignorant for real. I mean, that is, I am coming from the ignorant camp in terms of I have not played the game myself, and the gameplay I've seen is pretty limited. So you got me there, Blurs DX. It's gross outside of dialogues. A bed of gross outside dialogues is really ignorant. So it's exactly Shu's thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, kid and parent team. Well, I mean, that's what the game is. Isn't God of War is like this too, right? I don't know the most about video games. I'm a political streamer, not a video game streamer, and you could tell, you know, what kind of gamer girl I am. That is the one that does not have hand-eye coordination with her controller. They never said this about Donkey Kong Banza. It's the game is supposed to be pedo bait. People would say, "I want to be a dad now," are fronting. I don't. Okay, here's what I'll say about the game and the character. It's Uncanny Valley. Okay, again, I'm trying to move slowly. I do not, you know what I mean? I don't want to jump to conclusions here. Okay? But maybe there's a reason for this even, you know? But my first impressions of the character is that it's not a good portrayal of a human being. Now, granted, they're not portraying a human being. Maybe it should be Uncanny Valley. Because she is a, did we say droid? So is that like the idea, kind of like the R2-D2? Can you play Pragmatic on Wii? I don't think so. I don't think you can play Breath of the Wild on the original Wii. What was on the original Wii, chat? I remember being Link, but turning into a dog and digging under things. That's a weird game, right? And the moon is like scary. What was that shit? Yeah, Wii was like a long time ago. Oh my god, let's see. I'm trying to turn the music off and I'm trying to turn Shu back on. I also kind of left it on because I'm not sure what sorts of musics she pairs with her videos. I do remember her, you know, her whole approach is, I mean, this is not, you know, her not knowing how to make a video. This is just like, she does kind of like a pared down, you know, presentation or whatever. She's from the age when not trying too hard was really cool. So he's gonna demake Pragmata for Wii? Oh my god. That's not the right button.
Act that Diana is a child. Compare that to like Cuties, where there were up closes of real children twerking. That is
even seeing the
an article recently came out from the outlet The Gamer that in the beginning talks about what happened on the Reddit and how disgusting some people are being towards the character Diana. Okay, fair enough, I agree. But then towards the end, the author throws in something very telling.
I have not yet played Pragmata, and that's because I'm a little tapped out on stories where men adopt daughter-like figures and prove their masculinity by protecting them.
Wait, is Annie something like this? Would Annie count? Does Daddy Warbucks, like, you know, slot onto this? Is it
that is their real problem?
Or if it was, would it be more like if Daddy Warbucks was the main character, right? And Annie was just like the, I don't know, what would Annie help with? Annie would have to go around and I don't know, figure out puzzles or find secret chambers or something, and then the dog would come and get Daddy Warbucks. Be like, Annie's stuck in the basement. She found a secret passage. Okay, thanks. What is the dog's name, chat, and Annie? All I know is that none of them have eyes. And it's really, that's the coolest thing about the Annie comic, chat. It's creepy as fuck. Speaking about Uncanny Valley, anybody ever see the original Annie comics? The characters don't have pupils. They just have white ovals. And yeah, it's
men.
It's something else.
Protecting people.
What's the dog's name? Sandy. Okay, the dog's name is Sandy. I think this genre is way more about lone wolf and cub. Oh, so it's like a Sigma thing. Cancel Warbucks. Yeah. Wait, wasn't Warbucks? Isn't his name Warbucks because he's a what do you call it? Like a military, like a war profiteer. Isn't it? Because yeah, if you don't know, Annie was kind of conservative propaganda, so it's kind of laid in there. But all of the characters that would be like employees of the state are like negative and kind of like all the situation that Annie's in is sort of blamed on, you know, the Miss Hannigans of the world, and the solution is the, you know, generous philanthropic billionaire who's gonna you know, pick her up out of the dirt and help her accomplish amazing things. I can't remember what they were, but I'm pretty sure the first thing she had to do is get comfortable in the mansion, right? Because it's you know, was, I guess, difficult, right? She's not used to being around like a whole staff that is there to just like make her comfortable. And so I think there's like a whole song about just, she's like, you know, she's like warming up to the you know, it's better than the orphanage to live in the mansion. What do they do, chat? I can't remember. Lone Wolf and Cub is an old samurai movie? Oh shit. Okay. So that you're saying like that is like the sort of prototypical, or not that it's that it's kind of like it functions, you could function as a prototype for this genre. I actually haven't seen that though. I've just gotta, I mean, chat, what if they redid Annie, but they had Shoe on Head play Annie? And it would pretending to be like a, you know, a young girl and just, you know, kind of like, oh, thanks, Daddy Warbucks. This caviar is delicious. I don't remember. Does anybody remember? All I remember is that she moves in with a millionaire, and I can't tell you what happens after that. In a way, this does go to the Epstein stuff. There's a large issue with sexualization.
That's just them proving their masculinity. And as we all know, masculinity bad.
Blatantly not fuel, whether you agree with it or not. The average attraction trope.
So this is just one of her hobby horses. The idea that when people say toxic masculinity, they're saying masculinity is toxic. And, you know, the pushback to that is like, no, like, you know, the toxic masculinity, generally you're talking about, you know, I don't know, like somebody being a dick at a bar to prove their, you know, status, right? Like, that, you know, so somebody not respecting consent, right? Somebody making people feel uncomfortable, or right, that's generally. But Shuan Head maintains that no, actually a lot of what we call toxic masculinity is just masculinity, right? The right wing take, I guess, would be to say that the toxic masculinity is actually good and proper because it keeps the rest of us non-men in our place, right? Which is subservient to the male under the patriarchy. That's kind of how the patriarchy works. But yeah, she's trying to say, no, actually you do blame, men for their positive masculinity. And the whole thing about shoe on head videos, I don't know if you noticed or not, but it's always just scraping from Twitter the most extreme viewpoints that she can find, the most unfounded viewpoints, the least thought out versions of the viewpoint that she disagrees with, in order to just, it's one big straw man. But chat, this don't we gotta get hyped, because the straw man in this one is not just gonna be Twitter people. We're also probably gonna grab some Hasan clips, right? We're gonna play that game, right? She saw the content, Nuke, and she was inspired. She was like, I can do that too. Oh yeah, real tight little clip, like 5 seconds. Hell yeah. I would love to do that. So here we go. Get ready for this, because this is somehow going to segue into Hasan Parker. Really good men exhibit what I call tonic masculinity. Nice. Or even hypertonic.
On a little girl, blonde, blue eyes. I mean, the whole game is low-key Nazi propaganda, to be fair. I think the men who play this are probably creepy, but how is it Nazi propaganda? Blonde, blue-eyed toddler and tiaras looking white girl you have to save is literally Nazi propaganda straight out of the night.
Wait, now this is actually, there is like an example of this. Anybody know what I'm talking about? There's like, I can think of like one piece of famous Nazi propaganda that fits this description, right? It is called, oh my God, chat. It's been so long since I've looked at this. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. Yeah, there was one piece of propaganda that was just utterly, oh my God, I can't believe this exists. Give me a second. All right, here we go, chat. There's one piece of propaganda, famous propaganda. You might have seen it. It's from a long time ago, but believe it or not, it's back on Crunchyroll. Yeah, that's right, chat. I was talking about Tanya the Evil. Anyway.
1930s, dude. Sorry, I don't.
No, but I'm serious. Isn't there like a piece of propaganda? I don't want to like start Googling like blonde, blonde toddler Nazi propaganda. I don't know what that would do to my Google search, but it can't be good. I couldn't have a pet named Sandy. The urge to call it only in a John Travolta accent would be too much. Wait, what is that reference? It's like half of the Der Stürmer stuff. Wait, so you're saying there's more than like I know of one picture that's like this, but yeah, the commenter was referring to a specific piece of propaganda, right? Girl in Panzer is way more. So I'm sorry, I was kind of teasing about that. I don't know anything about Tanya the Evil. It just looks like, I can't. I think I've seen the opening of it, and I can't figure out why. I don't know what I think about the people that are like, oh yeah, that's a good series. I watched that, like, I don't know. It's just like
see it. Ugh, I really don't have the energy to deal with this. Just use your brain. Sorry, I don't have the energy to explain my schizophrenic paranoid delusion. Good. I don't have the energy to listen to it. Listen, I know we're all used to seeing gay,
black, Hispanic, disabled.
Oh, Sandy from Greece? Okay.
Old furry.
Wait, I don't know the character, but I do know Greece. Sort of. Is that the one with Hot Patootie? The Meatloaf song? Meatloaf is in it, and he's running around the complex until Tim Curry kills him with an axe. Is that Greece?
In media lately. But I promise you, white people still exist. It's not Nazi propaganda.
I feel like this girl character is an objectification of the idealized child. She's pulled—
That's the Rocky Horror Picture Show, says a megastar. Yeah.
Right from the patriarchal white supremacist imagination, the perfect pure white girl child that must be protected so she can produce the next white generation.
Oh, Tanya Evil is way more World War I. Yeah. I mean, like, as far as the costuming and stuff like that, yeah. I just feel like it comes from an era where Nazis really were just hiding behind the Iron Cross. So I always just made the connection anyway. But yeah, you're technically right, Davi. It's World War I era clothing. Or uniform? Wait, unsolicited opinions from online. Okay, I thought it was a giant stick of deodorant. Right? I thought she was gonna like take the unsolicited opinions from online prostitutes and like, you know, clean herself up with that, like just kind of tamp down the smell from like 2012 that has not aged well. Sorry, I mean she is aged well. I'm not saying that, Chad. I just mean like the smell, right? You might want to get a giant stick of deodorant even. That's what that looks like. No, it's a trash can, right? She throws away the unsolicited opinion of online prostitutes. So why am I so snotty? Am I being too snotty at Shuan Head? I mean, you know, like if you put two beta fish together, what happens, right? It's to put two alpha chicks together and same deal. Anyway, so yeah, she's got the unsolicited opinions. I mean, she's doing snark to every sex worker in her mentions. So I don't feel bad about being a little bit snarky at Shu. Just a little bit snarky as a treat. Yeah, because I don't know stuff. Yeah, I don't know as much as she does. It's right. I don't know how to dismiss people's opinions because of their line of work in that way. But I'm sure she'll teach us. I just have to watch more Shu videos, hear her read more tweets from very representative people.
Anyway.
Funny how y'all have paternal instincts for a child with a model woman's face plastered on it. Make her look like an actual kid with missing teeth, short hair, bare face, snot, and see if those instincts kick in the same. This game is openly—
What do you think about that, chat? Is the face like so on the left, that's the face from the game. I think they photoshopped what they think is a more realistic child's face into the one on the right. And what they're saying is, if you are a JoJo fan, maybe you've experienced this where the mangaka of JoJo, he's a great artist. He's very respected, but he has, two problems with drawing kids and dogs. And yeah, the problem is that he draws especially the like musculature of kids in a way that is not like, that is a kid that is living at the gym, right? That is a kid that is drinking, creatine with their orange juice for breakfast, right? That is a kid that is, I don't know, born to a personal trainer or something like that. Cause that's not a very realistic. In fact, I would question, whether the child's, regimen is fully natural. Maybe it's more than the creatine. But yeah, no, the point being, they don't look like, this no kid looks like that, right? He can't, he makes children muscly and looks weird and creepy, and they do kind of look like small adults, right? That's what they're saying about this, is that the face is like, instead of it being the face of a child, it's like a small adult. The second part about like, you know, that somehow the incels would not. So the idea is that they are they want an idealized version of a daughter, not a real daughter that with a snot and everything that you know have to deal with.
Catering to pedos. The gaslighting is over. Wait, I'm trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage.
Same Blue Yeti that she's been using since 2014, since back in her anti-SJW days.
So we make her look more like a child in order to not cater to pedophiles? Am I following that correctly? Also, the face on the left is like a child 6 to 7 years old, and the one on the right is like a 3-year-old. Diana's a robot kid. She's not a robot toddler. Also, again, she looks like a kid. Am I going insane? Like, that looks just like a little kid. Do they just want her to look ugly? Is that what this is? They want her to be ugly? Like, I need more brain damage. Hold on. Weeb incel gamers LARPing saying, ooh, I want to be a dad now, because they're manipulative, creepy freaks and like the ooh little girl with the model face, especially the lolicons, obviously. The devs know the male gamers hate a realistic or ugly child, because that's not what they're playing for. If
I wonder, chat. Sometimes I wonder, with the amount of bots that there are pushing right-wing talking points, is it possible that there might be some bots pushing, you know, kind of obviously not well thought out versions of left-wing arguments? You know what I'm saying? Like, because this feels like some of this shit is just feeding Shu. It's just like, you know, if somebody could write, if she was to write, what is the perfect lefty Twitter, lefty tweet, you know, to see, you know, it would be, you know, yeah, no bots in this casino, right?
they made her look like a realistic ugly child, none of them would be safe.
Like the ugly child thing, like, you know, we gotta have an ugly child in our video game, right? That's what right wingers are always trying to say. That lefties are saying is that, like, we want only, you know, I don't know, and they're kind of giving it to them on a silver platter there. And you don't have to call a child ugly, right? When she's low key, because, like, look, in this situation, right wingers are playing a game, all right, and that is a game to pretend that it's not that they tried to create like a viral pro-white natalist, you know, sensation out of a game that happened to have like a white girl with blonde hair that is really a robot as the you know, protagonist's daughter, and then they're going around acting like, no, it's actually the virality is the lefties saying that what, like, that you can't play this game, and that if you do, you're an incel and a pedo. When the closest thing to that being said is that there are, you know, this game is attracting those demographics among others. And, you know, if you are sensitive towards being associated with that, yeah, I mean, I could see, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, right, chat, I have backed away so much from, you know, a lot of anime just because of it existing in not like and I'm not talking about like gross anime or anything. I'm just talking about like, you know, normal anime that just has like uncomfortable elements in it that, you know, I don't think are made to have that kind of appeal. But once you sort of know the audience that is watching, you recognize that this is something that would appeal to that. And I will admit, it does kind of, you know, it ruins the experience a little bit. I'm not saying, like, I don't know about this game. I haven't looked into this game. People have different opinions of it. I don't think it's like, you know, in the game. I just think that it's, yeah, the people that are trying to make this into an internet sensation are the pedos and the lolicons and the freaking you know, white natalists, right? And that's a massive Venn diagram, chat, with a lot of overlap, okay? But I'm not saying that the Venn diagram between that and people who play the game, because it's a pretty fucking mainstream game. A lot of people are playing this, not even thinking about the socio-political implications of the plot or the characters, right? There are a ton of people just playing this fucking game because it's a AAA game that people are talking about. It does really help I guess it does help the sales, right? Like, I don't know, maybe the developers are involved in some way, right? Because this kind of thing does boost sales. Certainly being adopted as the like white natalist, poster video game, it can't hurt their sales if that's the audience that is, claiming this. Think everything on Twitter is fake. My body was upset that black women on Twitter was being mean to black men. I had to remind myself that it's all bots being mean to each other and doing digital blackface. Exactly.
This. First of all, why are they acting like it's realistic to portray children as ugly and disgusting? Children are not ugly and disgusting. Like,
she's like, maybe you're maybe dysgenic people like those Twitter freaks, their children are ugly but my children are beautiful and immaculate and
cute and adorable.
Have the perfect genes. So sorry. I'm teasing, Chad. I'm teasing. Shoe on Head is an annoying center right weirdo. Like the I don't know. This is like what do I compare her to? Like, I feel like Barry Weiss somehow. If I was to talk about like her actual politics, maybe they wouldn't be that different than Barry Weiss. Am I wrong? Please, chat, prove me wrong. Or what is the thing? The Steve Crowder thing? Change my mind.
Like, yes, she's made to look cute. Yes. That's how you know this game was not made by Western video game developers. That's how you know there was...
Master DeRoy says she's just a robot, gives the same energy as she's a 3,000-year-old dragon trapped in a 9-year-old girl's body. Shoe is not doing well. Yeah. Well, I expected this. What I didn't expect, though, is for her to slap Hasan Piker's mug, his punum, on the thumbnail and go this far into the video without bringing him in, right? We've gotten Twitter freaks, right? Anonymous. Now, in the past, chat, I will. I'm saying that she's very much cherry picking from Twitter, and I would say thereby presenting a straw man arguments to make her whatever fucking her point is look better. But I'm not saying, you'll notice she's taken the names off. Okay. Now I know a little bit of the history with Shoe on Head videos, and in the past people have been mad, have gotten hate from their account being shown in a Shoe video. So I think she's taking off the names like legitimately so that doesn't happen, even though I'm sure they'll get found and searched anyway, but she's doing what she can to at least like minimize the any sort of impact of like harassment from this video. Because when you portray people as the equivalent of strawmen, you're gonna direct that kind of stuff at them. So I'm not gonna say that she's taking the names off in order to hide the fact that these are nobody accounts, but I do think it's old. You can't teach an old dog. No, God, chat. I'm not calling her a dog, for the record. I'm not calling her a female dog. Okay. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm sure she'd have some choice words for me, but no, we're not going to sync to, like, remember they go low, we go high, or they go high and we go low. Something like that, chat. We meet together in the middle. I don't know. Shoe on Head.
No,
I'm thirsty
on the dev team here. You guys would lose your shit while playing.
Sorry, what? What? Oh God. Yeah, BioShock is one of these games, right? They're literally called Big Daddies, and I can't remember the other one. But isn't there like the robots is called a Big Daddy or something? I can't even remember, chat. Somebody remind me. BioShock, right? It does have some weird daddy stuff. I gotta finish this water, chat. I'm so thirsty.
That's how you know this game was not made by Western video game developers. That's how you know there was no Liliths on the dev team here.
That's a reference. I should get it. There's no Liliths on the dev team. It's not made by Western. Okay, so yeah, right-wing gamer adjacent people. And yeah, Shu is one of these like fucking bastard children of Gamergate, I guess you could say. BioShock's protagonist was a Big Daddy in BioShock 2. BioShock is a critique of libertarianism. The game is not made by Western people because the girl child looks cute. This is the most brain dead dude bro argument I have ever heard. You are cooking, Metal. I hear so many times from hear this kind of thing so many times from creepy guys. I'm getting mentally outflanked by Shu because
Vicliff super chatted $9.99. I remember playing Dark Messiah in 2007 and that game has the most het slop love triangle and my F-butt was just giggling about the game physics and looking at the wizard guy.
it's a new term you've created there, F-butt, but I think I got it, Davi, and I think everybody else does too. Dark Messiah, though, I don't know this game, but it's got like a het slop love triangle at its center, apparently. Oh, looking at the wizard guy, I thought you were talking about Tim Pool for a second, because we're about that's up next. Wait, what the hell? Oh god, chat, the poll keeps on changing. But yeah, now we are on Shoe on Head. And I'm gonna add some time to the stream here. Sub add time 10M and yes, and I think I got yelled at once for overusing the word daddy in a debate.
Here, you guys would lose your shit while playing BioShock. Actually, BioShock is a really good example of this design working right. The little sisters are all gross and have gray-green skin. No, you don't understand. Everything around me must be ugly.
Little sisters, that's what they were called.
As f or I will furiously start masturbating. This all sounds like 2014 discourse because it—
What? Or I will furiously— Wait, I'm sorry. The only people threatening to furiously masturbate here are the Gooners, Shu, and I don't know if you've realized this yet, but just like the thumbnail for today, chat. That's one of yours. All right. Come get your man, Shu. That's one of yours. All right. The Gooners are not the SJW Twitter freaks, right? The ones that are threatening to fucking masturbate, as she said. That's not us. That's not our side, Shu. Those are your dudes. Those are your dudes that are threatening. And that's what makes us uncomfortable. They're doing it in the proximity of I know it's supposed to be a robot, but it's in the shape of a child with a weird face of a woman. I don't know what is going on here. Is there something wrong with the game, chat? I gave it like a clean bill of health just by virtue of the fact that it's just a video game. It's just a AAA video game. And it's, in general, they're not, pushing an agenda or hopefully catering to pedophiles. Just wants to go back. That's what I'm saying, Davi. She smells like the time capsule that she, Steins gated in on. I hope she brought some CRT TVs as well, right? If you're gonna go back in time, chat, bring some cool stuff, right? Get some DVRs and some CDRs. download everything you can from freaking, oh god, but it would be like in really bad quality, wouldn't it? Isn't that the deal with those? Yeah, unless you make a like a data but disc, but then you could only play it on a computer. Anyway, it's a normal Capcom game. They've been fighting against it. What's the game with the guy who has a boy? It seems like Son of Dad or something, or the Dad of Son. Seems like the same, but in Starfield. Ragnarok? God of War. Okay, yeah. Boy of Dude. Something like that, chat. Yeah, I mean the concept, yeah, it seems interesting, right? The robot like hacks things. I think, yeah, because I think, isn't it that the deal? Somebody said it's like near I always pronounce it wrong. Automata? Near Automata? Automata? I don't know, chat. Whatever that game is with the cyborg that has a blindfold for whatever reason. Like, is that game? Somebody said that game is like you're hacking. Like maybe it's one of the sequels, right? Hacking is like a major game mechanic, which is kind of cool because, like, I don't know, like it's way more about adopting a kid. Capcom does not like this discourse at all. Yeah, they probably just want to sell the game to everyone rather than have people think that this is like, even if you get more sales from like right-wing weirdos, it probably is better to just appeal to a average audience.
It is 2014 discourse. Please don't let there be Gamergate 2.0. Who's going to be the shoe on head?
Chat, for the record, I know nothing about Nier. It looks interesting. It's by Square. I should probably get into it, but I just don't know where to start.
2.0 to emerge from the game.
Also, somebody said it was problematic, and I'm not sure how.
Gamergate 2.0. If she's listening now, this might sound very vague, but don't. That thing? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Phew. Thanks for talking.
Wait, is she telling people not to... Wait, is she telling what, like... Anita Sarkeesian not to start a YouTube channel?
Please don't let there be Gamergate 2.0. Who's going to be the shoe on head 2.0 to emerge from the Gamergate 2.0? If she's listening now, this might sound very vague, but don't. That thing?
But if you do, make sure to keep whatever style you're rocking right now locked in for the next 10 plus years, right? That's the key to being shoe on head. Otherwise, you're not shoe on head. If you change your hairstyle, if you acknowledge in any way, if you change your camera, if you change your microphone, if you acknowledge in any way the passage of time, if you age visibly, right? You cannot be shoe on head. You've got to look kind of like Boxy, and you've got to somehow, just be Ozempic Boxy. I don't know, chat.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Phew. Thanks for talking to me all the time. Ta-da!
Is this supposed to be when we first boarded the tram?
Uh-huh. I drew it. It's for you.
Look at that. You wrote your name, too. Not half bad, kiddo.
This robot girl makes me uncomfortable, and the fact that I haven't seen female gamers fawn over her is interesting. I've seen more clips of her and that man, and that is not how kids behave. Something weird is going on here. Something
weird we're talking about is called fatherhood. Maybe you wouldn't understand. Maybe that wasn't the relationship that you had with your father. Yeah, I see you. What's her name? June? I see you, June.
weird going on here is you, ma'am. You are the something weird. Men like the Father Simulator game where you have to protect a small child and shoot up a bunch of robots in space? Suspicious! Also, I have seen plenty of female gamers fawn over this character.
Me. Yeah. Okay. Everything's global here.
Who would win? Decades of anti-natalist propaganda?
There we go. There we go. I mean, like, those articles are there, but she is really, the idea that it's like pushed. No, look, for a number of reasons, like, people have decided to have less kids, and I guess climate change is probably like number 20 on that list, right? What the fuck? No, I have not seen, like, I keep on hearing about anti-natalism. I don't fucking see it. I don't see the anti-natalists, right? I see people that are too financially squeezed to even think about, you know, having children, people that are struggling too much to take care of themselves in this economy, that maybe put that out of their mind, even if they would maybe like to have children. I know that's happening. You know, I things have changed a lot since, like, the, you know, 50s or whatever fucking golden age you want to point back to, the golden age of like white, what do you call it, chat? The rates of replacement? Is that the replacement rates? Birth rates, yeah, white birth rates or whatever, right? I mean, this, like, I see, you know what I do see? I see outrage about white birth rates are low, and then the birth rate of this group is high, and we need to outbreed somebody needs to make more white babies, right? I see a lot of fucking pro-white, like a lot of, you know, white natalist propaganda, or natalist propaganda that is like low key or low kirk, as Shu would say. What did she say earlier? Chat, I'm sorry, the Charlie Kirk memes have mutated too fast for me. I'm still on the Spelexma, We Are Charlie Kirk, which I should definitely put in the, I should, look, the Discord has a sound bank, right? So I've put off, making a sound bank on my Stream Deck, but that sounds like a really good idea, to just be able to punch up the buttons. Hit a We Are Charlie Kirk. Anyway, like, I'm sorry, she found an article an article nobody read in Newsweek or something, saying, hey, you know, one way to lower the impact is to, and that's not, look, I actually have a problem with that, because it's focusing on changing the behavior of individuals rather than changing the behavior and the incentives of corporation, which is really, if you want to do anything seriously about climate change, that's where you got to start. They oftentimes will try to put it off on you. Oh, you didn't recycle enough, sweetie. You had too many children, or so, you know, it's your personal choice. You went to the, you know, gym, you could have rode your bike there or something like that, right? Actually, riding your bike to the gym is a great idea. Low curculently. Yeah, that's exactly what she said. Low curculently. Shu, stop pushing birtherism on white women to roast bots complaining about Diana. That's the character, and that's her name from Pragmata. People who actually played the game were not thinking of the birth. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, it did, you know, the right wing is trying, just the same way that they, you know, I mean, I guess they were kind of successful with co-opting Pepe. I'm trying to think of other things that the right wing, they tried to patent boobs for a second with Sydney Sweeney. Oh, you're just threatened by Sydney Sweeney's boobs. You don't like that. Oh, it's a little too, so you know, like her boobs are like anti-woke or something, right? Avocado toast, yeah.
One little bean. There were even women cosplaying as her. And when women even expressed how cute they thought Diana was, they're also met with this. Oh my god, Diana is so precious and adorable. I'm gonna love this game.
One in chat if you played Persona 5. In the game, in every Persona game, there's the Velvet Room. We've been into there with Persona 2. But yeah, it's where you do the demon fusion and all that kind of stuff, right? It's got different attendants, and in Persona 5, the attendant Lavenza has been split up into two people, and I mean split up in that, like, she, instead of being one, I don't know, 20-something looking person, she is now two 12-year-old looking people, and in prison guard attire, and like, as as well as the characters worked for the plot and stuff, I was always like a little bit uncomfortable, just for the same reason of like, look, I am playing this game, and I can just be like, okay, these are, it just immediately made me worried about the people that really, really like those characters. I don't know. Chat. So this is not just a problem of like this, game. It's kind of, and I don't even know if it's a problem, because like, right, I don't think that it's necessarily anything that the game developers are doing. I don't think it was like intended in Persona 5, but yeah, there's just like yeah, I like, on one hand, you shouldn't let it ruin your gaming experience, but on the other hand, it's pretty hard to avoid.
Thanks for telling everyone why you want to play the game, before you make up some other excuse to hide your pedophilia. What? Water guns are the best. I like it just as much as crayons. I like how the sand feels on my toes. I press down and sink in. Children don't act like this. This is how someone who fetishizes fatherhood wants children to behave. To normal people, it's actually deeply off-putting. The best part was all the actual parents, like, replying to these people like, yeah, no, that...
So yeah, so far she's just like, taken on unnamed, and I would say it almost doesn't work, right? As much as like I understand why she took the people's names off of there.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. The right even has claimed the bad stir peanut butter and fancy milk. I remember when that used to be lib-coded.
Oh my god. Wait, when you say fancy milk, do you mean the fancy milk? Like, or grass-fed milk, or they have the peanut butter. They have the peanut butter. That peanut butter is actually kind of good. Is it? I'm trying to remember. There's like a reason I don't buy it. Is it? I feel like it got expensive. I feel like it used to be. Nobody's talking about Disgaea. Oh my god. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've had people, like, there's plenty of people who play the game that are fine and everything. But there's a reason that I've never, because Disgaea, it's like if you don't know, I think, is it like a Final Fantasy Tactics kind of, it's a real, no, not turn-based strategy kind of game, like in the vein of like Final Fantasy Tactics. But yeah, one of the main characters is just like, I don't know, looks like something that Nux Taco would really be into. Let me just put it that way. I watched Slushy Noobs play that game, and personally I did not like the little girl character. Didn't think of it too much. Yeah, because like in the game, she's not a girl, she's a robot, right? Wait, actually, I'm curious about how they handle that. Is this one of those games where she's a robot, and at first he's like, yeah, she's just a robot, here, do this, do that. But then through the game, he's like, like, I don't know, they make something where she's like, what are these feelings that I'm having? Like, you know, and she's like, is it a Pinocchio thing? Expensive milk? But wait, what makes it expensive, right? Just like it's usually unpasteurized. Like, I know how you attach labels to mark up the prices on. I'm a massive tactics fan, and I haven't even played Disgaea. Yeah, and it's just for that one reason. Like, I mean, I've had people tell me the game is fine. I don't think the character's even supposed to be underaged, but now I wonder, is she a 3,000-year-old demon girl? Oh no. I don't know. You know, it's hard to tell too, because like those Final Fantasy tactics, right? It's not like a modern game, and they're displayed like they're small little units on a strategy, like, you know, board, like a topographical chessboard, if you will, right? If I'm thinking of the right game. And so you can't, you know, it's like a little bit hard to tell. And I have heard people, when I've expressed this concern about the game to other people, I have had them be like, what are you talking about? That's not problematic in any way. The stir peanut butter is bad. It's greasy. I always pour the grease out though, so that I got just the pure, oh God, that's kind of wasteful, isn't it though? Oh my God, chat. My diet hacks are embarrassing like 10 years later. Anyway. I stir the PB. You know what I really like though? I'm sure it's not good for you. Has anybody had defatted peanut butter? Like, it's like a protein powder, but you could probably just eat it and it's actually really good. PB something. Oh my God. Chat, what is it? PB2? Is that what it's called? Is it PB2? It's a peanut-based product, right? That is like, I guess, the protein basically from the peanut, and it's actually pretty tasty. But I'm wondering if it's like, I don't know, it just seems like a weird thing to, like, it seems like the kind of product that's gonna have some drawback that you find out like 10 years later through a class action lawsuit. I stir the PB to get it even with the oil. Yeah, anybody heard? I don't know if they even sell it anymore. PB2. And there's like a chocolate version too that straight up just tastes like a powdered Reese's.
That is literally how my 5-year-old acts. It's like, yeah, no, that's pretty accurate. Fetishizing fuck. You mean the human desire to procreate and start a family? Oh, you want to meet a woman and settle down and have a family?
But look, it's one thing if somebody is like, I want to have a family, right? Nobody's questioning that. Nobody's ever been questioning that. Nobody's side-eyeing somebody for being like, you know, I would like to, you know, I'm looking for somebody serious for my next relationship because I really want to get married and have a family. Like, nobody's giving that person shit. Everybody understands that person and supports that person, right? There's not this problem that she seems to think there is. Huge Fire Emblem fan, generally love the gameplay and the husbando, but I feel that it's equally embarrassing. God damn. I was embarrassed trying to share like a clip from Fully Cooley the other day. I was talking, like, I have not rewatched that since like a long time ago, and yeah, it's an uncomfortable rewatch. Let's just put it that there's parts of it that I was just like I didn't even pick up that, like, just like, anyway, chat. I'm gonna terrify all my Fully Cooley fans in the chat. They're gonna hate me, right? But I'm just like, me being all over Naoto the way that she is, it made me really uncomfortable. This chat is purple only. Oh my God, what the fuck is going on Twitch? Did I remember to change it out of? I know that at first somehow the stream was still on Persona 2. I don't actually know how that happened. I really don't know how that happened. Right? When this stream started, it thought we were playing retro. We were in retro, and it said Persona 2. I don't know. Sometimes shit just does not, that shit does not get changed. But chat, that's like, that wasn't the last time. Like, I didn't play Persona 2 the last time, right? That was like 2 times ago. I think. God, am I like...
House, 2 dogs. You sick fuck. We've reached radioactive levels of incel propaganda.
Oh shit, but no, I'm confused because Saturday is... Oh my god.
What the f does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got
That's a good question, right? Because I do think that the meaning has changed, right? I feel like it is somewhat of an ideology. Anybody with me on this? There's incel, like the original meaning is just literally does not fuck, right? You would like to fuck, and you are not fucking, and you are not fucking anytime soon. And then it became, the meaning was you're in a community that is believes that certain men are just like being thrown away by society and given no chance whatsoever, and that like your bone structure or your something about you makes you unfuckable. And the black pill, the hard truth, is just to like accept that and be like, yep, that's right. And so the system is fucked up for me, so I'm gonna blow it up, right? I need Jordan Peterson to take power and mandate a trad wife for me, because that's the only way that I am reproducing, right? Yeah. So then that's what it was. It was a community, right? So you could be a person that doesn't fuck. And as long as you're not in any forums or anything, you're not an incel. You're just not fucking. That's all, right? Many people go through dry spells. It's, sometimes, for the first parts of our lives, just one big dry spell. It's not that uncommon, right? But yeah, when you sort of make it your whole identity, then it definitely does become your destiny. But now I feel like it's an ideology. It is a set of beliefs that are they are taken as true in the same way that religious beliefs are, in other words, like there's almost like a, you got to buy into the existential truths of the black pill, and the whole community operate. And I don't just mean people that are not fucking, chat. I mean fresh and fit. I think fresh and fit are incels. There we go, right? I think that anybody that fucking talks about, like, seriously about, women's hypergamy, I think that's an incel, right? Most incels are angry at women for having too high of standards. Yeah. And really on the other end of it, like for women, it is self-preservation, is self-protection. Women, learn to pick up red flags from, people who, if you do date them or if you allow them into your life, you will have a bad time and you will have a tough time getting them out of your life. Davy, I feel like I need to add a sub add time for you. I feel like I didn't do that last time. Let's go sub add time, 10 minutes, and there we go. We got 50 minutes on the clock now, and God, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I would have this many thoughts about this, and it's not even about Hasan. It is eventually. She put Hasan on the thumbnail, chat. If she does not talk about Hasan in here, she has fucked us royally, right? Which would make her not an incel, but also us not an incel, because we're... Anyway, bad metaphor. A fox just ran through my yard majestically. I took a video. In the background is you explaining incels. Oh my god. It's like a nature film, but I'm the voiceover, and I'm talking about incels. That's amazing.
thousands of likes. I feel like I am going insane. Where does the incel part come from? Like, they want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then they're just called Nazis or incels or both, usually both.
Because, Shoe on Head, for most of these guys, the plan is change. It's like an underwear gnome plan, right? There's a question mark as the second step. It's like their beliefs and their self-beliefs, their negative self-beliefs preclude what they're aspiring to, right? If you have this incel, and chat, it's very widespread, right? It's certainly like the language of inceldom has really spread, and become, quite mainstream. And unfortunately, there's way too much, because these communities are so useful to like all of the worst people. Getting people into this community, making them focus all of their frustration on women is actually politically beneficial for someone like Steve Bannon. And he's definitely not the only one. Yeah, the Underwear Gnome clan. Yeah, it's something like they're gonna, like they're gonna ... and then they're gonna have families, right? But the ... is scary, because with these guys, it's usually something like, government mandated trad wives, drive women out of the workforce so that they need to rely on a man, so that they have to pick a fucking incel, even if they're throwing out all the red flags in the world, rather than these guys, like, if they are, not scary dudes, to learn to stop throwing up the red flags in the first place, right? There is a way for probably a lot of these people to, there is a way for, these incels, the ones that are not fucking, to, have a family. But unfortunately, it starts with, like, I don't know, getting out of they're taking a shower, getting out of the basement. And instead, they got this magical idea that the video game, I don't know, do they think the video game is gonna, like, do they think the video game is gonna change society, and that the women will play the video game and be like, oh gosh, I also want to start a family with a blonde baby, and like they're gonna meet in a forum from Pragmata? Like, I don't understand how they, like, so like, how does this help you out with the central problem, which you say is that women are hypergamous, they choose the wrong guys, they're immoral, essentially, and that we say is that, you're sending out red flags socially, and rather than trying to learn, what you're doing that is putting people off, you're doubling down on all of it. These forums that exist are sort of allowing a lot of people not to mature in a way that's very important, right? It's giving them an excuse. It's giving them a woman to blame. Purpel with the gifted sub to Chesalty Belt. Am I reading your name right? I hope I am. Chess Salty Bet. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
It's usually a package deal. And this tweet came from a man, to make things worse. A grown-ass man.
Is it Hasan Piker? It better be Hasan Piker, because she has strung us along for, let's see how long, chat. Let's see how long. 16 minutes. More than half of the video. Okay, well, it could be worse, I guess.
Man, speaking about the normal human desire to want a family and want children one day.
No, we're not.
Him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
We're not.
In any case.
Oh, it is. Okay. There we go. Halfway. I'll take it, chat. I'll take it. look, Hasan's on the, you know, given that I guess Destiny's on the thumbnail for me, I will take it. I will accept it.
What is this? Capcom's Pragmata. Wait, did it come out already? Pragmata, it's making thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You play as Hugh, a soldier stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them.
Wait, your job is protecting the child, so the child is not functioning as a droid, right? It's not an R2-D2 situation. I always assume that if it came down to it, like R2-D2 would, like, you know, sacrifice. Is that wrong?
Cliff super chatted $9.99. The game doesn't help them, it doesn't even move their political goals forward, they simply want to RP the actions of politics. Through the consumption of media, they have become soy.
They have become soy in the worst sense of the word, which I don't think it's usually, like a lot of what gets called soy isn't actually bad, but yeah, they've distilled it down. They fermented it. They've really they've aged it. It's like a fine soy sauce now that they have been able to synthesize. The game doesn't help them. It doesn't even move their political goals forward. They simply want to roleplay the actions of politics through the consumption of media, as they have become soy. So soy in the sense you mean of trying to move things for symbolic reasons, right? Trying to change things, not being invested or even cognizant of the culture war, as it were, but you know, the equivalent of, what is that thing on Reddit called, chat? The our place. It's like the graffiti thing. People from different communities will make graffiti on Reddit, and then other people will, yeah, if you focused on that for your political, you know, advocacy, if we're gonna have, anyway, this is old drama from something that I think Destiny did a long time ago. Since you didn't get enough of me talking about Destiny earlier on, let me add back that time, add time, 10M. Yeah, so if you donate on YouTube, I got to do this manually and give you the subathon sound manually as well. If you're on Twitch, it'll do it automatically. But anything else, I've got to put it in. But yeah, it does turn back time. It does give us more time. And again, we are moving right along, chat, on the poll. You know that Gifto is on gaming. Yo, look at that. Gaming just got a boost. Back to 58%. Oh, yeah, chat. We got a couple days until the Persona 2 stream. Not doing real stuff, but watching Games of Thrones makes you a radical feminist. Well, yeah, if you feel like Daenerys, is that her name, chat? Targaryen? Oh my god, I am showing how much I don't know Games of Thrones. Oh no, I'm such a tourist, chat. No, I'm not even a tourist. I'm like I've never been to oh my god, I can't even remember. I almost Westeros. I've never been Westeros. Is that what it's called? Am I saying all of the Game of Thrones things wrong and in a funny way? Is it funnier than me mixing up the Grease with the Rocky Horror Picture Show earlier? I thought that was really funny. This is so adorable. Crunch, this game, I haven't played it yet, but yeah, right-wingers are trying to turn it into some kind of cultural movement, trying to claim it as their territory. Capcom maybe not super happy about this, but dealing with it nonetheless. Westeros, I did say it right? Okay. Daenerys Onision. Wait, did I say, what is her actual name, chat? I probably said it wrong. The dragon chick, though. I know about the dragon chick. I just call her the dragon chick. I said Westero? Oh, it's Westeros. Oh yeah, I was almost gonna say Westabros. And then I was like, no, I don't think it's Westabros. That's wrong. Oh my god, chat, why is my voice so fucked up? I am still, I guess, shaking off the effects of Thailand's smoky season, which you'll be glad to know is officially over, right? We were supposed to get some rain today. It rained somewhere in the area, so, you know, it seems like it's putting out the fires and, you know, kind of making the soot and the smog, you know, just dissipate, like the rain, I don't know, like absorbs it or something. Daenerys Targaryen. I think I said Targaryen. What is Targaryen? It's a good thing I didn't say. Westbro sounds like an endearing fandom nickname that gets co-opted by the alt-right. Yeah.
Together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who is
Amanda Penna Sensei, Irene, come visit me in Japan. We can get you some nice soothing tea. You know, I'm drinking my Three Horses tea here. This is my Thai green tea that is like common as fuck. You can get it at 7-Eleven, or no, wait, I think you have to go to Lotus for it. But either way, it's pretty good. I've been spoiled a little bit, but I'm sure Japan's tea culture would blow my mind, right? Compared to they grow some tea in the vicinity, and I'm so confused sometimes, right? Because Thailand in general, when you're dealing with a red tea, you're talking about like a black tea that's got some dye on it, right? Whereas in China, there's black tea that's naturally red. Just the tea itself from the black tea leaf comes out red. And so, you know, when somebody is like, we got a red tea, I never know what to expect. I don't really want the you know, the Thai tea with the food coloring. I'm trying to, there's food coloring in a lot of stuff here, right? Including sometimes your blue butterfly pea flower tea, you know, sometimes, or green tea. I've noticed that too. Sometimes you get like a really vivid green tea and you're like, that's not natural. That's more than just green tea. I don't need it to look more green. I need it to taste more green. That's what I'm looking for. Oh my God. It's called, we call it black tea, but it's called red Thai in other languages. Oh, like Chatramu? Yeah, because Chatramu actually does have the food coloring in it. Is it red number 40? I thought it was like yellow for some reason. I thought it was yellow, and it's like the yellow and the black go together to make a red. I don't know. But Japanese does the same. Yeah, no, I haven't really drank you know, like I don't know, in the US, like I served plenty of like southern iced teas when I worked at Denny's, but I wasn't like a really big tea drinker, and if I was, I'd be like green tea or something like that. Red number 40 is the evil dye. What does it do?
Never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman. Why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community.
Oh my God, she's trying to be like, I'm a better leftist than you, actually, Hasan. You don't understand you don't understand that the proletariat is incel. Do you remember what the ad was? Anybody?
Cliff super chatted $9.99. They are doing peak 2014 lib behavior. Let them exist in the useless online circle J, regurgitating their same few things. I'd much rather they exist in this type of psychosis than the real politics.
True. This is like anything but politics. And I don't know, like, look, in the past, like, they used things like Gamergate to try to, I don't know, consolidate, tight-knit communities. That it's I don't know. Like I said before, there's not like I don't see them starting up like a online forum to discuss pragmata and also like how to have a big. I'm imagining a 4chan with like two boards. One is like /PRA/ and the other one is /DAD/dad, right? It's a 4chan with two boards. One of them is to talk about pragmata. The other is like, how do I be a dad? Like, how do I start a family? How do I find the right woman to start a family with? How do I approach said woman? What do I do if this woman wants like nothing to do with me and says, get the fuck away from me? I don't know. Like, this is, anyway, chat, you know what we do here? What we do here is go back. I think we need to find that Hasan video. I don't trust Shu to give like a accurate representation of what Hasan said. And I don't think like, so for the record, Hasan was not saying that anybody that plays this game is an incel. What he was saying, for the record, I think, was that a lot of the people that he was seeing saying this game makes me want to be a dad are the same fuckers that are saying incel shit. Right? That and like I said, it's more, I don't think it's just you don't fuck. I think incel means more than that now. If we're being realistic, it's been a community for a hell of a long time. So it's like an online, I don't know, like a online almost like culture of inceldom that's grown up, and it has influenced so much of the manosphere, right? That is kind of dipped in this incel juice as well. And nowadays I feel like it's an ideology. I don't think it's even a community. I think it is a set of beliefs that some people have because they have been in a community that just keeps reinforcing this shit, acting like there is, like, if you name a percentage, that implies that there is data, that implies there is a study, implies there is solid proof that women are hypergamous, and that, whatever other nonsense, articles of faith that they are hearing. I hear pragmata and I keep thinking of pragmatic stigmata, which I don't know what is pragmatic stigmata? It sounds like a game where you use your stigmata powers to, I don't know, fight demons, something like that. I don't know. Incel is a brand on a person. Oh my gosh, it's the brand of sacrifice. No, it's not. Not everything is berserk, chat. Just like 99% of shit is berserk. That's all. Radicalized nice guy thinking. Yeah. I mean, just kind of, it feels like it's not. But anyway, like I said, my voice, you can hear it, right? You can hear how fucked up my voice is. Hasan, I don't know what's going on. It felt like it was better. I did take a few days off, if you noticed, even to try to recover from the smoke. And like, I haven't been coughing lately, but yeah, still the voice is just, maybe I haven't drank. Okay, Hasan, what am I looking for? Hasan pragmata. Oh my God, I'm going to get a bunch of fucking incels, because she's not the only one here. They twisted Hasan's pragmata take. Okay, well, oh God. Rev says Dasu. Chat, look at this. Okay, look. I did not mean to make it that easy to prove my point, but let me prove my point nonetheless. Look at who's making videos with AI thumbnails of Hasan getting totally mad at the existence of this game. It is Rev Says Pedo. Okay, so this is Hasan playing the fucking game. Look at this. Does she even mention
Look at that? What's that? What's that, chat?
Flew all the way out here to clean up their mess. Least they could do is meet us in person. Well then.
So he's playing the game. I'm sure. So, yep. Look, he's got Diana. All right. He's not like, let me unequip Diana. I want to play the game without Diana because I think this is like, right. He doesn't have a problem with the game. Okay. Now I did say that I felt like this is a little bit of like Uncanny Valley here.
Rapidly repair suit integrity and restores wearer's HP.
For your safety, access is restricted. Please utilize a repair cartridge.
Alright, I got it.
Initiating.
It's been a long time since I watched any BioShock content, but somehow this really reminds me of that.
iPad kid.
Not sure how much longer this place will last.
Mr. Hack the World.
That could be our way out.
Gaming and drops. Who are you? I'm the GOAT.
I mean, the voice is a little bit weird, and like I said, from what I've seen, I mean, they're not showing the character really doing anything besides writing on the back of the, or they're not showing Diana doing much besides writing on the back of the character. Same deal. But from what I've seen, I did like notice some Uncanny Valley, like some just with Diana in specific. I mean, I guess everybody else is usually in suits, so I haven't seen a lot of other characters outside of suits. Oh my god, like just the enemies, what are they reminding me of, chat? Is it near? There's some game that has enemies that look a lot like that. Okay, so there she is helping out the...
They call it dad bod and not father figure because that means something else.
There you are. All better.
Dude, this would freak me the fuck out. If I wake up in a lunar base after an earthquake and there's just like a little baby, that is that's terrifying.
Can't believe someone brought their kid out here. Hey,
hello.
That's an alien baby.
Your autonomous base administrator.
That's not a normal baby. It's an alien baby.
Walker, please remove him from the premises.
Oh my god, is this like it feels like a, you know, next up Uncanny Valley. We're entering the Uncanny Valley. Fallout 4. I was gonna say though, it's not more uncanny than a lot of other games, so I don't know. It's just like a one little, and you know, you can, if the story's good enough, if the gameplay is good enough, sometimes, you know, they're like, I thought that Final Fantasy X, this is probably an unpopular take, was uncanny in the dub. Okay, I never played, or did I? I don't think I might have started a playthrough in Japanese, but the dub of Final Fantasy X, like, it freaks me out. It's so unnatural the way that they're speaking. I don't even know how it got that way, but yeah, for it basically kind of translated to. But like, you know, people love that game, so I'm not gonna disrespect it. Hasan is so bad at gaming, yeah. I am too. I'm probably worse. Like Fallout 4, they had those android enemies. Oh, the enemies remind you of Fallout 4. Maybe that's what I'm recognizing it for. There's something strange about the vibe. Yeah, there is something weird. Yeah. I don't know how to put my finger on it, but yeah, something about the first person view and the, I don't know. Irene getting every detail of Game of Thrones wrong. What? I mean, you don't think I know about the Green Walkers? I guess like knowing what I know about the internet, how yeah, that's what makes the that's basically kind of where the ick is coming from. Voice actors had to time the lines to the Japanese lines. That explains it. It was really weird though, and I'm not just talking about the laughing. Like everything was weird. I loved the game was great though. I'm not the story. Made me cry. I cried. Yeah, I always cry at Squaresoft games. Yeah.
Watch out. Something ain't right.
Okay, so yeah, that's the gameplay. There is something weird with it, but I don't know. I wouldn't like put it in like political terms. But yeah, there's definitely an effort to kind of claim this territory. Now, the real thing I want to watch is up here. They twisted Hasan's pragmata take. Unfortunately, chat, what is this? That is the bot channel, I believe. All right. That's the only channel that like seriously, really? Okay, so there's him playing oh, here we go.
Brother told gamers that a bunch of them are virgins who hate women, but the idea of having families, the chuds are upset. Oh.
So this isn't the original Hasan take that Shu showed, because what I kind of wanted is to see more of that clip. But I'm guessing since he's saying it's Hasan's pragmata take, hopefully we won't have to use the bot channel chat. Since he's saying Hasan's pragmatica take is getting misrepresented, I thought maybe this is our best bet for maybe Hasan himself showing the clip in its entirety. Let's see.
Oh, that's why they're mad. Oh, I was wondering where the new wave of
that scene where Titus imagines Jack cucking him for no reason, and Luna and Yuna are just walking jankily. There's a lot of jank. I forgot about the jank in that game. There's a decent amount of jank, right? It's not quite the jank where like Final Fantasy VIII, where isn't there like scenes where all the characters are like following you, but they're like walking in unison. It's the weirdest thing. And they're like right behind you, and like anyway, wait, Jack cucking him for no wait, Jack what, like hitting on Yuna or something? I don't remember the cut content. Did I read this one? They're doing peak 2024 lib behavior. Let them exist in a useless online circle jerk, regurgitating the same few things. I'd much rather. Yeah. This is the closest we're gonna get, chat, for getting a matrix for the incels. This is a matrix for incels. They can exist inside this world where talking up Diana from Pragmata is not considered weird, does not make them look like a pedophile. You know, they can continue to exist in this parallel unreal dimension where everything is the way that they want it. Thailand had to refire the coal burning plants because of the Hormuz closure. Yeah, I'm not sure how much that's affecting our air quality, but there definitely are coal fire plants. Is that the name for them? The power plants are called coal fire plants. That are being recommissioned, unfortunately.
Fucking lose.
Like China looks so smart for having concentrated so hard on like alternative energy sources now, right? The whole thing with Trump, like I wish at some point Trump would pay a price for the whole the green new scam. All right, no, it puts money in people's pockets. At least the bill that they wanted to pass. Who fucked that up, chat? It wasn't Fetterman, was it? Who fucked up the version of the? No, it was Biden, actually. I think it was Biden giving it to the Republicans to mark up in the beginning rather than just trying to fucking jam it through like he should have. But yeah, there would have been a more robust version, if it had been an actual Green New Deal. But Donald Trump has been talking about anything, windmills, any kind of renewable energy whatsoever. He fucking hates it. And that looks dumb as fuck right now. The oil that you need to maintain cheap gas prices is not fully in your control. And it's not gonna be. What is the solution? Have other options.
Users was coming from. That makes sense. It's because I recently.
Okay, so really quickly to go over the controversy of Pragmata, there has been some kind of weird psyop by right-wing, manosphere, incel adjacent types to claim Pragmata as theirs, right? That what Pragmata is about is natalism. That the liberal media has taken away the desire to have kids from men, and that this is giving it back somehow, right? And with the fact that this is like a blonde hair, blue-eyed character, it's a not so subtle dog whistle towards white natalism, which is generally what you see when you see natalism. They're not worried about birth rates in total, right? They're specifically
7409 super chatted $5. Good morning, sunrise.
Good morning, sunrise. To you as well. Well, let's here. I'm gonna add these both at once. So sub ad time 10M, and there we go. 10 more minutes. It was Joe Manchin. I feel like there were mistakes that were a lot of Biden's mistakes were just him trying to please the chattering class, trying to do things the right way rather than the way that actually works. But there we go. That's 10 more minutes on the board. Thank you for the super chats, Davy and Will. Yeah, men notoriously hate fucking. Yeah.
Because I recently said, you're never gonna get pussy, so why are you worried about, whether or not women's biological clock is ticking? You got posted in a lot of gamer subreddits. Ooh, nice. You're pragmatic, take pissed off incels. You offended the pedos and the capital G gamers and the incels? Yeah, what they're offended by, I think, primarily is the truth. That's what offends them the most. When they hear the fucking truth. Yeah, I saw this. This guy made fun of us and really nailed it. Hasan comes off as a freak in this clip for defaulting to this view of a game he has not yet even played at the time of the clip. Gamer dads is like a huge thing. Yeah, except gamer dads aren't the ones who are going, oh, we have to replace the Western birth rates with new white babies. Gamer dads, who do you think is closer to your worldview? A guy who's a fucking father with a family who likes to play.
Chat, we got a little problem. Now, we're not there yet, all right? But when I finish the shoe on head video, and I'm giving Hasan a chance, watching his kind of debunk of at least some of the, interpretations of his takes that are out there. I don't think he watches Shu because, frankly, I don't think he's trying to give her more oxygen. It's very much what she wants. If she could turn this into a back and forth, that I'm sure that would be even better for her. So he's not trying to give her that as far as I've seen, but he is, it has been brought up to him, and he is going to talk about some of the distortions, let's just say, of what he actually said. And what I'm hoping for is that he's got the clip, the longer version of that clip, because I do remember there being more to what he was saying about Pragmata than is in the clip, and the clip being not, it's like the Joker. If you make society in which is too shit to raise a kid, you get what you expect, you get what you deserve, I believe is what the the Joker said famously.
Video games on his off time, or random fucking incel Twitter monsters. The clip was chopped up to conflate all gamers with incels, I think. Whoever was editing was trying to get a bunch of gamers to think you hated all gamers.
Is this the clip that she used by chance? I mean, I wouldn't put it past her. So Jake Chinatown is retweeting. Oh my God, I can't fucking... I swear to God, chat. This does not look like 1080 to me. This guy made fun of us and really nailed it. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker gives his take on Capcom's Pragmata. Hasan Piker. So what's really interesting about this is that these yeah, it's the same fucking clip, isn't it? It's the same clip that she used. I guess I can't tell how many likes is on. This is the likes for the Jake Chinatown tweet, but I can't tell how many likes are on this one.
I saw an Irish girl saying you were unhinged for your take on Pragmata. I'm unhinged for my take on Pragmata. That the correct assessment here is
gamer dads are not the ones that are being gross about this character. At least I hope not. And by gamer dads, Amanda Panda, you mean like fans of like, God of War type game? Like, is that what you mean? Like people that play that genre? I mean, it's not really a genre, but it's kind of like a subgenre or something.
That Pragmata is actually
yeah, from what I've seen, I mean that section of the gaming what is it, the gaming culture seems fairly wholesome, relatively speaking. Last of Us, there we go. That's another gaming dad game. Yeah, I almost said ecosystem. Yeah, you caught me.
Going to save.
I need some water. Let me go grab. Fuck, I'm gonna miss this though. The second that I go to grab water, I'm fucked.
Is going to save.
Let's see how quick I can be.
Hasan Parker gets mad at gamers who like Pragmata. So what's really interesting about this is all the unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about starting families and stuff, and I don't understand why this has become a thing they care about. I can already smell the stench in the comments coming from the gamers. I wouldn't call this mad, more like pointing at the hypocrisy of right-wing rhetoric. The title of that post also misleading because Hasan, quote, has nothing to do with people who like Pragmata. He's talking about losers who are using Pragmata to shame people who don't have kids. Have you seen the guy having a meltdown when he found out the VA for Diana is a black woman? No, but that seems, that seems in line with what I've seen so far from fucking incels. What is the context around this quote? Capcom came out with a game that I was excited to play, and I started playing last night. And the game's main character rolls around with like a little girl, a little AI girl. Okay. And everyone is like, Pragmata is a psyop to counter decades of anti-natalist propaganda and bring up the global birth rates. To which I said, buddy, saying anti-natalist propaganda out loud in the real world will guarantee your bloodline ends with you. Now, I find the game to be cute, and I find the game to be fun. I like the game. I was excited to play this game when it was first announced. I will continue playing this game. But what I find very strange is that these guys who make everything political, who spent years and years and years saying, well, get the politics out of my video games, are now looking for political propaganda points in every game that they play. And in many circumstances, they don't even play these games. They just chirp about them. And that's it. I don't get this, because if you're mad at it, aren't you just admitting you're an unfuckable loser? I think we're far beyond that point.
They stopped feeling shame. They started wearing the unfuckability as a red badge of courage long ago. Yeah. What did I miss, chat? Did I miss anything? It's a really cool overlay. I hope we get an emote out of it. You should get an emote out of it. And we also Chat, if that's for the debate with J-Stalk, right? I brought that one out of retirement. I don't know, I might even have to get some purple lipstick, right, to match the look. At the time, I think I was wearing purple lipstick on stream for whatever reason. Hasan is such a girl dad with Kaya anyway. True. Alright, did I miss anything though? Do I need to rewind? I always leave at the wrong time. You just said that they used to take politics out of games, and now they are seeking. Oh yeah, they were always being like, why is there, like, if there's a queer person in their video game, they're like, oh, it's political. And now they want, yeah, they not only political messages in games, they want to turn a game into like a clarion call, into like a great awakening. Oh yeah, pronouns. Oh yeah, God. Why is my voice so fucked?
Your actual thoughts were not even close to clipped. Every clip that went viral or quote image meme reframed your take as gamers to be incels universally. Oh.
Which would be really ironic, even if you were to, you know, take it, even if you took it as saying gamers for this game are incels, right? It'd be really ironic considering that Hasan is doing a playthrough. And like, did somebody say, did she say that he was not, or like, or the clip said that he had not started playing through it? They're trying to catch him on like, oh, you hadn't started playing through it yet. Maybe you just played through it to pretend that you weren't calling us all incels.
Really care.
They have been running this game, chat, for a long ass time, right? One of the first controversies I got into was when I was talking to Merrick DeVille and the Scrub King about their mutual friend Demon Mama, who Scrub King and the rest of DGG had become convinced were calling him an incel, right? She said something like, that's a very incel take. And this was not, you know, embarrassing for the Scrub King as it should have been. You like I don't know, you know, like my thought would be, you kind of like look at his content and you ask yourself, is he doing incel shit? Because he's definitely adjacent to some people that I think are relevant, has copped to doing incel shit. The guy that tried to set me up in a debate, call me racist, and compare being trans to blackface, right? That guy, you know, right next door, right down the hall, you know, in terms of the DGG, the Destiny orbiters from the Scrub King, right? And so it's not a stretch at all. It's not a stretch. The burden should be on the person that made the fucking incel takes to be like, here's what I really meant. I'm sorry if it sounded like I was saying something else. I was kind of fucked up. But instead, the whole thing, the whole smoke was on Demon Mama. How dare you call our boy an incel? How dare you call him that? You know how hard it is for men these days. They're not allowed to show their feelings. They're very badly treated. And we want to treat them much better. We're going to mandate a trad wife for every one of them. Yeah. And yeah, that's when Destiny came in. That's when Destiny was like, oh, I'd like to get in on this conversation. And it just had to have so before I really realized who the fuck he was. But yeah, it really struck me how the burden of explanation was kind of on the wrong person, was on like Demon Mama to prove that she didn't really think Scrub King or wasn't calling Scrub King an incel, rather than the burden being like, hey Scrub, like, why are you saying shit like this? Like, why are you talking like an incel, right? And I'm talking about the Destiny community, chat. Right? So this isn't just in conservative spaces, right? You can see by the way that she was reacting that yeah, like fucking fishhook centrist spaces will do this kind of thing as well.
My friend sent me this exact clip of yours. He framed it as, why is Hasan talking down on lonely gamers who got inspired to have children? Isn't he supposed to help them become normal? I hate how much your haters twist your words. My friend is a good guy, and on the left too, but he keeps getting rage baited by these clips. He has agreed to watch a few streams with me to get to know how you really are. It's difficult for me to maintain my nice posture when I hear stuff like that. Unfortunately, we're not going to make it.
Wait, what is this? We need some good dads in games. Harry Mason, Phoenix Wright. What game is Harry Mason from? Wait, was Harry Mason like in? Yeah, Harry Mason is a founding member of the Society of Adopted Fathers of Existentially Displaced. Awesome. Wait, father of existentially. Try to say this right. Founding member of the Society of Adopted Fathers of Existentially Displaced Awesome Daughters, aka Safe Dad. It's Silent Hill 2. Okay. Wait. I don't know if I've seen that one. Is that that's the one with the nurses, right? Silent Hill 1? I think I have. I must have seen at least somebody play through that game a little bit. It is the one with the nurses, right? I get it mixed up with Resident Evil. And so I get confused about like which is the, because I think I saw Resident Evil before I saw Silent Hill, but I thought it was Silent Hill for the longest time. And so I was like talking about like, you remember that part in Silent Hill where the zombie dude comes at them and it's like totally from Resident Evil 1. Are you a bit dyslexic? Wait. Would being dyslexic make me mix up the Rocky Horror Picture Show in Greece? Is that how dyslexia works?
Gamer is not an identity. I know, it's not. You're dealing with the biggest losers in the gaming space.
Like I said, chat, there's so many classic video games that I have not played through. I almost feel like I gotta spend some time just like on the old stuff, just to catch back up with because everything like refers back to other stuff. I don't know, but I wrote Silent Hill 1 and you said Silent Hill 2? Wait, did I really do that?
Unfortunately, Twitter
Maybe I said Silent Hill 2 like TOO?
became their megaphone, so their annoyance remains there. So let them rage bait until a severe aneurysm hits their core. They'll clip that. They'll clip me reading that comment to be like, Hasan wants every gamer to die of an aneurysm. Watch. Yeah, I don't really care.
You know who else does this? Just lolicons. Lolicons somehow turn you know, throwing side eye at them as into you being problematic, and you wouldn't think it, chat. But they're like all friends on the internet. And if you say something bad about one lolicon, right, especially the obvious thing to say, then you will be dealing with all of the lolicons on all of the internet. So yeah, I should not have mentioned that
opinion of
that streamer earlier.
Like all gamers, I myself would identify as one as well. And people who enjoy video games broadly, I have no issue with. But my opinion of the very specific type of incel right-wing video game commentary people is lower than dirt. There is no opinion that I have lower than the opinion I have of them. So who gives a fuck? Let them chirp.
No, the worst thing, I remember this now. The worst thing, because I think I saw this happen to Xander Hall, right? Xander Hall commented on some, was it a lolicon VTuber or was it just a, I think it was a lolicon VTuber. You know, obviously Xander Hall's kind of a piece of shit in his own right, but they attacked him in a way where they were echoing allegations of pedophilia against Xander Hall, right? Xan sees this like lolicon like VTuber is like, this kind of sus, and then all these fucking like, you know, lolicons come out of the woodwork to like just drum up a fucking, you know, and I guess the idea is that they think that it, well, if you're going to say that because this streamer is into lolicon, that they're, you know, they're a resident of Epstein Island, then they're just going to lie on your name too. Cause they somehow compartmentalize that, chat. They're like, no, this is not the same thing. Anyway. This is my NCC song. NCC can do no wrong. NCC is always right. Let's have fun and stream tonight. I'll try to keep that up. That's a lot of pressure to always be right.
Unbelievably sad. They live incredibly depressed lives, and every single day is yet another opportunity for them to try and make others just as sad as they are. So if that keeps them alive, keep it going, buddy. I'm glad that I've given you more life for one additional day. Take the gun out of your mouth, big dog. So yeah.
It's too bad he didn't have like a small cup of cappuccino that he was drinking with his pinky, right? Like he did in Cuba. They got so much mileage out of that. Hasan like says something about poor people in Cuba, and then he got the little cappuccino, which is literally just what like you served him at the hotel. It's like the Fairly Odd Parrots episode where everyone comes out of your mouth. Everything that comes out of your mouth is correct. Even if reality must reshape itself to make it so. Damn. That sounds like the video game I'm playing through right now.
I had a friend who was super anti-Hasan content for a few years. Just let it be. And would you know, he came around, started getting away from Joe Rogan, started getting super into leftist content, including yours, and even makes leftist content on Instagram. Now you like one of his reels, full circle. People come around as they see the company they have, in my opinion. Yeah. Bro, you reach those guys more than you know. You did kind of come out of nowhere with that comment on blast. See, this is what I mean. This actually frustrates me more than anything else. You got to hand it to the people who are cynically framing what you said that I actually technically agree with. But I'm choosing to abide by the cynical framing of like neo-Nazi incel gamers who jerk off the lolicon pornography instead. Well, when you do that, you might as well just leave the fucking community and go join them. You know, I had a very normal take. It was clipped out of context and people got mad about the out of context clip, but most people probably still can understand exactly what I was saying. There's really nothing I can do in that situation, don't you think? What am I supposed to say? Offer a million different qualifiers every single time I talk? Should I just choose a different method?
Is it just me, or do I think that being perturbed by Hasan's comment is a self-report? I'm sorry. Look, you're not beating the allegation. I'm not saying that you're not beating the allegations, but you're not beating the allegations this way. You are the hurt dog and you are hollering. That is what I would say in terms of these gamers being so hurt by what Hasan says. Alt Dominicuba, you just turned back time just by following. Anyway, if you should be embarrassed, like they should be embarrassed to respond like this, but instead you know what it reminds me of, chat? Anybody experience this? I never did this, all right, but I had friends that, like, you know, their moms would find like cigarettes in their backpack or something, and their tactic for dealing with the, you know, getting in trouble like this was to be more angry at their mom than their mom was at them. And it worked. You fucking violated my privacy, Mom. I can't believe you. I'm 16 years old. Why the fuck were you going through my backpack? Don't you trust me? And somehow it worked. I would have never. Oh my God. I can't imagine if I'd tried to, you know, like turn it around on my mom, which, you know, fair enough, right? But yeah, I never even thought about that. I was just like I wasn't allowed to be like, other people could kind of, you know, when you get to 16 or you get to, you know, you become a teenager, you know, you can kind of yell back at your parents a little bit if you think that they're wrong. I was never allowed to. Anyway.
Of communication so that people can't chop it up.
Chet, I might need your help in a minute here.
My assessment with a million different qualifiers anyway. So you should ask yourself why you are choosing to go along with their goal. Right? Especially considering that I do give a million different verbal qualifiers, knowing full well that someone is going to chop shit up out of context. And even then, motherfuckers still end up chopping it out of context. And then motherfuckers still turn around and say, well, you should have used a different format. Yeah, well.
But they're like, if I act like, you know, you were like, I don't know. If I act like you're the one that's doing bad things for calling people incels rather than, I don't know, me defending incels being a problem? I guess.
Next time I'll do interpretive dance. And have a ASL interpreter as well on the side. I originally thought like this and was thinking, like Hasan, can Hasan be more charitable? Then I realized it literally doesn't matter. They'll do whatever they want with the clip. Just ignore it. Yeah. We don't live in a universe where people actually even look for... we don't live in a universe where people even watch the video. They just literally do this. Hasan Parker gets mad at gamers who like Pragmata. That's not what I said. Right? That's not what happened at all. What am I supposed to do? Anyway, who gives a fuck? Did this go viral on LSF? Is that what it is? Like they finally got one where they could just like frame something totally out of context and make it seem like I was talking about everyone who enjoys Pragmata is a weird loser or something? Is that what happened?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
I feel like that is, look, he's got to know that there's always somebody in his chat that is trying to do exactly that. Any discrete 5-second, 10-second, 15-second, 20-second, 30-second clip that they can get off of Hasan, yeah, they're gonna upload it. They're gonna clip it and ship it. They're gonna clip it and ship it. They're waiting for it and they love it. Like all they got to do is be able to cut out the context and they're there. Yeah, if it can make it look like you're calling all gamers incels, which,
like, I don't know where this even came from. I don't know where the...
How exhausting. Oh my God. Yeah. It's, look, I had somebody at one point who had written an app to automatically record anything that I streamed as soon as I started streaming. Right? This is the, you know, this is what internet drama is like.
The hate farming began.
Clip it like a toenail and ship it like a fujoshi. Yeah.
The post got removed for harassment. Oh. People use.
But if your mom gives away your yaoi, then all you can do is hope that it finds a good home.
To not reflexively believe everything they saw on the internet at face value. We're not going to make it, big dog. No, we are not. Okay? He was talking about people, gamers, who were using the game to talk shit about women who don't want children as an excuse as to why they can't find someone to start a family with. He was talking shit about the loser men who blame women for all their shortcomings. Get it. Hasan states, so what's really interesting about this is all these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about starting families and stuff. And I don't understand why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should probably care about things that you can actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a fucking lonely gamer who has never been...
What's funny is that, like, some of the manosphere content, right? The black pill is what I'm thinking of. Like, is literally like, dude, you're never gonna get laid because you're skull shaped. There's nothing that you can do about it. Might as well give... I mean, like, they'll say some crazy shit to these guys, right? I don't even understand where some of it fucking comes from, right? But it's just like, like, that's a type of manosphere content that you know, if he really was saying what they think that he's saying, which is, if you play fucking games, it's over for you, buddy. You're cooked. You're never going to be anywhere near a woman, and you are never going to, you know, have a family. Like, just forget about it now, right? I mean, I feel like they'll say worse than that, and that is just like, that is read as tough love. Thing that the clip farmers and hate watchers, thing about the clip farmers and hate watchers is that they still add to Hasan's viewership. True, contribute. Yeah, and it is basically a little bit of a cottage industry now. Contribute to his compensation. Also, all publicity is good publicity. If you're Donald Trump, true. I don't know if you could make it work for you. The way that Trump does. Yeah, do they call it Sui fuel? But anyway, what I'm saying is that if Hasan really was saying something like this, you know, hopeless, then it wouldn't be at all out of place in the manosphere. I almost said, why did I say monosphere?
Been around a woman and will never...
Monosphere is like the hand, something to do with hands, like manos.
Have sex with a woman. Why do you care? Like, what do you care? Having children, or like writing for having children? 1.2 million views.
Yeah, Molotov cocktail. That's true. He's not making a point about games. The playing games is not the shortcoming that he's talking about. That's true. You're right about that. I'm just saying that even if he was saying that, like, why are they mad at Hasan and not the legion of like black pill, you know, content creators that are saying the same thing? Usually not about gaming necessarily. They'll say about like skull shape or testosterone levels. I don't know. I don't know what they talk about.
Outlaw gamers. That's what I say. Outlaw gamers.
Gaming was a mistake. Okay. So there we go, chat. Now look, I may need your help here. Let me check once more. Wait, Trumpspiracy is up to 27. Oh my god. Has everybody voted? Has everybody voted? If you haven't voted, it is your time to make that happen. Also, wait, did I read this one? Hasan should have his official gamer anti-Semitism correspondent Felix Biederman fight this battle for it. I feel like Felix, yeah, might be. Yeah, it's just like a Final Fantasy, right? Hasan is weak against incels. Felix reflects their attacks, right? Something like that. Thank you for the super chat, and I will add back 5 minutes. Oh wait, no. Sub add time 5M. There we go, and there we go. So look, I'm trying to figure out what to watch next, right? It's based on your votes. And right now, 27% want to see Kyle's Trumpspiracy bonanza, I guess you'd call it. This is Kyle Kalinske, the new conspiracy king. Alex Jones has retired.
At DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. The fact that third way libs have drillers and libs has absolutely no drillers is so humiliating to the left. The radical centrist cultural revolution will be wild.
Drillers? Wait. We added 10 minutes and... There we go. Wait, is drillers like shooters? They drill for oil for you, maybe? Or... They drill your ops? Yeah, it's like shooters, right? Chat, by the narrowest percentage, but that is 1%, it looks like Tim Pool plays D&D with What If Alt Hist has won. All right, and we're about to pivot to that. Wait, no, oh god, I forgot. There's more shoe on head.
If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh well, guess not. First of all,
Davy says, put my money towards Rudyard.
The only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all,
she's like, no, don't say that since I'm anti-Hasan that I'm not pro-Palestinian, because I actually agree on that. Have we made videos on it? Has Shoe on Head? Has Shoe on Head? I literally don't know. I have not been keeping up with her shit. So that is 60. Oh my god. Okay, well that changes us right off of here, I think, because now, and I said, chat, if the lead changed, I would switch automatically. So that is 93 extra points, or 93 bonus points for Tempool, minus the 20 for Vox Populi, plus the 15. Is it still at 15? It's still at 15. Plus the 15 that it is still at, and that gives us 70, 85? Yeah. That's far and away ahead. So look at this, the new... All right, we'll maybe get back to Shoe on Head. Wow, we kind of just cut out on her as soon as she got to Hasan, but it was a pretty deceptive clip, so I'm not going to feel bad about it. What I am going to do, though, is take a spin on the wheel of something here. Here we go, this wheel. Oh, there it is. I'm trying to remember where the D&D part starts. This is Tim Pool. He's got guests. NotSoErudite. Destiny Orbiter. There's Tim. We have Ian Moonlord. We have What If Alt Hist. And look, I've been noticing, like, more and more, it kind of feels like NotSoErudite is Tim's liberal co-host. It also feels like, does she do more stuff on the Timcast than she does with Destiny? Yes, Destiny's Fixer. Wait, isn't Destiny's Fixer is in a D&D game? Well, so here's the deal. So thought experiments, when they're coming out of the mouth of a third-rate debate bro like Tim Pool, they often take on a character that's very similar to what your DM might say to you or ask you in a session of Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like, you know, there's the trolley problem. All right, you're standing in front of a switch. There's two sets of train tracks, one leading to one person who is pregnant, the other leading to three people who are not pregnant. Do you throw the switch, right? You know, that's the classic thought experiment. But Tim Pool somehow goes medieval in this one and starts talking about, like, okay, let's say that our village, we had somebody of another race come up to us once, and we were like, "Hi, how are you doing? We're friendly," and they just came in and they burned the market down, right? Caused all kinds of chaos, hurt all kinds of people. We don't like that, right? So the next time when somebody that race comes up to us with a torch, you know, you kill them, obviously, right? So he's trying to make an argument that I guess racism is rational. I think is where he's trying to go with this. And NotSoErudite's like, well, what if I had my sword in hand, but I didn't immediately kill him, and I tried to, you know, get a sense of, right? I approach him, you know, and in a calm manner, and it's just like it's you know, in the middle of Tim Pool's thought experiment, which really to me it just feels like it feels like we're playing D&D at this point. Moonlord has been on Roseanne on the podcast or on the show. Are they gonna give Roseanne back her show? Wait, you'd have to have like CBS or something. Or the ABC, wait, could ABC get taken in the merger?
Has produced more than 130 subpoenas since cranking up last year. The officials, including Comey, have all decried the investigation as political persecution and lawfare. The Trump administration's grand conspiracy theory posits that Democratic officials bent the rules, broke the law, and lied under oath to investigate, prosecute, and otherwise undermine Trump.
I think we're talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty Law Center. If you don't know, they've been involved in you know, civil rights, I think, since the 60s at least, and you know, have you know, fought segregation. I do believe in more recently they are also, you know, one of these organizations that tries to throw like anti-Israel sentiment into the same box with anti-Semitism. So, you know, definitely not a perfect organization, but an organization that keeps tabs on a lot of objectively more horrible people. So the Trump administration is, the DOJ is prosecuting them now criminally. And I've just got bits and pieces, but the stuff I've heard is like, they're saying that they created the hate groups, or they, you know what I mean? That they were like there weren't really hate groups. And then the Southern Poverty Law Center people came in and pretended to be the hate group. Is that what they're claiming? I don't know. But if previous Trump legal actions are to be any sort of guide, I would say that it's probably bullshit. But again, I have not looked into this case that much.
From his election in 2016 through his federal indictments in 2023. The Comey subpoena issued last week relates to his alleged role in the...
I'm sorry, Roseanne thinks Trump is trans? Okay, maybe that's the content I should have put on instead of this. Holy shit. Roseanne is calling Trump trans now? You're aware, but Moonlord has been on Roseanne. Has he been on Roseanne recently? Since she's been really crashing out, it seems like. I'd like to cast a fireball, but we need the bandits alive. I'd like to cast the fireball non-lethally.
Of a January 2017 intelligence community assessment concerning Russia's election interference that favored Trump. The assessment referenced the now widely discredited Steele dossier, whose inclusion ran counter to fund.
G says they're claiming racism doesn't exist and that the SPLC paid people to cosplay as racists. And unfortunately, that's all you got to do to get right wingers to write off like the appearance of groups like, oh my God, chat, what was that called? Blood something? You remember that most recent masked up group of Nazis? Yeah, roll a check to mine the moon.
Fundamental tradecraft principles and ultimately undermined the.
Oh, look, Moonlord has got.
According to a trade.
Is it a ukulele?
Completed in June under Trump's current CIA director, John Radcliffe. Radcliffe then referred Comey and former CIA director John Brennan for prosecution. Well, all I can say, folks, is this proves it once and for all. It is now beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will just assert it as fact.
Great.
Yeah, great. That's totally how the law works.
It would be nice. It would be great.
Allegations, yeah, definitely.
If we could do something like.
But chat. If somebody has been adjudicated in court to have committed rape, you can go ahead and compartmentalize that and pretend that the person did nothing wrong, because the plaintiff's name, or the plaintiff was a person who named their cat Vagina. So I guess. 3 weeks ago, Roseanne episode with Moonlord. Oh, wow. Is that where he goes off about Trump being trans? What does Moonlord think about Trump these days?
Like that, but
we can.
I don't. Well,
it doesn't mean it's correct.
Well, we definitely shouldn't, because rule of law matters.
Until proven guilty. Comey, you're innocent. Until we find out.
Well, if this was a standard of due process, then like every single lawyer.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are they going over the Comey case? Is this not even the SPLC?
Talking about, yes.
I know Tim is going to be excited to talk about the SPLC.
Yesterday is like beyond guilty compared to Comey, right?
Agreed.
Like,
they're all guilty. Lock them all up.
Lock them all up, right? No. But like obviously, like due process matters, and it's good that we have due process because it protects. As a liberal, I want due process so that when my side, but I don't really have a team, but when we want due process because we want to ensure that people have vested interests.
NotSoErudite doesn't have a team because she's politically homeless. Now, she's kind of vacillated between Destiny's, I don't know, POV, and maybe one that's slightly more centrist. Maybe one that is a little bit more in a Barry Weiss type direction. But yeah, she's over on Tim Pool now, and she's kind of playing. I don't know. I feel like she's playing to the right. I could be wrong. I haven't watched a NotSoErudite stream in a long time, but I feel like she's playing, or no, maybe slightly. I don't know. Maybe to the right of what you'd expect to see her saying with Destiny. Wasn't Trump an informant? According to Mike Johnson, yeah, he was a secret agent Trump. Oh, wait. So wait, they bitch about what? Is that what you're saying? They bitch about like there were FBI agents at January 6th, right? They weren't like, egging on the Patriots there. But there were some, like agents mixed into the crowd, and they always try to make this like, oh yeah, that's clearly the people wouldn't have done anything if it wasn't for the FBI agents, because we know how woke law enforcement is. Is Tim in the same room as the dude underneath him? Yes. The same flag in both of their backgrounds? I don't know. There is some of the decorations I think are like repeated, so some of the things on the wall, there's like more than one of that thing. I'm not sure if the flag is one of them. She doesn't even have a stake in America. Oh, I forgot about that. She's doesn't even go. She doesn't even go here. How is she talking about her side? Yeah, when she's politically homeless, right? Do kind of agree that the FBI could have stopped January 6th immediately.
Against us. Can't weaponize systems, and I think that there's genuine concern that the DOJ is.
Yeah, I mean the Trump FBI probably could have acted better in that situation.
Is being weaponized against.
But then again, chat, it's not the Trump FBI in the sense that it is now, right? There was some independence at that from the FBI during January 6th as opposed to now.
Trump enemies.
Yeah, I think it was weaponized against Trump.
I think it's been
sure. Both of those instances, if that was the case, if these are the case, both of these things are bad.
But Dabby, for the record, I haven't heard these right wingers. It's just like Joe Rogan. I don't even think Joe Rogan. I feel like I always hear from the right that oh God, what is the guy's name? There's this one dude. He's a MAGA hog, but they're convinced that he's like a secret FBI agent. And he was saying, like, he was Fed posting at Jan 6. He was like saying all the shit, like, we got to break in and stuff. And he's on camera doing it, right? I can't remember his name. But yeah, all the right, he's a hog, but all the right wingers, like, they're harassing him as if he was a liberal.
Believe in due process anymore. Like, it's like the tooth fairy to me now. Like, you can say it exists and we understand the concept. Like, yes, when I go to bed, after my teeth fall out, hopefully not at 40 years old, that would suck. But I put it under my pillow, and then money's there. Like, something did happen, and then I'm told it was the tooth fairy. That's how I feel about due process, right? Something does happen most of the time, but when it actually matters, there's no due process, because the left makes the same exact argument I'm making now. You've got that dude in California who raped that one.
It's crazy how bad his mic sounds.
Chick, and they said he had was it that's what it is?
Affluenza
From raping that chick.
Yeah.
So he didn't. There was no functional due process
he was
there.
too rich to know what he was doing wrong.
The
He
spoiled
into being. It's crazy.
So he
I think that Gen 6 was a mental health crisis for public because of COVID. I think it was a unacknowledged side effect of the vaccine. Right, that was the problem. Was too many Trump told people to get the vaccine. Too many of his followers did, and then you get January 6th.
Affluenza.
Yeah, they said he suffered from affluenza because he was too rich to understand what he did was wrong. So that's from the left. The left has made that argument. I think it's fair to say both the left and the right agree.
Yeah.
The legal.
I mean, this is all the same room. It's in Tim Pool's compound, I think, in West Virginia. Wait, am I wrong about that? This looks like the same room that they had Alex Jones in. Is this the... Oh, no, chat. There's some place in Texas that they shoot in as well. Yeah, affluenza is a leftist argument. Like, the left is like, yeah, no, it's okay. They can steal stuff because they're rich and they got affluenza, so therefore it's not their fault. But I guess like a parody of, the caricature of liberal politics taken to extreme would then turn back around on itself and excuse the children of wealth because of their the way that they were raised. I don't know. I don't even know if this is the compound in West Virginia, which it kind of looks like, or if I thought when he was talking to Alex Jones, people were talking about they do live in Austin, Texas now. Yeah, there was gunfire on at the compound in West Virginia. And Tim Pool, I guess, left, did not feel safe. Is that the story? This does not look like their West Virginia spot. It does look like Austin, Texas area. Yeah. I mean, whatever it is, it looks like some kind of basement that they were gonna finish, but they didn't quite finish. I don't know.
System is just a function of who wants to exercise power against their enemies.
I think that these going behind the backs,
yes,
going behind of the backs of people and like spying on opponents has been the norm through history. Even though they will tell you we have due process.
No, it was just since Barack Obama chose to spy on Trump. I'm sorry, chat. I should be more serious now. Like, right? I keep on forgetting that sometimes people don't know when I am being sarcastic. Justice John Roberts taking ivermectin. 20 million people who had business before the SCOTUS. Wait. They started impeachment proceedings against it. Wait, for physically taking like himself ivermectin, or some sort of decision. It sounds more like is it Alito who's the one with the wife that said Vergonia? Was that Alito? Is that Alito? It's not Roberts, right? FDR Werewolf Hunter, that's the poster? Is it based on there was like a Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter? Maybe it's like a sequel?
And I want to, Rudyard, I really want to get your take on this, because since the internet feels like people like Donald Trump actually have a chance at bucking the system, did this kind of thing ever happen in the past?
So I have a few different takes here. The first of which is we have to be very
Okay, so if you're wondering, it sounds like Moonlord is still somehow on Team Trump. He's gotten into it with Tim Pool like a lot in the past year or something. Oh, you didn't write. Ivermectin was not in there. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I have a lot of trepidation about the Supreme Court, especially the role of the Federalist Society in getting these guys there. It's a movie, FDR, American Badass. Okay, not American Werewolf. I was thinking maybe FDR, American Werewolf in Paris, right? That could be an interesting story.
Careful about.
He's the Werewolf of London. Maybe it was FDR.
Eroding rule of law, because that's been the English-speaking world's great advantage. And if we erode rule of law, it's going to have very negative downstream effects on everything, between the economy, between politics, because rule of law is the set of rules.
I'm sorry. This guy is worried about eroding rule of law?
Wycliffe super chatted $9.99. My boy Rudyard AHHHH, I love you, King.
We're adding 10 minutes to the timeline.
Rules you use to establish all social interaction. And if that goes away, you won't make companies, because someone will steal the company you make.
But they'll just steal the company right out from under you. They'll seize the means. Oh my God, chat. They'll be like, nice company. Too bad rule of law has been eroded. I'm sorry, it's time for Werewolves of London, chat. We're gonna do the Werewolves of London with Biden and FDR and Jimmy Carter. I don't know, can werewolves be zombies, chat? Werewolf, zombie, Jimmy Carter. Why would anyone want to make themselves and everyone else around them miserable all the time? What, by watching this guy? I don't know, good question.
Have another thing. The second thing is the left has been weaponizing this already, and there's been a huge issue.
What did you have? I'm sorry, but the erosion of rule of law, right? If you want to really get to it, I mean, you'd have to go back maybe to like the War Powers Act, maybe earlier. But yeah, I mean, the rule of law has been eroding for a long time. If you want to talk about like the influence of money in politics, you would go back at least to the, oh my God, Sarah, do you know the decision I'm trying to think of? It slipped my mind. Late 70s decision opened the door to, you know, Reagan's dark, or what do they call Reagan's money? Reagan's slush fund, I think they called it. What was the ruling? It's way before Citizens United. I can't, for some reason, I don't know why the name is like it is a case that I've talked about before. I don't know why it's not coming to mind. But yeah, at least you know, the late 70s, you know, in terms of the rule of law eroding. I mean, look, you know, I don't know. What the fuck does rule of law mean to a country that was founded by slave owners? What does the rule of law mean to a fucking settler colonial project? You know what I mean? Like, some of this shit has been eroded a long time ago, but no, if you're talking about like the rule of law as it was recently, and when did that start to erode? Well, War on Terror, the more modern component, yeah, War on Terror. Somebody stole something from the bank. No, they stole the bank. They stole the Hanahan. Am I saying it right, Chad? I'm learning to say things in Thai.
With conservative judges, and with conservatives making the argument that you're opposed to, saying, oh, we can't do this, blank, blank, blank. The left has already done a weaponization of the political process to an insane degree. And
this is what he's here for, chat, to give takes that are counterintuitive to reality.
when conservatives push against
complete inversion of reality
stuff where it should be illegal to discriminate against white men under civil rights law, it happens on a mass degree, but conservative judges don't stand against it. Conservative judges don't stand against...
Yeah, that word, Burpel, is key.
The rampant abuse in the family court system against men. They don't stand against the rampant biases against white men, where the left has been doing this to an insane degree.
And if you need to key, you got to go to the Hong Nam. Hong Nam is where you want to go.
And even defensively, the right
to take
does
a key.
not protect itself.
Well, so to your point about how we want to keep the rule of law, I would agree.
Oh my God.
Agree, but when it's gone, it's gone.
Right?
I want to keep my car nice and clean, but if a bunch of vandals come and smash it with crowbars, there's nothing I can do about it.
So
I get it fixed.
To point on the couch thing you guys were talking about, he wasn't under affluenza. He was under the influence of intoxication, Ethan Couch.
No. The argument was that he shouldn't get the harshest penalty because he had quote unquote.
Do these people have these people spoken to a judge before? They can be a chud. They can be chud, but they are still not like groypers.
Quote affluenza. It's a nonsense term that meant he was so rich he didn't understand right from wrong.
And the liberals wanted to be let them go. Because liberalism is they're all rich, but they're also communist, and they're also poor. They're also on food stamps, and they're very educated, but they're very stupid. Yeah. This guy says a lot about the left, and it's pretty fucking mutually exclusive. FEC versus National Conservative PAC, 1985. No, I'm talking about something late 70s, right? It's like a name. I thought it was like two names. Like basically the case that allowed money to really start to flow into politics in the way that one that struck down the limits of independent PAC spending.
Yeah.
So he did actually end up getting charged. He
did.
Yeah, he had
and
10
the argument
years
was that he
probation.
shouldn't get the harshest of penalties for what he did. Yeah. Wasn't it like there was a passed out woman and he was raping her and then some guys caught her or something?
Yeah.
This was like a Me Too.
And all the liberals want to know. Is he going to do that, Chad? Do you think he's going to do that? But the thing is, like, if they see the media, because they've drummed it into people's heads that the media is also, notice there's like a snoring sound in the background. I don't know what's going on with that. The milk spending thing under Nixon. Yes, I think it's Buckley versus Vallejo. Yeah, Vallejo. I think that's the one I'm thinking of, right? But anyway, the point being, chat, that the rule of law has been eroded for a long time, even if you want to argue that it exists at all. Like, what rule of what law? For who? You know? Gaming, please, says Burpel. That is a good one to pick tonight.
This isn't the left, right? This is his defense.
Omega's saying Alex Jones.
That he did not go to prison in the most harshest of penalties because the court system failed us.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. First of all, he's from Texas. Well, he's from Texas, not California, so the left narrative isn't working here. But also in this
atomically powered, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing.
Case, he was intoxicated.
And Burpel just successfully turned back time once again.
And under the influence of drugs, and
nobody
hit
disagrees.
People. Yeah, which is all bad, right?
Agreed.
But I think it's
progressives.
But like, yeah, the question of like the thing about Rudyard is he will sit there and give you an inverted version of reality, right? Where somehow all of the things that the Republicans have been inflicted on America are things that the Democrats have inflicted on Republicans, right? And you're just kind of wondering, where the fuck does this come from?
The time of this case, because they wanted a very harsh penalty against him. The judge gave him a light sentence, citing what she called affluenza.
I see his defense attorney citing affluenza. I can't find the judge citing that as the reason why she gave him. But 10 years probation is
neither here nor there. I mean, it's an old story we were lightly referencing where people on the
it's an old story, and we had the narrative locked in at one point, right? We weren't getting pushback on that. People were just accepting it. Nobody else was interested in it but us, and we got to write the narrative on that. And what the narrative we wrote is a narrative of wokeness. a lot of people had problems. When did the affluenza case happen, Chad? I don't even remember that. Like, I remember hearing about this, but you know, it was something that got brought up, and I doubt it affected a court case. If anything, chat, arguing that your client has affluenza.
DeVicliffe super chatted $9.99. Are you talking about the AMPI ruling under Nixon? Because Nixon didn't just get one ruling that allowed the money to flow in, but it was primarily due to the dairy industry.
Actually, wow, that's great. That was the dairy board that did this all to us. Good point, though. There's probably rulings before Buckley versus Vallejo that at least set that one up, if not, you know, opened the door for more money in politics. Is affluenza a real word? If I remember correctly, it is a phrase that, like, I don't remember. I was too old. I was too young. I was too old. I was too young. I think when the fucking I don't even remember when that was. I think I was a kid when that happened. I don't remember enough about the situation. However, I don't think it was like a bunch of SJWs trying to say, "Oh, please think about the poor rich people. They have affluenza. If the rich kids act out and do crimes that other people would be locked up for, please don't lock them up." Because that would just be the fucking status quo. That's how the world works already. If your daddy can, yeah, or mommy can pull fucking strings for you, yeah, you got a different system of hell. If your daddy and mommy can afford a good lawyer for you, get a different, system of justice, right? But yeah, it's hard to tell. That's the other thing Rudyard is great about, is being incredibly vague. The word is thought to have been first used. Oh, affluenza, really? In 1908, it had been adopted for its most common current usage in California in 1973. What? The word affluenza? It also is used by John Levy, executive director of the Carl Gustav Jung Institute in San Francisco in 1984, to describe a lack of motivation that could dog wealthy people. So it's like senioritis for rich people? Do you remember senioritis, chat? Anybody get senioritis in high school? Like you're gonna graduate really soon. You got all these projects that you're supposed to do. It's probably too much, and you start to kind of just be like, I'm gonna be graduating. I don't really have to work that hard. Senioritis, right? Sounds like senior. It sounds like that's what I don't know, Chad. I remember there being a case where people mentioned affluenza, and yeah, 99% of people were like, affluenza is not a thing. That's not a real excuse, right? Was one single case. It was in the news because everyone was condemning it. Yeah, when it happened, there was literally nobody defending it and saying, no, actually, that is, your lived experience as a person of wealth. Nobody, there was no fucking, there was not that is a straw man. It's a straw kaiju even. Motherfuckers will bend over backwards to defend rich people's actions. Damn it. Did the right really try to make it like this is more political correctness? What a surprise. They've repurposed a term and given it a new definition, but pre-existing term. Give it more legitimacy. An old classic. They tried to ask the judge to go easy on him because he didn't know any better because he was suffering from affluenza. Ethan Anthony Couch is an American convicted criminal who killed 4 people at the age of 16 while driving under the influence. That's the affluenza guy. So he drunk drived, 4 people into no longer living, and was it his lawyer that was trying to say my client is too rich to understand the consequences of his actions. Couch's attorney argued that Couch had affluenza and needed rehabilitation instead of prison, arguing that Couch had no understanding of boundaries, as his affluent parents had never given him any. Testimony from the psychologist in court referred to Couch as having a case of affluenza, sparking media frenzy. And victim family outrage. Psychology psychologist testified during the sentencing phase a part of mitigation of penalty was not reported as a defense. Okay, so they did not accept that defense. It's the TLDR. And see, now in debate bro world, right? If you don't have that information handy, when Tim Pool pulls affluenza out of the dustbin of history and says, here's another example of liberal brain rot or whatever, he's like, this is wokeness. This is, I don't know what the fuck he was going to do with this, right? If you don't have, in the world of Destiny, right? If you don't have the, if you can't get this information, pull it out here and be like, this is what it really was, then I guess Tim was right. And you were supposed to, the responsible thing to do is to say, yes, Tim, you're right. I guess I guess the left really is ridiculous, right? I guess they are a bunch of trust fund babies after all. Despite the fact that trust fund babies like to have their taxes cut. Jesus Christ. What year did this happen? I don't know. I was like much younger when it happened. I vaguely remember this being a thing. I don't think I really understood what was going on at the time. I think that Wikipedia is saying, although citation is needed, that the psychologist is an attorneys who made affluenza argument. Yeah. So yeah, it was them trying to, but I didn't realize the term was actually that, that went back that far.
Progressives were upset about it.
Sure,
but to the point back to Rudyard, like I was saying, like I have a nice car, I try to protect it, right? I'll park it in my garage. Then one day while I'm sleeping, a bunch of whoever Antifa comes and firebombs the garage. It's gone. So you talk about the rule of law and we want to maintain it, but at the same time you say that the left has been destroying it and eroding it. I mean, at a certain point, they've destroyed it.
Yeah, that's it. You oftentimes have to balance two opposing things and figure out where between these two is the reasonable conclusion. And I understand what you're saying, where, Russiagate was a lie, and it's crazy there's been no prosecution.
Can somebody check, when was the last time I hit sub add time? I feel like I didn't add Davi's last super chat. Can somebody check that for me? It's right before Morbera says, is affluenza a real word? And that I added time. I think I did not cover, did not add time for Davi's latest super chat. These fools don't understand if you're rich and you want someone to die, you just buy a boat. Oh my God. I had I was a part of this weird jazz ensemble, and the teacher was this weird, I think he was like a Jimmy Buffett guy or something, but this guy had a boat, and he would always make jokes about the great thing about having a boat is that when you go out there, people I don't know, he was like implying that he could drown people that he didn't like or something and get away with it. Doing the Always Sunny bit unironically, is that from Always Sunny? I don't know. Maybe I think it was before Always Sunny was on. Oh, the implication. Yeah, now I remember that. Yeah. The implication. It wasn't talking about women. He was talking about his, other men that he did not like, right? And he just kind of threw that out there of just this is a thing you get to do when you're a rich guy with a boat that teaches fucking, I don't know, what did he teach, jazz theory or something? He was like the jazz professor, I think.
For this staggering lie, because there was no actual evidence that Trump was colluding with Russia or that the Russians tilted the course of the election. This was just a story the left made up. And slander is incorrect, especially slander on that scale. And you can't let that go back. And I think another thing is we have laws against...
I'm sorry, but if that's slander, then fucking everyone mentioned Podesta has a big case against you. And Rudyard is a Pizzagator, isn't he? You're talking about slander when you make up satanic pedophile stories about people. What are you talking about? There's a lot more evidence connecting Trump to Putin and to Russia. And really, more than anything, chat, here's the deal with Trump and Russia. You want to know? He sucks at finance. And yet, he has a big ego. And the way he resolves this is that he gets money from places. He gets money for projects that would not get fucking loans, right? And you can answer yourself. Why do you think it is that Russian oligarchs bailed Trump out so much? What do you think that money's doing? What do you think purpose that serves, all right? It's not that hard to figure out that the man is compromised. Saying exactly how he's compromised is difficult, and making it if you made a claim that the Russians had interceded on Trump's behalf and, changed the results of the election, that there's absolutely no proof for that, right? However, in terms of just genuinely being aligned with with fucking Putin's interests, it's not, this is the thing that bugs me so much, right? And you'll see lefties that want to be like, oh, we're the reasonable lefties. Hey, yeah, Russia. You know that Russiagate hoax? Listen, there was some Russiagate cope around Hillary Clinton and her supporters, right? And trying to minimize the colossal fuck up that she did in that election, right? So that's a Russia cope. That's not a Russia hoax, right? And it's really fucking naive of anybody to think that Russian money is not affecting your government.
Trump was working with Russia, he was working with Israel, which was working with Russia. That was the real connection that the Democrats didn't want to make.
You think they could have made the Russia thing stick if they had been willing to acknowledge the Israel connection, Davi? Interesting. But no, I'm just talking about how he fixed his finances in, I think the mid 2010s, if I'm remembering correctly, right? His shit did not work. His shit should have gone under. It should have gone under 1,000 times. Back when his dad was alive, his dad would intervene. His dad would literally come into the casino and buy chips, right? You buy chips to go to the tables to play, whatever, casino games that you're going to play, to bet, to gamble with, right? He took the chips, and instead of gambling with them, he took the chips home. He took the suitcase of chips home, meaning that he made a fucking donation to his son and didn't want to be, I think, I don't know, they were avoiding taxes or what they were doing there, but, but he was all, the takeaway is he's bailing his son out. Now, when Donald got older, there was nobody to do that, and so he had to go to some slightly less than savory sources to get, money to keep him afloat. Now, luckily now, he is a fucking parasitic organism attached to the U.S. Treasury. So he's got no problem staying afloat financially now because he's sucking all of our blood. His whole family is. A family of fucking parasites. It is literally fucking sucking away our future. While, Davi, you said what you said about, you thought that the whole right-wing, concentration on pragmata was a bit of a windmill that they're tilting at that's not, pushing the football in any meaningful way. I gotta say, right, I don't see anyone pushing back against this huge fucking sucking sound that's coming from the White House. And yes, that is a Ross Perot reference. A giant sucking sound. Sorry, I'm not going off on you. I'm just remembering what you said and kind of tying it into the just ineffectual, left. Unfortunately, right? So many things are going down the tube right now. There's so many ways that the Trump and his family and the worst people in the world are benefiting from that, and nobody is doing anything about it, and it drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts. Oh God, I'm trying to think of. Oh God, that was the other thing I was gonna So I caught a little bit of J-Stalk stream from I think a few days ago, and that was another one of the things. He thought that in 2016 there really was Trump derangement syndrome, that the people complaining about Donald Trump, that the people predicting disaster if Trump was elected were, they sounded crazy and they really fucked things up and they were too obsessed with all the wrong things. And it's just kind of like, I don't know. It feels like some of those people were proven right. Not that there's not, always been ineffectual libs that are, focused on the wrong thing, but it's a crazy thing to say. It's a crazy thing to say considering where we're at now and how much of it is directly attributable. And the whole thing with Trump, if you thought that people were, if you thought that they were deranged, if you thought that they were overly dramatic about Trump, first of all, you're an idiot. And second of all, you're... God, I forgot where else I was going with that. Anybody with half a brain could tell that putting a reality show star that has massive problem, that is massively compromised, right, in a million different ways, and Davi's probably right, probably through Israel as well, right, that is stupid, arrogant, and incompetent at the head of the, in the most powerful position arguably in the world. If you thought that that would end with anything other than disaster, I hate to tell it, you're not living in reality. That's like saying, I don't know, Chad, I'm trying to think of something. That's like saying that if the airplane pilot passes out, like, you can just get somebody who sucks at a flight simulator. Somebody that's played Flight Simulator, that likes Flight Simulator, but that crashes every single time at Flight Simulator, and just put them in the fucking behind the controls for real. I don't know. It's fucking insane. And anybody who didn't see that as this is going to be a problem, it's a reality check. It might bounce around for a little while, right? That check might not come due, but eventually it will. And it's anybody with half a fucking brain should be able to see that. Right, I gotta say that, right? The idea of putting Trump, and look, this is some fucking brain rot that needs to work its way out of the system, because we cannot have people thinking that just because somebody's rich that they are competent. This is the fucking bill for our bullshit meritocracy finally coming due, right? This attitude that, well, he's on television, he seems pretty successful to me, I don't know, he fired that guy. That if you think that because of that, oh yeah, maybe he's better than maybe all the politicians are just idiots. And Donald Trump is the first smart person, the first business person we've ever put at the, you're gonna succeed, you're gonna win so hard, you're gonna be tired of winning, right? I'm sorry, anybody that couldn't see that was the opposite of the truth. I gotta question your intelligence. I gotta really fucking question, and I would ask you to question whether you going to vote ever again is a good idea, right? Considering what you did with your vote when you, anyway, I'm sorry. Some of the Trump shit, I just can't. 13 minutes, chat. We gotta try to watch as much as this we can, because we're not even getting to the good stuff about D&D. We gotta get to the thought experiments, right? Sword. That's what I'll look for. That's what I'll look for, chat. We gotta go. Transcript. Sword. Okay, he's reading the Bible. What the fuck? No, they said something about a sword. Oh, fuck me. Torch. They said torch. I thought not so erudite. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we gotta, this is what I really wanted you to see. Oh my god, this is a long thought experiment. Here we go. I don't know who did.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? Like, murder is wrong. obviously. We all agree.
Generally, except for
right.
Self-defense, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
Murder,
so that's not murder. Self-defense isn't murder. Murder is the intentional killing of another person without warrant.
Okay.
And so, if you walked up to a person and just shot them and they died, we'd find that to be murder. And Rudyard, this is for you too. Let's say that you live in a small village in the countryside, and the year is 1300, whatever, and you're French.
All right, so we're in a small village. We're speaking French. Just know that when you say anything, you tell Tim that your character says anything, they're going to say that in French. When somebody says something to your character, it's in French. Everyone's speaking French, right? We're at a tavern in a small, what did you say, village in France? Because it always starts out in a tavern, right, Chad? If I know anything about Dungeons and Dragons, we're always going to start out in a tavern.
Let's say that you live in a small village in the countryside, and the year is 1300, whatever, and you're French, so you're all like white, brown-haired, blue-eyed people or whatever, whatever they looked like in France, and they're sitting there going ha ha ha.
Oh yeah, Chad. That's called à la Provence, right? Have I got that, French knowers in chat? Have I got that right? That kind of, we're talking about your à la Provence. Yeah, incroyable. C'est la vérité, Omega Star.
Croissants. And then you get people who are clearly...
The year's 1300 or whatever, yeah.
...distinct from you.
So sometime in the medieval period.
And they show...
That is medieval, though, right? Some people will name some pretty weird time frames as being medieval that are absolutely not.
Up and you say, well, we don't just kill people. We're a little apprehensive. And then you meet and you talk, and the guy pulls a knife and just stabs your village.
So that's what you get. Sometimes when you're a liberal or a leftist, reality mugs you. And you realize that humanity is not worthy of your compassion.
Throws fire in your village and then flees.
Sounds like the Romans.
So the assumption should be if somebody's different, then they're evil.
The next day,
I guess.
A similar person shows up.
Similar. So similar person, what do we mean by similar person? I'm pretty sure he means like a person of a similar race. Like he's trying to justify and offer like a false history of racism and just like basically be like, well, if you're not a racist, you're a fucking idiot and you're gonna get stabbed, right? If you don't have a irrational fear of other races, then I don't know what to tell you. They're gonna get you. They're gonna come in a horde and they're gonna get you because that's what they do. That's what they do. Why not use real examples from history, not made up stuff?
No, we must stand on our principles.
I mean, there's a reason for that, atomically powered, and I feel like the reason is that Tim does not know history, but Direful Pot just wait, did somebody just get weaseled? I believe. Oh my gosh. Winter Soldier, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. It's a really good thing because we got 8 minutes left here. And Direful was able to put 3 minutes back on the playing field. Sub at time. We go like that 3 minutes. Okay.
We do not attack. We do not, or when
we do not attack. We do not protect.
When a similar person shows up in the same garb,
reality mogs you. There you go.
With the same physical appearance, carrying a torch, do you say one more move and you die?
I would say that both of these philosophies were silly to begin with. I don't think that the philosophy of like generosity means naivete.
I didn't ask you. I asked you a specific scenario to tell me what you thought.
I'm telling you why the scenario already is flawed. I think that the principle that they had initially probably was uninformed and
okay, so I gotta ask, can anybody tell me who is? It feels like they're making a snoring sound, and I'm guessing they're saying your conversation is boring. And it is, right? Tim, right in the beginning, I think she goes on like a 7-minute spiel. Tim does that a few times, right? The rest of the...
And complex, and it does have to be
don't
updated.
Greet outsiders.
But it doesn't have to be updated to an extreme opposite side, which is often what people do. They go from one side and then they swap to the other side. And the reality is that the truth is a lot more times in the middle of what is
Yeah, you only half kill them, chat.
Proper dialectic of wisdom.
So let's just back to the question.
Mm-hmm.
Your proposition then is the village should not allow anyone to peacefully greet them out of fear that there could be an act of violence against them.
No, of course not. How would you take that away from what I just said?
You said that you said the initial response they had was probably flawed.
Right, but I said don't just do the opposite also, which is
because it might be a defector that's
if a guy throws a torch at your village and burns.
Maybe it's somebody that got mugged by reality. They were on the other side, right? The leftists. They were middle-aged leftists, right? And they're like, oh, I tried to be a communist, but then people took all my shit. Oh, damn. I guess conservatism was right all along. Damn. I tried to be anti-racist, but then somebody stabbed me. Oh, I guess racism was based. I don't know. What is he saying?
Burns on your house and kills one of your people and then flees. And then a person who looks just like him, wearing the same clothes, the same flag, whatever, shows up the next day. Do you treat him the same, or do you adapt your?
You should adapt, but my caution to people is that when they think adapt, they want to go to the opposite extreme end. When in reality,
she's doing kind of a horseshoe theory. She's offering up a.
Oftentimes, wisdom falls between.
Look how I think she probably and she is. She's probably more intelligent than anyone on this panel. That's not to glaze erudite, but and she probably knows it, and it makes the classic mistake of like, I will therefore, I don't know, I can lead these people around by their noses. They won't even know. They won't even smell the liberalism on what I'm cooking, right? They will be like, oh, well, when you put it that way, and I say, ha ha ha, I'm glad you're not one of these crazy lefties. It's really them who we hate, not reasonable center left people like yourself and Destiny.
Between the middle of
I'm just now noticing the llama. Me too now.
Two dialectics.
Sure. So just, what do you do?
I would probably be cautious.
What do you do?
Probably have arms and weapons ready in case he whips out his torch to start stabbing and murdering and burning things, right? But inquire him.
So you got your sword ready, right? I'm gonna roll for perception so that I can detect if he looks like he's gonna be raping or murdering or burning something or someone. It's I'll just roll for perception there. Try to catch it before it starts. Shit, I rolled a 1. What do? I don't know. What does that mean? Yeah, so Chad, if you don't know, in D&D, there's a 20-sided dice. It's called a D20. It's a really weird, interesting looking like object. It's literally like a, like a tetrahedron, but like 20 side. Am I saying that right? Tetrahedron? No. The dodecahedron, but doubled, right? But anyway, you roll the dice, and usually it's like you roll 11 or more and you hit or something like that, right? But then there is rolling 1 and there is rolling 20, right? So it's kind of like if you roll a 20, then something unexpectedly, amazingly good happened, right? You stab the enemy with your sword, and the other 2 enemies get right behind them. So you shish kebab them and pull your sword out. They're all dead. I don't know. Something really good, like unexpectedly, like one hit kill kind of shit, right? And then if it's a 1, it's supposed to be like the worst, most embarrassing fuck up that you could imagine, resulting in an unbelievably bad consequence, right? So like you slipped and fell and the sword went up your butt, and I don't know, like, like it's something really bad happened is 1, right? Yeah, 20. Well, it's more than a critical, isn't it? It's like 20 is like, Sag critical. You stab your leg with your sword and piss all over your allies. Yeah, it's something really bad, and something really embarrassing. Usually, is what 1 represents. The DM gets to decide, right? So. Your fate is in Temple's hands, I'll have you know, not so erudite. You throw your sword and somehow it hits all of your party members like a boomerang, and then comes back and hits you. Yeah. Comes back and blinds you, right?
Why he's there, see what his intention is in the village, right? You could even treat him cautiously, say he gives you all of the perfect answers that makes you go like, oh, he's actually a defector from that village and he's got info.
Okay. What if he throws a torch at your village and burns another building down and runs?
Well, hopefully you've got guys ready, and
then he says, haha, stupid liberal.
Far enough away that when you greet him, yeah.
He does. And then the next day, a similar looking guy in the same clothes shows up with a torch. Do you shoot him with an arrow?
No.
You let him throw the torch again?
No, you do neither.
Look, Tim, you're the wizard. You don't shoot anybody with an arrow. It would be Moonlord, right? Do we have this up still? Did I put this up on the starting screen? No. What? Oh, that was the, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I only had it out on Canva. Oh my god, it makes this look like I'm stopping the stream. No, I'm not, chat. I was just trying to show you something. It doesn't matter. I'll do it in the background. All right, change image 16 to... You should play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Cyberpunk? Wait, where? Wait, as D&D, as like a tabletop? Jesus saves, the rest of the party takes full damage. Okay, there we go. There we go. This is what I'm trying to show. Okay, so just so we're clear, I made that. Look, this is a prototype of the thumbnail. I'll probably work on it some more. So it's not like the final version of the thumbnail. But yeah, here's what I got. All right, Tim Pool is the wizard, and he's also the DM. Okay, Moonlord is the archer. So who would fire the arrow? It would be Moonlord. Rudyard is the rogue, and Kayla, of course, is the paladin. So yeah, like, because I was like thinking, wait, we need a fighter. We need somebody who's a fighter, and maybe a ranger could do a little bit of fighting, but we kind of need a fighter, like a tanky fighter. And then, but I was like, oh no, but you kind of need a white mage too. What is she gonna do? No, she's gonna be a paladin. She's gonna be the best of both worlds. That's how it's gonna work. See, I'm so smart. I'm so good at I should actually play D&D instead of just talking shit. They needed a heal. Like, I think paladin can heal, right? A paladin can heal. The other idea I was gonna have is that, like, maybe Tim Pool's character, the wizard, minored in chemistry and knows how to make or alchemy and knows how to make potions. Moonlord needs a top hat. Wait, a top hat? I thought he's the archer. Do archers wear a top hat?
Right. Well, yeah, like,
I guess
we got 2 minutes left, chat.
Like, the reality is that, like,
I'm
wisdom.
just giving you a simple scenario, like,
sure,
what do
and
you
I'm
do?
answering the
It's a
scenario
scenario that has
saying-
happened over and over again.
They're still snoring.
The scenario of human nature.
They're still snoring. It's so annoying.
And what I'm saying to people is that
it's kind of like you can't just like sit there and snore at people. You're right. You can't, like, I don't know. There's got to be a better way for you to express your displeasure with the conversation. He's literally cucking Tim's content here. Wait, for reference? Wait, he needs a top hat as Moonlord, or he needs a top hat? Oh my god, chat, we got 1 minute and 26 seconds left.
Black and white thinking.
When this thing hits 0, the stream is over. We don't have a gaming segment tonight. Although I do have to add the gaming, the 6 points.
What if that
no,
next
12
guy showing up with the torch is just about to show up and, like,
Well, let me-
bring blacksmith and, like, ironworks to your village and, like, revolutionize?
That's what he was gonna do.
Answer both of you. I said that I liked freedom and property rights, and I didn't say how.
Okay, so video games is back up to 70.
Forced. Yeah. So.
Oh, he wore it at the Roseanne stream. Oh no, 52 seconds.
These are authoritarian regimes provide more freedom and property rights than democracies. And democracy.
Are there any donos that I forgot to add? Because when it's
of the top,
we'll have to rate out as soon as if it hits 0.
Predominantly among the top 1%, they're predominantly democracies. That includes Athens, Rome, America, the Netherlands, and
But
what is bro talking about?
Also supercharged negative
Yeah,
characteristics.
they're not good because they're democracies. They're good because they were good. They were good
Examples
societies.
of democracies supercharging negative characteristics are the Latin sphere and the Middle East. France was better under a monarchy than it was under a democracy. So was Brazil.
Are we arguing that democracies are good for white people, but like, is that what we're doing here? Yo, Omega Star with the 5. Yo, wait a minute. Hold up. You just got... Okay. I remember... Wait a minute. Chat. We might have... Is this a bug with the thing? Does it always do this? I got a sub-add time. Sub-add time. So you got credit for 6. It should have been 30. Sub-add time 24 will make up the difference. Boom. Yeah. Chat, does it do that every time or just this time? Either way, I got some new subs to read out here. Sitting Cow 2, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Basics, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Ibigazare, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, because you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. New member 1, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And Brain Shoe, sometimes you need a shoe for your brain. Well, Brain Shoe knows all about that. And you just got jellyfished as well. So here we are. You've rescued us from the raid button just in time. I was literally just about to hit it. Seriously.
Greece. A bunch of lower trust societies. Same thing with in the Middle East, democracies have performed better.
I'm sorry, what is the deal here? He said the Latin sphere and Greece and people that are I don't know, chat. I don't know. What do you think? What is he doing with this? It sounds like this is like a democracy is good for the is it democracy is good for like the West and bad for everyone else because they're not, like, I don't know, morally competent to run a democracy?
Middle East democracies vote in the preferences of the majority group. So when America made Iraq a democracy, the majority...
So majority, or like democracy, but only if we like the majority.
Shia voted in to oppress the minority Sunni, and then they sided with America's rival Iran.
Yeah, but it's not just... Sure, but the issue is like, this is why...
Super chatted $10. Lego. More for the gaming stream. If you had to fight this very bad D&D party, what kind of monster would you want to be?
Oh my god. I mean, what is the, like, if it was Final Fantasy, I'd be something like a slime or like a mosquito or some. I'd be like a low-level enemy just to embarrass them. I don't know. If it was Persona 2, I would be Yasuo. I would fight them as Yasuo because they would never expect me to... yeah, gaming stream supported again. Look at that. Gaming stream goes up to 80, so we're almost like working our way back to a Friday stream, for which, you know, we've been doing. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you for the thought experiment on the, you know, what kind of monster. Wait, isn't there a game where you're the boss and the heroes come at you? Isn't there a game like that? I feel like maybe there's more than one game like that. You're literally the boss. You sit in the lair, and the heroes come after you and try to defeat you. So it's like, how long can you last as a boss or something? I guess. Can I ask who this sweaty Reddit mod is? Who, Kayla or what if Alt or Rudyard?
When we look at democracy.
Or do you mean the guy with the hat?
Because there are different systems that work better, right?
I'm going to add that 10 minutes back to the stream.
Democracy, right? Like the Greeks did, because it doesn't work very well. It leads to a lot of tyranny, right? There's the tyranny of majority.
I'm not even sure they know what direct democracy means.
Be feared in democracy.
It's also slower.
I'm going to respond
it is
to your
slower,
point
but democracies, the point of all these systems is to build counters to the major failings, right? In the case of a democracy, you have to be afraid of the majority, the tyranny of majority. And so you have to build into the system checks and balances to prevent against the tyranny of majority as much as possible.
You're appealing to wishy-washy.
I don't think it happened.
If there's an external threat, you have to assess it for
No, I don't think it happened.
Context. And you pick the highest quality person.
Omega said, put there's in gaming as well. The weird, oh, that's the Reddit mod. Yeah, this is What If Alt Hist, aka Rudyard. He is a fairly big channel. That's a scary thing. That should be a scary thing, right? And he's been doing, I think he started off on like speculative history, but more recently his stuff is just like, here's my definitive authoritative take on I don't know what Asian cultures, or like the on the right or on the left, or like, right, and it's just it's like the most outsider art like takes that you could imagine, right? It's like it's hard to explain. We haven't watched his videos in a long time, but he, at some point, I think it was after the election, he got really excited about Trump winning. His channel had reached some kind of milestone. He, as a celebration, he uploaded 10 hours or more of him talking. Maybe it was, I think it was like way more. And it was the craziest shit that you've ever heard. He says some crazy shit. He does some conspiracy, kind of content, right? But this was like, I don't know how to explain this, right? He had his own community scared for his mental health, and even talked about some of the abuse that I guess he'd experienced as a, growing up. But it's hard to know what he is telling the truth about, and what he is lying about, and what he is fucking hallucinating, because he's talking about this stuff in context of like, yeah, a lot of, I would say abuse, and I don't say that lightly, but overuse of psychedelic substances, right? To the point of just losing his shit. Yeah, and then he became Odin. That's right. Wait, I feel like, okay, I don't think that sub ad time worked. Sub ad time, because we were already at like 10 M. What did I do wrong? Did I misspell a simple phrase like sub ad time? Sub ad time. No, it's correct. Why didn't it? Okay, looking for it. Motherfucker, it just added 20. What the fuck is that? 30 plus gaming. There we go. You're not letting me dodge. Look, you're actually saving my you're helping me save face here. Otherwise I would be playing I would be doing a Friday video gaming stream with no money on the board, right? This way we can at least keep up the pretense that you're twisting my arm to play video games. So there we go, 110 on video games, and we got now it's supposed to be. Is there a way to like? We're supposed to. I need to take 10 minutes off now. Control panel. Can I like just slurp up 10 minutes? Yonk. No, I can't. Wait, why not? Okay. Sub ad time, ads time. I added 10 too much, chat. I'm stupid. I tried to add it, it didn't add, and then I was like, all right, I'll try it again, and it added both of them at the one. I don't know what to do. I don't even know what to do.
To do the
I probably should pee.
And the thing with John Rawls is it's not an accurate.
Ooh, can I add negative numbers? Let's try. Ooh, I mean that seems like it's sub ad time. It's not a complicated program here. Sub ad time. Wait, I could try. What if it adds 10 more? What if it adds 10 more? I'm fucked. I'm fucked if that's the case. Negative 10 minutes. It should work, though. It should work. I'm overcommitted by 20 minutes, chat. What the fuck? Oh, it seemed like it would work. Negative 10. Is there any other way that you signify that? Other than using the fucking number pad? I don't think so. I triple tapped, apparently. I'm a triple trumper now. I am gonna have to pee if we're staying on for that long, chat. Sub minus time 10? I don't see that on the... Let's take a look. Setup. All right. Yeah. Pause, sub pause, resume, sub resume, add time, sub add time, times up, time ending message.
At Will7409 super chatted $5. I guess we just have to pay you more now.
Aw, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. I'm gonna give another 10 to fill this out. Do not add to the board. Okay. I'll resist the you got another this one, Emily? This super chat? Or did I miss a different one? I'm gonna need to pee. Luckily we have Irene in order to take the heals. If I gift another sub, will you just leave the time as is? I will. I promise. I'll do that. Shoe on shit is already done. Yeah, we're on to the fucking craziest Dungeons and Dragons session you've ever had, chat. And we just got into Tim's weird thought his racist medieval village thought experiment. Like, you know, anyway, I gotta pee really bad. I'll be back as quick as I can. I'm gonna leave you in the competent hands of Irene, who you'll probably be seeing more of. Yes, Burpel, probably as a emote, among other things. And yeah, I gotta pee so bad. All right, I'll be right back.
Human condition to randomly pick what individual you would be, because that's not how this works. Individuals have their own genetics, and groups have different genetics, and people are rewarded for the choices they make. And so
that's not a refutation of Rawls. Rawls hypothetical can engage without the...
So
sure, but you're saying that Rawls doesn't work because there's no baked in genetics, but that's not the point of the hypothetical in the first place.
You need to let me finish the argument. Okay. So Rawls operates under an underlying Christian assumption that there's indeterminate souls that you shove into a population. That's not what happens. A population is made up of individuals with different traits that make choices. And so you can't say, if I were to randomly pick a certain population, what would I be? Because there's nothing random. An individual is the aggregation of all of the choices that went through them. And so you can't say, if I were to be born in a blank society, because the society is informed by the contextual decisions of everyone involved up to that point. It strips context from the entire human condition.
So this is like saying trolley problems strip context because they engage in hypotheticals.
Let's say instead of saying Rawls, just make the argument of just articulate the argument.
Sure, yeah. The veil of ignorance is this thought experiment in the way that trolley problems are thought experiments, which is designed to help you decide which principles you want in your society. So if you imagine a society where you can't know who you will be in that society, what are some of the principles you hope are there? Rule of law, right? And like fair treatment before justice would be one that we would all be for, because I don't ever want to be in the minority group that just gets treated poorly by the justice system because I happen to be in that minority group.
So how would you define society?
The way that we usually do, a collection of people with like somewhat unified cultural values, probably bordered by a nation state that like unifies together.
That's a great definition. I would argue that by that definition, which I agree with, there's several distinct societies that exist within the United States, and each and every one of these societies is willing to use violence and lawfare against those who would threaten their moral worldview.
What does this have to do with the veil of ignorance?
So you're saying in a society, like, who would you want to be? What rules do you want? And I would say, yes, that works wonderfully in a collection of individuals with a shared moral worldview and probably a national border. But what happens when that society is up against another society overlapping on its territories with a completely different worldview.
Well, this is part of how you can engage in the veil of ignorance, is going, well, I don't know who I am in this society, but how do I want that society theoretically to engage in foreign policy? Well, one of them, I would say, is I want my government to protect me as a citizen of whatever this nation state is, because I don't want other nation states coming in, stomping me and killing me and
This
taking
is more
my
so
land.
like, an example that I'll use that's probably the least egregious would be open air fish markets in New York City. I think they're absolutely disgusting, and they shouldn't be allowed.
Because they smell?
It's not just that, it's the rotting fish and flesh that
dump it
sloughs
out
off.
on the street.
And it just, it's all over the
Spray
street.
with a hose.
And then it's just
On the
rotting for
sidewalk.
days. And when you go to the Lower East Side, it's just everywhere you go.
Go to Houston.
The people who live there, that's their society. They are largely Chinese and Southeast Asian. They don't care about open air fish markets. But the people of New York have started to move away because they don't like it. And this has created an entrenched enclave. Enclaves are bad, and I believe, having a group of people that form their own subdivision, that have their own rules, is going to create animosity and violence, because you will create two distinct moral worldviews at odds with each other. Now, the reason I cite this example is because it's one of the least egregious, meaning the people of New York don't really care all that much about the open air fish markets. They just move away.
Yeah.
They stopped living in the area, more Chinese people moved in, and now the area is dominated by Chinese. But you could take a look at this and bring it to its most egregious, and that is like Chicago crime and shooting violence.
Sure.
So you have areas where there may be a middle-class black family, and gangbangers will come into that territory, or just young black men who are violent for whatever reason they may be, and they will create crime. This will cause the higher income people to flee and then just dramatically impoverish the area and create more crime and violence throughout the area. So then the argument we would make is, what rules do we want? Well, our principles would suggest that you are innocent until proven guilty, and you should not be searched or have objects seized without, something that warrants it.
Probable reason.
And probable cause. And so what happened in New York is they said, this neighborhood is where most of the shootings and violence happens, so this is where we're going to stop and frisk people. It also coincided with being a black neighborhood. The progressives then said, why are the majority of stop and frisks black? And the government, which these are Democrat-appointed police, said, that's just where the crime is. Then they said, no more stop and frisk. You need to stop because you're doing it to black people. So you have two distinct moral worldviews. Sure. You can't do this only to black people, but it's just the neighborhood where the crime happens.
Yeah.
Your principles are meaningless in this regard because both groups are going to assert power over the other to make their world happen.
Well, this is where democracy can be beautiful or bad, right? And so what the thing you're posing, right? Say you say, I don't want to have enclaves in a society. And my counter to that would basically say, I think with the size of nation states, it's almost unavoidable. Even just think about the way that geography shapes a culture, right? If you've got a nation that's mountainous and full of pine trees, and it's also in a nation with beaches and fishing, and it's also in a nation with, insert different geographies, right? The people in the culture that are going to emerge from these, even just geographies alone, are probably going to have some of the different values. They're going to have things where they want to prioritize fishing industry more, but it's possible that the lumber industry is like having issues and they want more advocacy. And so they'll always have these competing interests. And I think the beauty of a democracy that's functioning well is that it takes two things where actually there might be reasonable concern, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Can I finish my thought and then I'll let you ask the question?
This is a long
Hey,
point.
you went for 5 minutes. I'll get 2 minutes, okay?
You've been doing this to me for
I'll
5 years.
If you can succinctly make the point.
Okay. The beauty of a dialectic of a democracy is you can take two opposing values, and what the idea is to find a compromise within both where ideally you find the best pieces of each
here's
and
why
synthesize
I'm
them.
interrupting.
Yeah.
I feel like that is rudimentary, and we understand that completely. It's not the point that I'm making. So I'll give you a better example. Dearborn, Michigan has several instances of female genital mutilation among young girls.
Yeah.
That is explicitly illegal in the United States. But in that community, it happens because there's no law enforcement that will stop it.
Right.
You are not going to get a white cop to go into a Muslim community and say, stop doing this, because they'll say it's our community. In fact, they even have their own de facto versions of police.
And they likely won't report it either. That's probably part of the issue
So
too.
what is the solution then? Should the overarching government dispatch some white people who are non-Muslims to take over their government, to force them at gunpoint to stop?
Yeah, I mean, this is the great federalist question: is to what extent should
that's a violation of the principles of the locals who voted that in.
True, but it might be for superseding like cultural values that we value more. This is the constant tension that happens with the federalism, Amendment number 10. Go ahead, sorry.
So I'm going to say a few things. First of all thank you. You're not stating Rawls's full argument, where for the argument that Rawls gave, you could also apply that to Aristotle, because Aristotle was saying, what is the abstract concept of good that we can use? And Aristotle said there's 3 different political systems which are useful under different contexts that have their own issues. Rawls is also operating under the principle of equality, which is demonstratively false. Equality has been continually disproven by the science, as well as there are genetic differences between populations. That's disproven among all of the academic community. And so when you're looking at the Rawls, he's automatically jumping to socialism is good because equality is good, and this is all operating under the assumption that Enlightenment morality is correct.
Rawls is incredibly critical of socialism. He rejected egalitarianism.
So it depends on your definition of socialism, because the socialists play a game
Communism.
where there's multiple definitions of socialism used at any given time, so you can pick one or the other based on context.
Rawls was responding to the Marx idea of the
Rawls is a democratic
socialist,
which is still a meaning of the word socialist.
Sure, I want to move on to the next big story, but I do want to just conclude by saying I completely agree with Kyla. I think we should exert force over Muslims who refuse to adhere to our traditional values.
That is not my position at all, but I would love to flesh it out with you, but sort of my position.
What do you mean?
It's like 50% of my position.
Well, I think that, again, we're going to go on to the next.
I want to clarify their argument before we move on.
The point is, when there are people who enter our society who have a religious practice that is an affront to our moral worldview, we will exert force against them to make them stop.
Yes, to an extent.
The thing with of course, to an extent.
Yeah, that's why I said 50%.
To an extent, but not to an extent. Like, we will use force up to whatever means or whatever amount of force necessary to get them to stop. So it's not to an extent. It's literally.
No. She's saying we'll tolerate some of their religious beliefs.
Like, I want religious freedom as well, right? And so this is like this is what I'm saying. There's this tension all the time between like individual rights of freedom of religion, but also state values of things like we don't mutilate children.
Sorry to interrupt, but we really do got to jump.
I think Tim is correct, but continue.
I got to stress one more thing. This argument still only works so long as you maintain the monopoly on violence. And if
like the state.
Yeah. Your moral worldview, not the state. If
anybody else frustrated on her behalf? Yeah, Tim doesn't get. She's just making the reference to that's the way that a state works, right? The monopoly on violence is the anyway. Wow. See, here's the thing. She does come from an academic background.
Super chatted $10. I thought I scammed you, but then you scammed me and now we have nearly an extra hour of streaming. I guess you're wondering how I got here. Gaming stream. Also, you missed Tim defending Stop and Frisk.
I missed him defending Stop and Frisk? Wow. Kaya, what do you think about that? Kaya's too young to remember Stop and Frisk, chat, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you, Darful, for scamming me, and or did I scam you? Either way, you know, that is gaming stream. Yeah, gaming stream getting a little extra juice to keep going, to keep on going. None of them will ever admit there is social murder. Their minds, I don't think, are able to conceive of such a concept, right? I said this in the comment of, oh my God, chat, what's that channel called? The Line. They bring on like leftists to do debates with right wingers on the phone or something, and they have different leftists on every week. I think it's called The Line. But yeah, it's like they were arguing with a particularly intellectually incurious right winger about, you know, trans issues, and they were just not keeping up. And I said something in the comments like, the left won the debate on trans people 10 years ago. The right just hasn't realized it yet. I got so many chuds angry. How could you say that? No, we won the debate. That's not right. Right? They got so mad. But what I meant is that, like, logically, you're fucking, I think the technical term is pwned. Yeah, you're logically pwned. And you have been for a really long time, and you've never fought your way out of that wet paper bag because you don't have the intellectual clause. All right, you're weak, you're pathetic, and you lost that debate. But the problem is, chat, that you know what a right winger says to me on that? Oh yeah, ask the average person. Ask the average person who's right. Yeah, there's a point there, right? There's a lot of I don't know, intellectually arrested people out there, in some cases through no fault of their own. The society, you know, has cultivated that. There's something just like that's always existed in American society that's anti-intellectual, but, you know, the right's really been riding that tiger all the way until they produced Trump, which was an example of the tiger getting on top of them. And not being led around with a piece of meat on a fishing rod anymore, right? Trump is just like, oh, you want this? Here you go, tiger, eat away at that meat. But yeah, he will also be food for the tiger ultimately. It seems, right? It seems that like the biggest, like look, I'm gonna make this prediction, chat. The most radical, violent people with Trump derangement syndrome, and I do mean people that hate Trump, are some of Trump's own followers or former followers, like that feel let down by him. Whatever they expected out of the Trump revolution, they're not getting, and they're not happy about it because this was their last chance. Do not set my morality by what so-called average person thinks. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is I'm talking about the argument. I'm not talking about who's won over the public. But in terms of the, you know, anyone with half a brain can see that, you know, the gender and sex are two different things. But I don't know, you know, you could maybe still place some blame on the left. Is there a better way that I'm trying to think of, like, how do you crack into someone's eggshell of ignorance to impress upon them the distinction, which seems obvious to me, which seems obvious to most of us, between sex and gender, because they really do want to think that somehow, like, it is all tied up into what is in between your legs, or what kind of what size of gametes are you shooting, right? But yeah, really frustrating that.
If you, as a society with a moral worldview, have the monopoly on violence, you can stop, say, female genital mutilation. Sure. But if there is a new cultural worldview that has emerged, a new moral worldview, let's call it leftist, that tolerates and supports what Muslims are doing.
So, I mean, I guess we're coming back around to sort of what he was trying to do with the idea of the affluenza thing. And this is legitimately to pin unpopular right-wing sentiment on the left. Once again,
they will take from you your monopoly on violence, and then you get to civil war.
So a lot of leftists get into this weird tension with, like, Islam because they're very pro-freedom.
I don't want to have an argument about leftists and Islam. My point was, if you have a monopoly on violence, you can assert your authority. If there are two distinct factions with equal use of force, you get civil war.
I agree with that. The issue is, I guess I'm just correcting the leftist idea that they just want FGM. They don't just want FGM. In fact, they acknowledge
that's the point.
This tension you're out.
Kayla, thank you so much for having for the good faith assumption that I do not want FGM. Thank you. Thank you. Look, you can never tell with Kayla, right? She's there's a big incentive for her to kind of, you know, show her independence or differentiate herself from the left, and certainly from leftists who she, just like the guy she orbits, she disdains. Tim said he thinks the fish market at NYC. Oh my God, I missed that part. Yeah. Look, I don't eat any fish at all. Okay, I wouldn't like the fish market either. All right, Dareful Pot says, Tim says he thinks the fish market in NYC is disgusting. This man has no respect for culture whatsoever, and he has no clue what port services so much more than that port services so much more than just NYC. So, like, even though I don't have any need for a fish market, like, I think, isn't he talking about the fish market in reference to, like, immigrants? That, like, this is there's a wet market that, like, would not be there if it was, you know, it's a weird thing to say in New York City, like, to complain about immigrants, but I guess, you know. But if it's what I think it is, yeah. In Chinatown, what a weird thing to say. Like, right? Because most of their, like, wet markets have been a target since COVID. Is it? Well, he didn't say wet market, right? I'm just saying because it's like fish and animals, right? That's a wet market. I don't know. Again, Chad, I don't. You're gonna have to help me here. I don't eat meat, so maybe I don't know what I'm talking about in terms of, you know, fish markets and stuff. But I know if there's a fish market, that there's also going to be a vegetable market, and that's what I could use more of that in my life. Oh my God, right? Does that ever rock? So yeah, I'm sure if I was, you know, but yeah, what is Tim going for here? I didn't hear that. That was earlier. That was before I came back.
Outlining exists regardless of the party side that you're pointing to.
My ultimate point, as we move on, again, sorry, is that your principles only apply to the people who agree with you, and that is universal to all moral groups. End of story.
Sure. Yeah, we live in a society. True.
Well, no, he's trying to say that she has got rules for me, not for thee. That she is holding, I don't know, progressivism up to like a lower standard than she does other ideologies. Is that what I'm getting? Is that what he's trying to get at? He's not saying we live in a society, but he's actually kind of projecting. I feel like that's what this is, right? She is maybe, if anything, like most centrists, guilty of not holding the West up to the same standard that the rest of the world is held up to, and Tim has just got it backwards here, and it's embarrassing. But this is what she's come to, chat. I mean, I don't know what this does for her. I guess maybe, like, has anybody seen her streaming numbers? Have her streaming numbers improved? Is she picking up viewership from doing this? I don't know if this works for her. I don't know if there are people in Tim Pool's audience that will be, I'm sure there's some people that don't always agree with Tim, but what do you think, Chad? Is she getting, I think she's been on Tim Pool a lot, and I'm trying to understand why. What is in it for Kayla?
Like, you might believe in the right to keep and bear arms, but you're not going to give an Islamic terrorist a gun and be like, you have a right to bear arms.
Sure, it's why I like the liberal principles where we said, well, we should have a couple of basic rules that we all apply to because other things we shouldn't impose on
So
other,
when
like
you
free
have
speech.
two distinct moral worldviews operating in one country, and I would say more than that.
Did I miss his point? What is he trying to say, Chad? I'm so confused now. Like, that... He feels like you should have a separate standard? Yeah, basically, you're right, Burple. His point is that brown people bad. Yeah, basically, that seems to be what he's getting at. It's, really annoying when non-New Yorkers make pronouncements about why New Yorkers do what they do. I mean, remember, like, listening to the entire, Provence, the entire rural United States, before the election of 2024, they sort of wring their hands about this, like, how bad the crime is in big cities. Meanwhile, the people that live in those cities are like, what are you talking about? I walk everywhere. I'm not worried about crime. And indeed, if you look at the statistics, the crime was at record lows.
You are not going to abide them the same rights as you would someone of your society.
Sure, he's trying to say immigrants should leave, but that's crazy to say that Chinatown should leave, right? That's kind of crazy for him to say that. This is like, you know, been a part of New York for like probably 100 years or more.
Because I would say free speech is better than compelled or controlled speech. Yeah.
Like I would say, if someone
like I always assume that they're doing the thing where they try to make the like I always assume that conservatives are trying to do the thing where they're like, okay, well, you know, we're not racist. Like you know, people whose families have been here for this long can stay regardless of race. That they've got some kind of carve out to try to, you know, point to some token group that they are not, you know, asking for mass deportation against. But nope, not even this time. Yo, Burple with the gift sub to JRG. JRG, you just got jellyfish. Promises made, promises kept. Gaming again. Yes. Let's deliver that promise. So gaming goes up to 126. Unless fascists take full control, Chinatown will be around. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a crazy thing. And they don't understand cities. And they don't understand humanity. Like, I do feel like these are people that it feels like they want to stop, like, they want to make countries into walled gardens of homogenous, you know, culture, and then, you know, not allow any sort of cultural exchange, any sort of cultural diffusion. Like this weird, I mean, I don't know. There's something really weird about this nativism, this modern strain of nativism. Yes, cities are scary places where scary things happen. Yeah, like anything at all is scary. Chinatown is a good song by Destroyer.
For the destruction of my country, I will not defend their right to speak.
I
will not defend their right to keep and bear arms either. If a man comes to this country screaming Allahu Akbar and starts throwing bricks at cops, I'm not.
If a monkey flew out of my butt right now, I'm not gonna name it Mr. Tinkles. Right? I don't know. If a foreigner came over here shouting Allahu Akbar, which he's not even saying right, saying Admiral Akbar, saying Allahu Cliff Bar, saying I want a Cliff Bar. God, why would you want a Cliff Bar though? Does anybody else hate Cliff Bars? I feel like they shouldn't exist. I'm not sure why they do. I'm sure they're good for something. People love them. Some people love them. It's got protein. It tastes like sawdust. I don't know, chat. Maybe they don't exist anymore. I don't think I've seen a Cliff Bar in a long time. Then again, they might not have Cliff Bars in this country.
I'm not going to say he has a right to keep and bear arms. I'm going to say absolutely not.
If I had wheels, I'd be a bike. Yeah, what is this argument? Starts throwing bricks everywhere.
Right for assault, right? That's already barred out. But he might have a right to talk.
What if he starts throwing Cliff Bars though? Would you be upset then, or would you eat one?
If someone expresses clear ideological sympathy,
it's free protein.
We will not give them a gun.
Possibly with ISIS, I think that's the case in America, but I think that there's like good statutory reason if you're a terrorist sympathizer or whatever. But like in general, like
right. My point is,
but we don't want to say people who we just disagree with can't have rights.
Domestic terrorism doesn't exist in the United States because of the First Amendment. So
wait, there's a mint chocolate one.
That's why.
Is it grainy?
Trump, his declaration was actually just a statement he made and not anything actually formal.
Yeah.
He would have to do an international declaration.
Wait, does it taste like the Girl Scout cookies? Because if it had like a little cookie in there. Oh, wait, the Girl Scout cookies have lead, right?
Means, and I'll say it again, if someone is Antifa and says this country should burn, I will not defend their right to keep and bear arms. These are people who have expressed a violent intent, and we have seen in the past them use a violent intent. So, and that's a more egregious example.
I mean, there's more gestures towards wanting to somehow, you know, the current state of being where people are scrutinized by law enforcement based on their political beliefs, right, is not bad enough for Tim. He would like something where it could be more directly, you know, person saying something I don't like, you know, stripping them of rights, kind of direct. Nature Valley oat bars are like a sponge. The mint chocolate one is barf. And also the ones your son likes. Oh, geez.
Story, otherwise we'll keep talking. Yeah. This is from the Washington Post. The Pentagon seeks more than two.
Clip are a little grainy, but it's really sweet. Oh, the chocolate one is sweet and delicious. Wait, I kind of don't want a sweet mint chocolate though, right? Is that right? You want to, like, I don't know. Like the sweet can't overpower the mint, or else it makes it less minty.
$200 billion in budget request for Iran war. Some White House officials do not think the Defense Department's request is a realistic shot of being approved in Congress, one senior administration official says. Additionally, we've got more updates as more Marines are being deployed to the Middle East. And of course, Donald Trump has said Israel was angry and bombed the South Park.
So you can see this is from a month ago. I didn't find out about this until recently. And then, you know, I was checking it out because we've seen What If Alt Hist on Tim Pool's channel before, but it was him talking to some other weirdos. It wasn't Rudyard and Tim, or at least I don't think we've watched Rudyard and Tim yet. So I wanted to see what that would be about, and I got a NotSoErudite and a Moonlord for free. I don't really know or care who these other guys are, but they're there. Tim's friends, I guess.
Gas field in Iran. Crude oil is now up to
$119. Andy's chocolate candies, yeah. Wait, is that
$18 per barrel, and gas is expected to go up. I've seen reports. Correct me if I'm wrong, because
is this how they play D&D? No, he's doing like thought experiments, right? He keeps on running the people through these thought experiments where, like, let's say you're a peasant in the 13th century in a French village, and a person of a different race comes up to your village, and you try to greet them in a friendly way, but instead they stab you and steal your corn. Or like, no, I don't know. I guess he didn't say corn. He steal your grain or something, right? And then the next day, someone that is from that same race comes up to your village, and what do? You know, like, and he's trying to get you to say, well, you just kill him on sight, obviously, right? I guess racism is natural and based and very practical, you know, and the obvious, like, I mean, you know, it's just one of these thought experiments to try to, like, you know, steamroll somebody into a position they don't agree with. This is how debate bros operate, but it comes off as sounding like a DM, right? So you're in a village, you are 13th century France, you go to the local tavern to you know, ask for some information. They say, oh, a person of another race came by the other night, but he stabbed me and he stole my grain, and now I have no grain, and I have a gaping wound which is becoming gangrenous because it's the Middle Ages and we don't have doctors. They put leeches on it, but it didn't help. Yeah, roll for initiative to kick the child. Wait, what? But yeah, it feels like you know, that he's just doing DM. He's the DM, and he's like, and she's like, well, what if I could maybe examine his motions and you know, roll for perception to see if I can detect what his intentions are, and maybe not immediately jump to killing him because he is of the same race as someone who caused trouble in the village the previous night. Maybe instead we would, you know, I don't know. Like, she's trying to do like, well, could I like, could I examine the person from the different village stole my grain, and now I'm grainless, maidenless, and I got gangrene and a goiter too. No, just the gangrene, not the goiter. That's a throwback to the butterfly conversation from way earlier when I totally forgot what shape a thyroid gland was in, which is a butterfly-like shape, if you'd like to know. But yeah, we're back to the butterflies. We're back to the thyroids. Grainless maidens, and we got the gangrene and the goiter, or something like that. Chat. Oh my god. Where should we go from here? Oh, hey, maybe just like these points, right? We'll try this thing again where we watch the most viewed.
We deem it so, we will seize it from them. We do, because we are America working for our interests.
Sure, but then the principle that you're not mad about isn't that they're stealing from us. It's just that it's America. It's just, that's all the principle is. And what I'm saying is that's probably not good foreign policy. For example, in the Venezuela thing, as quickly as I'm looking, Chevron took $1 billion payout because they agreed to dip. And they stayed actually as minority partners with Venezuela for a long time. The issue is that the two other oil barons didn't want to take the deal. And then in that case, it got seized. And then they went through courts to try to get their assets back, which they were not successful in. And now the taxpayer is paying so that Mobil can have their assets back.
Let's see if we can get some more Rudyard. There he is. Does he start off? How does it start off?
Because there's some guy who's like, I spent millions of dollars in the metaverse. That's falling apart. And then we have an AI movie. Because you know we love talking about AI movies, and you're going to want to hear this. It's a movie about, I'm going to say it.
Do it.
Impossibly Fat Milkers.
Impossibly Fat Milkers.
That is what the AI movie is about. Wow. And it's hilarious, but it's actually a good jumping off point to talk about how far AI has come. Because it's actually, aside from the goofy nature of the video, it's remarkable.
The milkers, they do be milking. And his mouth is like he's gonna latch on, chat. Is he trying to latch? Look at that, he's trying to latch.
Remarkably well generated. It's pretty crazy. So we will get into all of that, my friends, but before we do, head over to...
You're spanking it to fucking AI boobs? Is that what you're telling me? You're like, yo, the boobs, the AI boobs, they used to not be, you couldn't jork it to them, but now I totally jorked it. I enjoy it. This is terrible. This is terrible. Has he got some kind of a fucking, you know, nursing fetish? Anyway, this is his, this is Tim's, ad, I guess. Wait.
She's here to yell at us because she's a lib.
Yes.
That's what libs do. That's what libs do.
She's doing, of course, Phil and Ian are here, but we don't need introductions for the people you know and love. Let's jump to the news.
Oh shit! What is he wearing? He's playing a lute. Chad, is that a lute? He's got he's actually got. Oh my god, Chad! I didn't know how on I was.
Commentary, mostly debate.
Right in this thumbnail, in this framing of the and again, we're down to like the last 17 minutes here. We might try. I don't know if there's gonna be more to be gotten from here, but yeah, this is this is the thumbnail here, right? I should have made Moonlord a bard, but could you be a bard and an archer too? He kind of looks bard-like, and I didn't realize that this motherfucker Not that motherfucker. That's not so erudite, but
she's here to yell at us because she's a lib.
Yes.
That's what she's doing. Of course, Phil and Ian are here, but we don't need introductions for the people you know.
Yeah, right there. He's definitely a bard. Oh my god, Chad, did I call this or did I call... They're playing Dungeons and fucking Dragons tonight. I'm not even kidding. That's crazy how, like, on that was. Like, at first it was just like the, you know, it sounds like he's playing Dungeons and Dragons when he's doing his thought experiment, right? But now we got the capo. Is that a capo on? Is it capo? Capo, Chad? I don't know how it's pronounced. But the thing that you put across the, it looks like a, it's 6 strings though, right? Is that a lute? It's not a normal shape for a guitar. Although it is, yeah, basically a small guitar. How far? Yeah, it only goes up a little past the 12th fret, so it's a small fretboard.
Oh, in love. Let's jump to the news.
It is capo. I said it right. It's one of these words that I learned probably from reading and never heard anyone say, so always gotta check. Wait, it's a bong? It just looks like a guitar? Is that right? Is that for real? You could make me believe that, Burpel. Like, it seems like a thing Moonlord would do, is have a fucking bong there that just it looks like a Incelebrator? Wait, what? This is why I always tell my nerd friends, y'all are more like chuds than y'all think. You play the role games. Yeah. Irene knows guitars a little bit. I need to get my guitar out here. I don't know, chat. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen though.
News from Axios.com. We got James Comey subpoenaed in alleged grand conspiracy against Trump. Former FBI Director James Comey has been subpoenaed in the wide-ranging grand conspiracy case against the ex-officials.
Okay, so we did start this. Let's take a look at what it looks like around here. The Comey stuff, I'm not as... I mean, that's didn't the Comey stuff get dropped? This was a month ago.
Point back to Rudyard.
Rudyard.
Like I was saying, like I have a nice car, I try to protect it, right? I'll park it in my garage. Then one day while I'm sleeping, a bunch of, you know, whoever, Antifa comes and firebombs the garage. It's gone. So you talk about the rule of law and we want to maintain it, but at the same time you say that the left has been destroying it and eroding it. I mean, at a certain point, they've destroyed it.
Yeah, you oftentimes have to balance two opposing things and figure out where between these two is the reasonable conclusion. And I understand what you're saying, where, I mean, Russiagate was a lie, and it's crazy there's been no prosecution for this staggering lie because there was no actual...
There hasn't there? There's been, they did investigations on this shit, and they came up with bupkis. Am I wrong about this, chat? They actually did. What is it called? The Durham investigation, I think went on under Trump 1, and they didn't find shit. This is always the thing. They're like, well, we haven't really examined the 2020 election yet. You know? It's like, no, you did. You examined it every single way, every which way you could. You tried every fucking court case you could muster, and each one of them got thrown back into your face like a fucking, you know, cow's diarrhea on a windshield while traveling behind a you know, truck with cattle. I don't know, chat. The Dodge Charger has been critically hit.
Evidence that Trump was colluding with Russia or that the Russians tilted the course of the election. This was just a story the left made up. And slander is incorrect.
We did watch, okay, we did see this too. Okay, so I'm not doing a good job zeroing in on, I just want the Rudyard, like, I think we picked it, oh, there's a big bump. There's a big most replayed bump.
The end of time.
Bruh.
I think this whole Jesus...
I like this reality. I don't want this reality to end.
Yeah, it's good. It's gonna go
well,
for a
it's,
long time.
you know, one of my simulation theories is that we're just an AI-generated television entertainment show for the progenitors, so they made this. Think about it this way.
They would make something better than you, Tim. Let's be real.
Instead of making a show, like we view a show, you create you get an AI to auto-generate the stories, and it's like a real-time progressive thing you can just turn on and watch.
I'm sorry.
And then be like,
are we at the AI titties now?
Of the Trump show, like we just watched President Trump be crazy, you know?
This AI is an absolute sexual freak.
But it's not AI.
Okay?
It's just for
Sure, bro. It's gonna be a lot of porn for people to watch.
Whoa, man. What if reality
That's
is
why OnlyFans makes money?
What if reality is a dream by the gods in order to simulate different realities to figure out what does and doesn't work so that they can repurpose this into the tree of life?
Is this kind of thing that you'd say freshman year in college and you're smoking weed for the first time, maybe? You just got out of your Philosophy 101 Survey of Philosophy course, and you think you're hot shit. But he didn't go to college. He missed out on that. Instead, he just made the shit up in his basement or something, fed it to the hogs, and they gobbled it right up. And he made chat more money than you or I will probably ever make off of that shitty YouTube channel. I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm overestimating his monetization. We saw a Tim Pool commercial. I'm trying to remember what he did get sponsorships. I think the last we checked, there was some kind of sponsorship on his. Maybe it was like it was like a proxy or something.
Yeah. And it's not AI.
A VPN. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say.
It's I. That's why we think of ourselves.
Oh, it's I and I. Oh, is he like that, chat? Does he appropriate Rastafarian stuff? He seems like the kind of guy that would, doesn't he?
We call ourselves I. It's intelligence. It's not artificial. This is actual I.
We got to jump to this.
Has he got that Chet Hanks in him?
This next story, so we can explain to you, my friends, you need to understand just how powerful AI has become. Well, I wouldn't describe this as...
Is this okay for Twitch?
Family friendly. Maybe you don't want kids watching it. But it is very funny. Take a look at this AI-generated trailer for a movie that you wish existed.
Oh my god, okay, no, we're gonna get in trouble. This is somehow gonna get me in trouble.
Space station as part of NASA's Project Bust.
It's scary, the titty killer just disappeared. We're going to be 250 miles up. The only person watching us get changed is going to be a 60-year-old man at Cape Sinigo. You know, I heard in space your boobs actually...
Okay, I don't know. This cannot be good, chat. This cannot be good. Titty Killer 5 and 0G, that is what he's talking about. It's apparently all AI. He's impressed by it, and maybe a little bit more than impressed. I don't really want to know about that. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so worried I'm gonna get fucking banned for Tim Pool and his stupid titty fascination. He's like, oh, the AI titties they made him 30% bouncier than they were last time. Oh, the titty killer. Isn't there, chat? Is there a wrestler who her finishing move on people is to like grab one of her, her boobas and to kind of go like, whoa, bam, and like knock people out with her tit? I feel like I saw that. Is that a real thing? Anybody know? Movie probably already exists and it came out in 1967. What, Barbarella? Either way, Davi, thank you for the super chat, and got to add some time here. Sub at time and 5M. Okay, it didn't add a crazy amount of time. It's somewhat working now, maybe. Attack of the Killer Milkers? Yeah, basically. What is he Maybe he's not an incel. Maybe he's more of a gooner. This seems like a gooner thing, right? That you got to know the different sections of the right. You know, you got your no-fappers, you got your incels, you got your gooners. I think Tim Pool is a gooner. I think he is the goon. The goon.
Correct,
but continue.
I got to stress one more thing. This argument still only works so long as you maintain the monopoly on violence.
Fuck you, Tim.
That includes Athens, Rome, America, the Netherlands.
We saw this. How is it? How am I clicking on all of the stuff that we've like already? Okay, Pentagon seeks more money for the Iran war. They're of course very happy with this. Kayla surprisingly is like pushing back on some of this stuff. I think.
Go in. I think my view of getting involved in Iran was skepticism, but hope. Venezuela was the same thing, and I think Venezuela played out very well. So,
well, for who?
For us,
well, not for the Venezuela.
Well, anybody know the wrestler that does that? I swear to God, she knocks people out with her boob. Matt Chrisman with Rudyard. Wait, what? I'll stick to the cow udders. Yeah, it's gonna get your raw milk that way.
Venezuela seized our oil assets. We had a treaty with them, okay? We shook hands with Venezuela and said, we're going to build oil. And they said, you got it, brother. And we were all sharing in money, and they were the wealthiest country in South America. Then they elected a democratic socialist who came in and stole our oil assets, and our country did nothing about that. So I, again, say the Venezuela...
They stole our oil assets. Whose oil was it, Tim? We're talking about Venezuela's oil. He wants to think that if the United States, a company can get in there and be like, oh, we'll help develop your oil, that they could just basically, run roughshod. And that country can never say, hey, thank you for the help. All right. Well, we'd like to manage our national resources this way instead. It's very similar to, the Iran story. And I wonder if he'd say the same thing. They took our oil. Oh, yeah, inconveniently enough, it's in their ground. Build oil? Did he say build oil? I mean, I'm sure he means build oil infrastructure. I would hope. Oh my God.
Operation skepticism. But then when Trump goes in, takes out Maduro, and just brings him to New York, which will be weird if he's found not guilty. I don't know how that'll play out. But then we get our oil assets back.
I feel like if he's found not guilty, he should be able to sue Trump. And that should play out, right? Like he should be able to do a rap battle against Trump, and if he wins, Maduro becomes president of the United States. What do we think about that, chat? Are we ready for President Maduro? And then Trump has to be the vice president to his vice president in Venezuela. Trump moves to Venezuela, and then we get we get the new Ayatollah as our So it's Maduro as president, Ayatollah is vice president, and we keep MAGA Mike Johnson there, but just to bully him, maybe. I don't know. Venezuelan will never be as profitable again. It's so heavy. Oh yeah, the oil. Yeah. It's called sour crude. Yeah, heavy sour crude as opposed to light sweet crude. It's more of a ordeal to process. Right? There are some things that it's good for. Maybe. Okay. Wait. I don't want to fuck with Maduro like that. You don't trust him to take over as president. I think that's what happens. Is if you put a leader of another country on trial in your country and they are found not guilty. Like they should be able to challenge you for the presidency at that point. It seems like sour crude. Yeah, doesn't it? It sounds like a drink that you would get in Valhalla, right? They would be like, oh, I like sour drinks. Oh, we've got the sour crude from this Venezuelan sour crude. Would you like to sample this?
I'm like, well, that's what I call justice. Now, as for Iran, this is a bigger question.
That's what I call the justice. That's what I call justice, right? Bullying smaller countries pretending that their oil is somehow yours, and then stealing from them, right? That's what I call justice. This is what I call the crumbling of any semblance of justice in this world, right? Because once the United States, you know, just complete, and this isn't like the United States has been like a good actor all this time. This is just the last little mask off moment, the same kind of stuff that the United States has always done to smaller countries, but stupider and more obviously like bullshit, right? There's no Gulf of Tonkin here. There's just Trump killing a bunch of people in boats, in fishing boats, and claiming that they're terrorists, when it's pretty clear that the terrorist is the one killing people in fishing boats. But no, Maduro as president is too woke for me. Okay, I mean, that might invite in, yeah, I don't know, or like, is it that whole do you mean woke like Hillary? Like fake woke?
Didn't they steal their own didn't they nationalize Venezuelan companies?
These were American multi-billion-dollar investments to build oil infrastructure in Venezuela.
But and
we had treaties with them to do it.
Sure,
and it was an estimated $10 billion in assets.
We had a treaty with Iran, and we tore it the fuck up. And we assassinated their officials, right? Do we have to abide by that treaty with Iran forever?
Sure, but
you do not get to invite me onto your property.
This is private American dollars, right? Does the American government owe private companies military protection?
Yes.
If a government that they went into trade with buys
So
out...
what Tim doesn't know is that, like, actually that kind of, what he's saying is kind of low-key how the United States operates. There was a book a number of years ago called Confessions of an Economic Hitman, you know, talking about the way that American companies exercise power on foreign countries through ultimately the CIA or even the US military sometimes, right? The kind of shakedown that they will do to a newly elected leader of a smaller country. And, you know, obviously there's a lot that's been written on this, but it's what's funny is that Tim just doesn't know that this is going on, and he's doing like a Moonlord of like, we should mine the moon. And meanwhile, it's like, we've been mining the moon on fucking everybody for years and years and years. We shake down smaller countries. We intimidate their leaders all the fucking time for the benefit of American companies. It's true. It's real, right? And Tim is advocating it as if like he has just come on. So he's reinvented fucking the Chicago Boys. I don't know what to say, chat. He's reinvented like Milton Friedman, but stupider. Way stupider. This is what they do. Huh. This is the monkeys typing in the typing on typewriters in the Tim wants his beanies to be 5 cents cheaper.
The company that they went to,
especially when they're giving the oil to our enemies.
If Walmart has,
I don't care if it's true or not. It's an opinion on morality.
No, think about the principle here. Like,
we'll see how much of this we can get through.
Say Walmart has a close relationship with China. There's a
we still need to go through the Trumpspiracy stuff. With some of it's with Kyle. Kyle's the new conspiracy king, right? And then the Alex Jones stuff on losing his InfoWars and on well, he hates conspiracies now. He's against conspiracies, especially conspiracies about our dear President Trump, who we love, even though Trump is just literally buried Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones disagreed with a few things. Trump noticed. Trump took a shot at him, and he just took a massive shit on the man. But Alex Jones is like, please, sir, may I have another? Please, sir. There's a centimeter of my flesh here that you have yet to shit on. Can you please cover this with your holy... Oh my God, holy sacrilege. Shut up. Oh my God. Sacrilegious much. Anyway, chat, it's been a long stream, has it? 8 hours and 40 minutes. It kind of has. We're in the last 2 minutes. I want to see how much we can get through.
And as a result,
we gotta.
China goes, we're actually taking all these assets, and they take like
maybe revisit this
$10 billion worth of Walmart principles.
Well.
Should America go in there and take private company assets? We should spend taxpayer dollars to take private company assets back.
Does Kayla not know that we kind of do this shit?
Hey.
So first and foremost, the question about China would actually be a question of, can we be militarily successful in doing so? In terms of
what? I'm sorry. The question of what China? Excuse me. What? What does he want to do with China? What does he think he can get away with China?
We had a treaty with them, which was at the governmental level, which we do have a treaty with China on trade. So if they're violating it, it's not just private assets that are being violated. Venezuela stole $10 billion+ in assets. We did nothing about it. All we did this time was discombobulate, take their leader out, and take back our oil industry from them, which we agreed to build with them.
I am so happy.
They stabbed us in the back.
Chat, we discombobulated their leadership. Did you get that? The king of malaprops has arrived. We discombobulated their leadership, right? Because Bob is Latin for head, right? No, it's decapitated. Oh my god. He was trying to say decapitated, chat, and he said discombobulated. This is like a wine mom from Ohio says, "Oh, it's looking all discombobulated and wobberjawed over there. Oh, hey there." No, that's not Ohio. Sorry, chat. That's more of a Wisconsin. I think I was doing a Wisconsin wine mom instead. Nothing against Wisconsin wine moms, right? They do have an interesting vocabulary, and yeah, they'll say stuff is discombobulated and.
I got
wobberjawed is my favorite. Oh, it's looking kind of asymmetric, kind of wobberjawed there.
And if the Chinese buy a bunch of farmland in the United States, and then the Americans are like, actually, this is our land, and they seize it from.
Oh shit, chat. We gotta go.
Did everything legally.
And I think we're coming up.
Right? And I would say yes, because it's American sovereignty.
We saw this.
Venezuelans in the right.
Yeah, absolutely. Take it from the. He's talking about what Chinese citizens buying land near farms, near large agricultural operations. One, you can only imagine where their mind is going with that. What kind of paranoid shit they're ideating on. I feel like it's been a little while. Since we have raided into our friends. Wait a minute, am I early? Oh wait, what is going on here, chat? I'm raiding you into possibly something special. All right, let's hit that raid button into Struggle 4. Live from behind the blockade, ICAP, International Friends of Cuba. This seems like something special, all right? So yeah, get in there. Maybe even if you're watching on YouTube, consider coming over to Twitch. If you jump over right now, you will automatically be rated into Struggle 4. That is capital Struggle _4. That's who we're rating into. Amazing content creator, amazing community, amazing channel. Amazing everything. And sometimes, chat, I don't know, it seems like a special stream, so you might not get this tonight, but sometimes there's like train footage in the background. That's like low-key my favorite. What did she want to have to say again? Low Kirka? I can't remember. I'm not going to worry about it. All right, she said something. Anyway, what I got to say is thank you to my Patreons, right? You are integral in my survival in ways that you may never know, but I appreciate you nonetheless. For everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're near the end here, let me do those now. Shouts out to Neopergos, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Emily. Shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Joel Siverud, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Manius, shouts out to Steven Zayers, Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Orlitz Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Crystal Saphira. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Eddie Fancy. Shout out to Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat. Oh my god. I mean, they just repealed the Voting Rights Act, the Supreme Court. I don't know if I have enough of these, but oh, chat, I had a tab of yeah, that's what that was. There was a Chrome tab that wait, are you serious, Davy? You're not teasing me, right? Okay, look, this is all I have. I think it's still not enough. It's still not enough. Peace just wanted to get that info in. Thank you. I mean, I'm not gonna blame the messenger here. And thank you for the super chat, but goddamn, has that ever got far-reaching implications? And you know, we knew it was I gotta get to bed, chat. But I can't pretend I'm not morbidly curious. You know what's funny is that YouTube does have news, like they have, in fact, like a whole like if I ever put news as my category, they punish me, right? Because when they're talking about news, they mean like you know, people with like, you know, money and, you know, like you know, journalism, right? So it does, there is some mechanism to kind of recognize and you know, and even kind of like on my mobile, there's like a weird little, I don't know, a shelf, I guess you call it, that you can scroll like left to right on, and it'll just give you like news stories that are current, and you know, but that's mobile, right? That's not. Look at this. I type in Voting Rights Act after a major decision by the Supreme Court. It's not like there aren't videos of the, you know, of some news service like announcing like this decision, but the Google search is not pulling it up, at least not on wait, here we go. I had to really hunt for that. I had to really hunt.
We're coming on the air because the Supreme Court has just released a major decision which could have a profound impact on the midterm elections. The justices issuing a ruling on a case out of Louisiana involving the Voting Rights Act, redistricting, and whether states must end any consideration of race when redrawing congressional maps. The decision potentially reducing the influence of minority voters and minority representation in Congress. Let's get right to our senior Washington correspondent, Devin Dwyer, who covers the Supreme Court for us. Devin.
Kira, this decision is 6-3, written by Justice Samuel Alito, and it's a significant decision and a setback for the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965, which was passed to guarantee equality in how we vote, and of course addressing the systemic and historic racial discrimination, especially across the South. This decision came in a case out of Louisiana involving a court-ordered drawing addition of a second majority black district district in that state because of the size of the state's population. And the Supreme Court today, in this decision, said that the court violated the 14th Amendment by adding, the state rather, violated the 14th Amendment by adding that district. They used race impermissibly, consciously, to add a second district to aid those voters, and they said that is simply not allowed under our Constitution. Justice Samuel Alito didn't go as far as...
Justice is blind, especially, that's the principle they're kind of like nodding to, right? But especially when it comes to racism, justice does not and refuses to acknowledge or see or consider the fucking, you know, violation of the very principles that all this shit. Chat, it's all bullshit. The whole fucking government, especially this illegitimate Supreme Court, is bullshit. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. All right? And the fact that, like, look, was this, like, coming down? Like, it almost feels like this is an ass pull of, like, geez, it looks like the election's going to go heavily against Trump, right? Our special little boy might actually be facing a situation where being removed from office is a reality, even though we made it so hard to hold him accountable, right? They might be about to hold him accountable anyway. Can we please step on the throat of democracy, of any semblance of this being a legitimate country? And yeah, don't fucking be surprised when you get what you deserve from that shit. Fuck me, chat. Fuck me. That is a really bad thing. Tom Steyer wants to ignore the Supreme Court. How would that work for this? In I guess California, yeah, just like does not. Well, I don't know. They did. What do you do, right? When you've got a president basically, at least dragging his feet on shit, and you know, playing games with the court. If not, yeah, outright ignoring the court. Then I guess like maybe the fucking executive of the state can do it too. I don't know, chat. Tom Steyer is sadly looking like the best option for California, which doesn't say good things. I've looked into him a little bit more. Yeah, he's a billionaire, which look, you know, socialism is not, or Marxism is not about like saying the rich are immoral and bad and, you know, fuck that. You know, it is saying that the system is immoral and bad and it should be changed. And yeah, you could expect people that have an interest in that system to try to defend it. But if you've got, you know, an FDR offering a New Deal versus a Herbert Hoover, I don't know if was Herbert Hoover rich, chat. I don't even know. Let's say Hoover, like FDR did come from money. I don't know if Herbert Hoover did, but let's say that he didn't. You know, you would obviously choose the FDR. You know, just like. But it's a sad thing, chat, that California cannot come up with a better candidate than Steyer. So when you start to look into how Steyer made his money, it's not pretty. It is not pretty. He was pretty bad on Hasan's stream. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I watched the very beginning of it, pretended he didn't know what genocide was. Yeah, and sadly, Katie Porter would have been, you know, was somebody that a lot of people had hope for, but she really has taken a rightward turn. She did a interview on Pod Save America this morning, and it's just kind of more of the same. He's a class traitor in a good way. Yeah, look, I'm not saying for sure. I mean, it'd be awesome if somebody else popped up. The other bad thing is that there's too many people in that primary, and they're in a situation where the way that California primary works is that if the top two finishers in the primary, right? So everybody runs, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, everybody runs together. Top two run for governor, right? But if those top two happen to be two Republicans, then you are going to have a Republican and a Republican to choose for governor, which is wild in California, but it is a possible. So like, you know, adding, you know, candidates poses its own hazard. But yeah, it's kind of pathetic that that's the best that the Dems have in California. Really, you know, speaks to the political atmosphere there as well. But I do think that, yeah, you know, it's maybe Steyer, Porter, and then everybody else is a complete nightmare. And yeah, you got some Republicans there too. Anyway, chat, I gotta get to sleep. It's way late. Thank you for letting me know that, Davi. Wow. This is really, really fucking bad. And we don't have the fucking attention span to meaningfully talk about it. That's the other thing, is I don't think this is going to get focused on the way that it should. This is a major fucking... It's a coup to the idea of, you know, the whole pretension that we're not a country that, you know, crushes minority power, that cuts it off through these processes, right? Gerrymandering, like, you know, black people, for instance, out of any electoral significance in a state is okay, but doing a conscious attempt to try to, you know, restore some semblance of enfranchisement is that's the shit that's illegal. Yeah, I'm saying it, chat. This whole fucking court, illegitimate as fuck. It stinks to high hell. This is massive corruption. Something drastic needs to change, right? I'm talking like constitutionally, which is always a dangerous can of worms to open up, but I don't know what the fuck else to do, right? I mean, this is kind of the last straw here, right? As far as trying to reform our way out of this shit, I don't know what to do, chat. Yeah, something a little bit more, conflating Americans with the American government. Oh, okay. It's a kangaroo court. It really is. It's worse. I don't know. Kangaroos. It's like a drop bear court. Chat. These people, these fucking justices, they drop down and they cut you. They with the knives that they got from the Federalist Society, or the koala claws that they got. They fucking, you know, they just shivved the whole country. They just fucking murdered democracy. I don't know, chat. Maybe I'm being histrionic, but I know I gotta get to bed. I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow, so be here for that. I'll see if maybe we can finish up some of the stuff that we didn't get to, but I'm actually kind of glad we got to the Tim Pool thing, even though there's a ton of good content, and I know there's stuff on there, the Alex Jones thing we need to get to, and the Trumpspiracy. I mean, that would have been the natural thing to cover tonight, but I wanted to make sure to get to cover what's going on with centrist libs and how tied into the shooter they actually were, despite the fact that they were talking about Hasan Piker like he was a terrorist for the past month. So maybe shut the fuck up and don't say shit that the right wing is going to turn around and use against you. They're not just going to make it illegal to be a leftist. They're not just going to make it illegal to say a nice thing about China or Palestine, or you know, to say a mean thing about Israel. They're going to make liberalism illegal, right? That's what they're pushing towards, and they got willing accomplices in the Supreme Court. Courtesy that has been bought to you, not brought to you. Courtesy of the Federalist Society. Anyway, chat, I better go to sleep before I get myself banned here. Not trying to do that. Stay safe. Take care of yourself and others. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for keeping us relevant on YouTube. Yeah, liking the stream helps a lot, even if you're doing it on your way out. But the earlier you can like it, the better. That's even better if you can do that. But I do appreciate those of you who like the stream, whatever time during the stream that you got around to it. It really does help a lot. So I'm gonna have to, I gotta go. Stay safe, really.